And welcome back to the Weird Science DC Comics podcast. This is episode 594. We're getting close to that big number 600, for all the festivities, all the things that we're doing. Hey, everybody. How are you doing? I had a crappy week, and it's not even just the comics. I had just troubles this week. If you're on the Patreon, you might have heard some other shows where I did discuss breaking my toe. My index toe, my pointer toe, I don't know what you call it. I call it broken, just like my spirit. Oh, my. I'm going to hit the punchline rim shot constantly. I don't even know what's going on right now. Hey, we have a bunch of books here tonight. One of the things that has happened and will be something that I'm sure will pop up a bunch of times, especially in the summer. The summer, I'm saying, is that people go on vacation. I do not. I wish that I did, but I do not. So the problem, though, is that some people do some books with me. They go on vacation, and then I have to scramble to get some other people to do them. And I'm not throwing shade at Zach or Brad because they deserve vacations. And boy, I would think that this podcast isn't the most important thing in their life. Maybe it should be, but it isn't. And so they go on their vacations, and then I had to scramble. We're not going to be talking about Titans. That's the one book this week that we're not going to be talking about. Zach isn't around, and nobody else is reading it. I actually thought that would be one of the books that people just, they read. It's a quick read, whatever. That's the one that nobody is reading. And actually, I'm wrong because Catwoman, me and Brad started doing that, and we don't have anybody else who's reading it. So we will get through this week without those two books. There's a possibility that we'll do those in the near future, maybe next week. Though I think that me and Brad might have a bunch of books next week. I kind of peeked at what is coming up next week. But we're going to get into this. And we have people filling in. Tom's going to do Nightwing for Brad. And my man, Dr. Matt, is going to show up and do some of the books that Zach usually does with me. So we keep the train a-rolling. But in the meantime, if you want to hear more books, there's two books that won't be on the show that are exclusive to our Patreon because they are picked in a poll by the badasses of the Get Fresh crew. That is the top two levels of the Patreon. And what they ended up picking for our Patreon spotlight this week was Krypto, The Last Dog of Krypton #1, and Zatanna #5, a book that I think every issue has been on the spotlight. So if you are, I don't know if you're a fan, you're going to want to hear me and Drunk Simon talk about it. But if you want to hear what we think about Krypto and Zatanna, please go over to our Patreon at patreon.com/weirdscience. Now, I'm going to get to the roll call. I apologize. Number one, my mouse, I don't know what happened. I can't stand it. I know everybody will know what I'm talking about. But the idea when your mouse just, it didn't stop working. It's just like going slow. It's not reacting right. I started banging it on the table. I actually unplugged it and plugged it in again. That's about the, furthest that I go technically. Though I did go into the settings. Sometimes when this happens, I end up hitting like the fast pointer and it kind of fixes it, but it's not. And it's just bad. It's not scrolling down. It's driving me nuts. So when we get to this roll call, I have all my fears and doubts, but that's just normal. That's par for the course. Also, I do want to say that I was going to get Matt to join me for the beginning and the end of the podcast. Then I forgot, and then it got late. So I'm actually recording this way, way late. I've had a really bad week. So forgive me, all the patrons, because usually we end up having the podcast up early access. that's a little harder to do for me recently because of the idea that things don't get done in the times that they used to. But we're still adjusting. Everything is an adjustment in this game we call life, is what I say. But here we go. I'm going to try to do it. Here is the roll call. Shout out. A big thank you to the badasses of the Get Fresh crew. Here's the roll call. And I was going to wrap this week, but I will not because I've got enough problems. So here we go. We got Sean M., Edward, Hawa, Andrew in Belfast. Eric loves you. Oh, my goodness. Eric does love you. Don't mention it. David Fink, Jack Halsey, Brandon, Nick Russ, Trevitt, Tom Johnson, Dan Smith, Jeffrey, Leonard, a Greek, Big Z, The Mark Claire Show, The Annihilator, Ted Probst, I Love Punchline, Stork, that drunk, Matt Razor, Dr. Matt, that is, Niels Taylor, Stephen Baum, Jason, Colby, Sue42 to you and me, Mike G, Comic Boom, Rocky, Mark Jager, Ruben, Carlos, Tulif Marv, Luke Hollywood, another drunk, Simon, another drunk, everybody's drunk, Luis, Manship, Swanee, Josh Million, Batman Beyond, Mark, B. Mura, Brandon, up there in Canada, Buffalo, Canada, another drunk, and Double Aaron, doxing his ass in Minnesota. Not a drunk, just a real nice guy. But give a shout out to old-time greats, Reginald Drinkwater, Rob Lewis, and pour one out for our homie Eric L. Shea, who ended up talking about critters this week on the Twitter X. I sent him a little response, and he didn't get back to me. I think I'm blacklisted. So I actually was reaching out to him, hoping that maybe we could get a couple chuckles, but we did not. There were no chuckles allowed. No chuckles given is what they ended up saying. And but here we are. We have a bunch of books. As I said, we're going to be joined by Gray, Tom. I say this, and now I'm going to forget somebody and offend him. Gray, Tom, Jared, Matt, and maybe I'm trying to think. I think that might be it. And me, myself, and I. So we'll get into it right about now.
Miracle baby, are you too late to save everyone but me? A miracle baby, don't hesitate. Your life is more than a prophecy. And I know you're sad, and I can't blame you. But your mom and dad couldn't save you.
And we're going to start this week's books with my man Gray. What up, Gray?
What up, Jim? I am Gabe's replacement, only temporarily.
Replacement, yes. And in that, you were Gabe's replacement, then you were Tom's replacement. There's a lot of things going on this week. Well, it ended up where I was starting to scramble because a lot of people, Gabe can't do can't record right now, but a bunch of other people had impromptu vacations, all this stuff, which does happen in the summer. And so I realized, like, oh crap, like there's a bunch of books and I don't have anybody to record anything with. So I ended up at the last second realizing and having to grab some people. And it does end up making a very loosey-goosey podcast because it used to be pretty much I say it all the time. It used to be very easy. I knew when I was recording for about how long I'd be recording, and boom, it was done.
Yeah.
Now it's all up in the air. So we are actually recording this after doing our absolute stuff.
Controlled chaos, Jim.
Friday
Come on,
night.
you love it,
is.
don't you?
And the thing is,
secretly,
people seem to be like responding to it and saying that they do like having the controlled chaos, I guess, but they like all the different, opinions and things like that. I still get worried. Because I can't end up at the end of the week. When me and Eric would do it, we'd do it in one sitting and I'd be like, okay, that was pretty good. All right, that wasn't that great, whatever. But I know by the end of the week of recording, I'm like, I don't even remember what we talked about or recorded. I have no clue what's happening. I don't feel good.
What day is it?
I probably already talked about it earlier, but I broke my toe this week. That hurts. We have people banging upstairs, and I don't mean sexually. I mean with hammers.
Hey, Jim, me too.
I don't know. That would probably be quieter. But we're going to start with Detective Comics. And I actually got some crap. I think it was Brad who said I was too harsh with the story last issue when we talked about the old Detective Comics. But the big play that I had was you end up having this Elixir story.
Yeah.
It continues from the story, previously when Tom Taylor comes over to Detective, he tells this long story with this Elixir and Scarlet and all these things, her mom, and it just kind of fizzled out.
Eternal youth, Jim, immortality.
So it kind of ended up fizzling out. And even at that point, you have all these things going on. Batman never investigating anything. He ends up injecting himself, what appears to be still just kids' blood that were in jail, and he ends up there. So I'm like, why wasn't he looking into it? Then he's like, I have no answers, but now we're in this Elixir story, and it just all kind of swirls together. And I just don't think there's much of a story here, especially when we get to this issue. Now, I'm not going to harp on the idea that, Batman didn't do his due diligence before. That's water under the bridge, I guess. I guess I got to get away from that. But I still think that Batman is a moron, and I don't know what he's doing. But
I was looking forward, Jim, to a bit of Batman and Harvey Bullock, kind of team up, come on, but we don't even get that, do we?
No, we get Penguin.
Instead.
Most people, this is where I ended up, where I realized it's not just me that's not liking the story that much, because most people that I talked to were like, why is Penguin even in this? And I have to keep reminding him, he did get involved. At the one point, he said, whatever this, Elixir, whatever this corporation, they're grabbing these kids that were actually working for Penguin. So he ended up, I wish that he'd repeat that or say it.
That's the connection, is it? I'd forgotten about that, Jim, until you just said it.
Most people did, remember? And I remember when we were talking about it on the show, I said, I wish that it was Penguin who legit said, hey, listen, I'm a bad guy, right? I end up having sex with penguins, what Tom King said. But in the meantime, I don't like when kids are used, abused, whatever. And I wish that it was one of those. I like when you have, and I said when we were talking about it originally, I said that's something like the mob would do. The mob, not always the greatest of people, right? But they end up having lines they will not cross. And when somebody does cross it with kids or whatever, they will end up stepping up and kind of being good for that one moment. And I wanted that for Penguin, but instead he said at that point, I'm going to go and cause trouble because all my runners and these kids work for me and they're gone. So that's like the weird, weak connection into this. In this, though, you end up in where I think that when I got crap from Brad, the idea that because it feels like that whole setup of Elixir being in Gotham, like that just got wiped away. And then things are just randomly said, like Penguin doesn't reiterate that play. He says, nobody messes with my city. I'm like, that really wasn't the play. And it felt weird. And it felt like at one point I wanted Batman to be like, your city, huh? Because he kept that. That's what Batman says when he's waxing poetic, over Gotham in the rain. And it's Penguin saying it. It just felt kind of weird. But Penguin's there. We end up seeing him get him by the end, him and Batman. Batman seems to be going, thinking it's Bullock, but ends up finding Penguin. And now he's got to do this kind of team up with him. And he talks to him at the beginning. And it's like, okay, well, what do you know? And Penguin's like, I don't know anything, but then does know things, but you don't really get much. I mean, this issue is basically Penguin kind of yucking it around. Like, I think that maybe the play could be that Penguin feels kind of confident that nothing's going to happen to him because Batman's there. So he's kind of poking at Batman and having fun or whatever. But it felt weird. But I'll give you the credits. I realized I didn't give it yet. It is Detective Comics 1098. I think that this story is more of a filler story to get to that 1100, but it is Tom Taylor writing, Lee Garbett on art, Lee Lowridge colors, Wes Abbott on letters, Michael Janine on cover. And you also have the associate editor, Jessica Burby, Ben Mears editor, Rob Levin, group editor. I think the art's real good. I do like the art a lot. And some of the stuff where Batman's like in the shadows and stuff, it looks pretty cool.
I don't know. There's a couple of panels of Penguin where he seems to have lost his mouth. I was a bit
he
unsure about.
That. Yeah,
I preferred last issue, to be honest.
I will say, though, now that I'm looking at it, you're not giving, at the beginning, you're not giving much for the colorist to do. It's a lot of blues and blacks. But you get Lee Lowridge ends up coming through by the end. But you end up where Batman kind of saves Penguin, or at least commandeers this armored vehicle, and then kind of sets Penguin out, which felt weird right away, that he's just going to end up, knock him out or something, but he ends up where he's leaving him, and there's Penguin, you're going to get me eaten by bears. That would be the worst. And Batman says, there's no bears here, because they're in this country.
Pocolistan, Jim.
Pocolistan. And God bless you. You end up where then Batman goes, there's no bears, but there's wolves, so get on in. And it's done. I see, it's almost like he's trying to do like a midnight run. Yeah. It's not quite the buddy cop that you would have had with Bullock, but it's more of like a midnight run where he has to just kind of watch over Penguin, make sure he doesn't get hurt.
He grudgingly teams up with the Penguin in a way. He's just kind of like, I think he should have just left him. Do you? Left him there in the forest.
I would have knocked his ass out and just had him in the back.
Tied him to a tree.
Done. Yeah, just do that. And like with a bunch of like ribeyes. Just like, hey, I'm just, letting it there. But he does end up taking Penguin with him, but he kind of needs it anyway, because Penguin does have a little bit of info, but says that Bullock was with him and was causing a lot of trouble, so they started beating him up and tortured him. But in the meantime, I like where at one point Batman says, why? Because he says, then they took Bullock separate. And Batman goes, why? Like he would know. And he goes, I don't know, and then guesses, well, I guess you're doing this, whatever. But it is the fact that Bullock had that file. And this whole elixir deal with, pseudo Blade. That's all I can think of is this guy's Blade.
It's pretty cool.
They end up going off and they're going to try to silence people who have information on him. Though, again, not to harp on things that happened before. But if you are this undercover clandestine organization, Gray, why are you going into Gotham and making a big to-do and being a worldwide corporation of Elixir and having all this, stuff that's just going to lead people to you? I mean, you're a pharmaceutical that seems to be getting involved with getting kids' blood and things like that. You're not really trying to hide that well.
I think they don't understand the term hiding in plain sight, do they? It's like they're being way too obvious. Yeah. All those photos of them, like from the past, it's like, they haven't changed in a century. Like, who was taking photos of them, and how do those photos even survive?
The weird play is they actually say, like, oh, and then there's this one photo with one of the first telescopic lenses. I'm like, really? Like, this doesn't seem like it would be the deal. I'm surprised one of Barbara's there and like, I was looking at a painting, this painting in the Sistine Chapel. I think it's them. But yeah, they have these like cameras. This is like, looks like
that would have been better, in a painting. You see that mirror in the painting in the background? Look, if you look closely in that mirror, if you zoom in, you can see, there they are. There's Ra's al Ghul.
There they are. So you end up where they have this going on, and Penguin then has to be joking around because there's space to fill here.
There is.
Because Batman puts his finger... You don't need to put your finger up there, Batman, but he ends up putting his finger like the calm play. And then there's Penguin with the joke that this joke has been done so many times. Even with Batman, but all over the place and with ever. It's not really that funny anymore. But he's like, yeah, you know what? People in my circle, we think that you just put your finger up there and you're talking to yourself and not anybody. But we know that it's Barbara. And then Barbara says, who's that? Recognizes the voice and says,
I know that
what are
voice.
You doing? Yeah, and he's getting upset about it. But again, Batman has to kind of protect him. He doesn't want him to die. But that's where Barbara says, hey, I looked through all of these photos and we got some recognition. Now, if you are these people seem to be like trillionaires. They're vampires. They're living forever. They're immortal. And yet they can't scrub photos that are from like 1920. It just, everything feels just not right. It feels
Batman
like
didn't even find these, Jim. The world's greatest detective, it was Bullock. You know, he got all this information.
He got his deal, and then Barbara's going through things as well. So again, it's another organization that Batman has no clue about, which there are a laundry list of those now. There are so many, from Court of the Owls to the League of Assassins at points now to this elixir. But again,
Batman's long lost brother
and just imagine,
that he never knew about.
Just imagine the idea that Batman has no idea about this vampiric organization, but yet they come into Gotham, still doesn't know, and then he allows himself to be injected by drugs by that corporation, still doesn't know. Now he's just finding out.
A little bit trusting there without, injecting himself. Oh yeah, he'll be fine.
This doesn't feel like Batman is on his game at all. And just the idea too is we just ended up having a very similar thing going on with Ram V in his overly long run with the whole asthma and that's
how many issues was it? 95.
I think it was
went
like
on forever.
750. But again, I know that you have to have something happen so Batman can react to have a story. But boy, it's not that I'm saying that Batman needs a win. He needs a brain. It's like
he does.
None of these
he
things.
He needs to be a detective for a start. He stopped doing that.
I guess he's busy. Right? He's just, I don't get time for that detective work. He's like, just go. Why
he's busy trying to stay young, Jim. Hey, who isn't these days, eh? Come on.
Also, you say that. Where did we ever get the repercussions of him not taking the drug now? I haven't seen him say, my knee hurts again or whatnot. It just, everything in this deal and what Tom Taylor does in my mind is it's all surface level and then gets forgotten to move on to the next thing. The problem
we haven't seen Robin
story,
for a while, have we, Jim? Maybe he's got Robin like chained up and he's secretly injecting Robin's blood.
Well, he's getting his blood now. He's this is great stuff. And so when you're doing this is the thing where that's kind of the thing of why this doesn't hit for me, because it continues a story that fizzled out where he should have already been working on some of these things and he wasn't. So he's there though, and it's kind of cool with the immortal stuff. And there they are at digs at the pyramids, and they're there with all these things. But all this does, basically, it doesn't really give us... We kind of know that these characters are immortal. You could have guessed that already. So it is one of those things that it feels like, and I'll tell you, I've said this before, I think a really bad misplay in a Batman book is to have the reader know more than Batman.
Yeah,
because Batman's supposed to be the world's greatest detective. He's supposed to solve the thing and amaze us with, oh my God, that's great detective work or whatever. But it seems like he's behind us. And it just feels weird with these guys.
What is Elixir's plan, by the way? Is that clear?
I think the plan is just to keep living.
Yeah.
Hey, you better start living or you're going to be dying.
Let's start taking children from Gotham, that's not going to attract the wrong kind of attention, is it? They should have done it in Metropolis or somewhere else.
I mean, why? And that doesn't even feel like what... And then this is the thing that gets me here. Tom Taylor thinks, and I'll ask everybody, does this seem like this is something like, oh my God, these guys, I can't believe it. Where Barbara says, get this, the bad guys that we see here, every time they go somewhere, people die. I'm like,
what?
That's
really?
just standard villain stuff. Now, I think that it is the play of them kind of being vampire type deal, but it's still like, that's not something to me that like really sticks out. I think when the Joker goes anywhere, people die. When Penguin,
any of the villains, yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like it just felt like that wasn't big
Captain
enough.
Condiment Man.
Yeah, it's Captain Condiment. Kite Man's there, people dying. So you end up like again. She goes everywhere they've been correlates with reports of missing people and death, and then Batman's like, stopping others from sharing what they've discovered. All that is to set up that, oh crap, they're going to kill Harvey because
eliminating witnesses. It's like as if that's a new thing,
And there's supposed to be this other. It's just so odd. Like
it's
nothing
weird.
In my
it's
mind,
pretty clunky. This part, yeah,
it is clunky. So they go and there's Bullock and he's getting tortured. Now, are they saying at this point, because the guy ends up taking a thumb or a fingernail off. Now he says you have 8 more. Like, how many, didn't you think that it should be the first one? It's a weird play to just have 8 more.
Yeah, that's the second
what I'm
one.
saying. And he says they don't get any easier. I think it should have been 9. I think that should be the first one, I thought.
Yeah.
Or is it that he's like, whoa, I'm a bad guy, but I don't deal with thumbs. I started thinking it's that he's just like, I ain't gonna mess with your thumbs because that's devil's work. I'll just go with the fingers. It just felt really weird. But you end up where he's like, and then I'll get creative. And this guy ends up being like a Mengele type guy. And he's like, hey, I've lived for all these years, so I'm used to torture. But I'll ask you, but even in a general deal for everybody, is this guy, is Pseudo Blade, are they hitting with anybody? Because they just seem very generic still, because you're not really setting them up very well, right?
Our existence is a secret. Our longevity is down to our ability to stay hidden. Well, you've not been doing a very good job, have you? Even, Harvey Bullock can get photos of you.
And you also end up having like this international organization that's, dealing with rich people and giving this side, like, why are you doing this and how? It just ends up like, but again, I don't know that many people would even know the name of this guy offhand.
No.
It just ends up, you kind of know Elixir as the corporation, but even that is a weird play when he says we're hidden. You're not real hidden, dude. You really aren't. But they also met with Ra's al Ghul. Again, Ra's al Ghul, Lazarus Pits. I'm sure that we'll get Vandal Savage eventually as well because of the idea of immortality. But they're just, what are they
Let's
doing?
call him Gotham's Blade, Jim. How about that? Because he does look just like he's pretty awesome. But I've no idea what his name is.
And I still think that he's a vampire. So I think that it's even going to be even more so like Blade. But all of a sudden, there's a lot of, and this is what gets me by the end too. You end up with Bullock there, right? And all of a sudden, you hear all this, a racket, and Bullock knows it's Batman, and he's like, "Oh man, I'm going to enjoy watching you suffer. This is going to be great. I'm going to get Batman's here," and they're like, "Who is it?" Whatever. Batman comes in. They kind of crash this armored vehicle. Pseudo Blade, Gotham Blade, hands up and says, everybody cease fire. Now, I'm going to point this out. This guy knows that somebody's arrived, right?
Yeah.
He ends up, and you might guess that it's Batman, even if he doesn't know. Why later, by the end, does this guy, this doctor, have to hit a secret alarm? The alarm's already going. They know that somebody's broken into the compound, and they're trying to get Bullock. I don't get why at the end it seems like, oh my God, he hit the silent alarm. Now they know we're here. They know they're here. That right there. He's there going, I'm going to take care of this. Yeah, it doesn't make
any sense, no.
What is happening in this?
He makes a very noisy entrance, doesn't he? Batman and the Penguin, they're not in that truck. They've set it on auto, haven't they? Batman
is as stealthy as the stupid Elixir Corporation has been worldwide.
God.
So all these people, why by the end is it like, oh no, he hit the secret alarm. They know we're
secret
here.
Alarm, yeah. The silent alarm, Jim. It's like, if people didn't hear that attack on that base, there's something wrong with their security.
They react and go out and start firing, and the guy says cease fire because there's nobody there. But you would guess that, okay, there's one thing they have going on in the space, it seems. Bullock. Oh my God, it would be like me and you blowing up the front door of a bank and then end up like and then suddenly we're like, oh no, they hit the secret alarm. Like I think the police might be on their way already. Like that might be already happening, right? You end up where there's some fun with Penguin and Batman, but again, is it fun that makes it like it lessens the story in my mind? Like Penguin's just yucking it up. Where at one point he says, I'm trying to grab onto something that I feel, heterosexual doing. Like he pretty much says, I want to look for the least personal way to board this bat ride.
It's
and
quite
the Batman
funny.
just grabs it.
He just grabs it and swings off.
Right? It's okay, but it just
I was hoping for,
we
do get a little bit later, Jim. I was hoping for a little bit of, like Double Dragon, Batman and Penguin, the final fight together, like taking out all the guards. But Batman, he does it all by himself pretty much.
Yeah, Batman won't even let Penguin have a gun, which
I'm not giving you a gun. He'll shoot me.
He does so well. He does say at one point you can't kill anybody, but then doesn't give him a gun. Penguin's like, oh, and then of course to yuck it up, he hands him an umbrella. I don't even know why that umbrella was there.
I know.
And he hands him the umbrella. And he's
it's
like,
not Manchester, is it? Or London?
It was just odd.
It's Polky Stom.
So Batman, they ended up causing a distraction. They go and he sets one of these, batarangs to go, and it will take the cameras out. It'll end up taking the security out, and that's where you have Penguin say, I'm taking notes, and I know all your gadgets now. And then Batman says, I'll have to adapt. I'm like, all right. I get it, but let's move on. What's the story here?
It's stalling.
What's going on? And so really not much is happening in this issue for them to then go find Bullock. They end up grabbing this guy. This guy sings like a canary in 2 seconds. I mean, the Batman just covers his mouth and he's
Security
like pointing to everybody.
Like pointing straight away.
He's like, actually, he's pointing to the bathroom because he's like, I just shit my pants. I gotta get going. But yeah, Batman, security room. Points right over to it pretty much is the room right next to them. So he goes over and they're like, okay, they're going to try to save Bullock. But
this is quite a good scene. Double page, isn't it? Spread. We see them like come flying in, fighting. Penguin just like swinging his fists as well.
Yeah. Earlier, Penguin said that he like bit somebody's face off, and that's kind of the things that he does now. Tom King went big on that. I didn't love it, but they end up finding Bullock, so they're going to go and save him. In the meantime, like I said, you have this Blade guy outside with the troops, and they're just standing at the overturned vehicle that Batman came flying in and left there. So it's not like they moved or whatever, and then it's like, oh my God, he hit the secret alarm. Like,
I guess it's just basically to say, okay, they know which room he's in now. They're in this room, yeah, but it is very clunky.
The play of it is that Batman and Penguin are in your house, basically, your compound. You should have people, you shouldn't all be outside. You should have people all set up to see where he was anyway. But you do have this guy and then Harvey kind of headbutts him. He ends up, hitting this guy and then says, hey, you don't mess with my city. And then Penguin says, you don't mess with my city. All these things with this elixir. I'm like, I don't even know what they're messing with. I really don't know a lot of why this. I know it would matter, but again, it should have mattered before. But yeah, they're there, and the guy says, "You think I lived 130 years and not know what to do? I hit this secret alarm."
Jim, just before that, what do you reckon to Penguin saying, like, he's basically saying to Batman, you can go, but I will stay and do what needs to be done here.
Yeah, it seemed a little too over the top, too. I mean, they're in this weird country. I don't know. Penguin's like, I got to get home.
He's going to be okay on his own? I don't think so.
Though, and he keeps saying, they mess with my city. I get it, but it's a little over the top. It's a little. That
sounds like something Batman would say, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. He should have said,
city.
Yeah, Batman should have said, your city.
That's my line.
Since when? Like, really? And he's like, well, I always wanted to say that. But yeah, and then Bullock gets his gun. Penguin gets a umbrella, of course, and says, oh, man, I can't protect myself with this. But then at the end, you just have Blade saying, we're going to open fire because Bullock decides to get this Dr. Burton and says, hey, everybody, you're going to let us out or else I'm going to shoot this guy almost like a shield, whatever. And this Blade guy doesn't care. And I'm guessing it's because the guy can maybe take some bullets if he is I'm guessing they're vampires, clear, right? Yeah. And then you have Batman. Oh no, Harvey. Oh, okay.
Cliffhanger.
Yeah, and I don't know. There's not much going on here. It can be fun if you look at it as that, but I've already been annoyed by the story from it fizzling out with this elixir, and I just don't think that elixir is set up as anything.
No.
I think that it's boring. I think it's very ambiguous, not really developed to be. And that also, when you have something that you push as the biggest of oh my God, immortal people, they're worldwide, whatever, and you don't set it up, it just feels like nothing. It just feels, and Batman, again, another thing that he wasn't aware of, doesn't really do any work, needs Bullock's help, needs Barbara's, which is fine.
Penguin's help, even.
Yeah, and so what is he really doing?
It's really vague, isn't it? It's saying it's just a vague, threat. We don't even know what this big threat is. I don't know.
I like Batman's like, I don't like you because you're living too long. I get it. You set up earlier that it was kids, but we don't really know what's happening. All he said was people die wherever they go. And that's what you get. So I just don't think it's very well developed. I'm not really enjoying it. But what would you give it?
It's quite a fun, for like a kind of, like you say, the Midnight Run, the buddy cop movie style. That was all right, but as you say, nothing really happens. It's basically an extraction story, isn't it? Okay, we'll go and rescue Harvey Bullock. They go and get him, and then he gets shot at the end.
Yeah, and then they're going to get shot at the end, and it looks like Bullock's taking some bullets. So,
but I did like the art, Jim. You're right; it's kind of warmed up on me. Just some of the faces were a bit like at times, but no, it is good. The coloring's okay. Yeah, I don't know, 6.5 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm going to go 5.5. I just don't feel like I'm able to even grasp like, oh man, this is cool or that's cool. It's just kind of, again, if you're just kind of waltzing around, you're like, hey, I'll pick up this issue. You might have fun with Penguin and Batman.
I enjoyed some of his lines.
Tone,
Yeah, it's a bit obvious to humor maybe, but I'm a sucker for the obvious, Jim. I thought it was quite funny. Some of the lines from Penguin.
It's just, for me though, it just threw the tone of the story that you've had since the beginning.
Yeah.
Suddenly, it becomes kind of a hey, we're going to yuck it up here, and
let's have a comedy. It's like, as you say, there's no threat. There's no real like feeling of wow, this is really serious. What's going on? It's like I'm not even sure what is going on anymore.
Yeah,
with the villains.
maybe if this was before and Batman, he gets that injection, he actually fakes it, which I thought he was doing, and then he starts doing detective work, and this fight is in Gotham. You might have more stakes. And have it that they're going to save these kids. But in this weird country with nobody around, and the idea of Penguin, Bullock, and Batman just fighting this bunch of randos, it kind of feels like Blade. It just didn't hit for me. It's not hitting. So hopefully it does get better, but we'll move on to the next book, which we'll do really quick. I haven't been talking. I haven't been talking about New Gods for quite some time, and you ended up asking if we could do it. So we'll go through it.
Gorgeous cover, by the way, Jim, first of all.
The art in this is great. I think the art's great. So my score is going to be affected by that. But catching up and kind of going through this, there's been a lot of lore. It's been a lot of New Gods lore. It's a lot of characters. There are a ton of characters in this book, when at the beginning I thought it was very cool that it seemed like it was going to be Mr. Miracle, Orion, and this kid that's a new god, a new god that they seem to think might be the return of Darkseid, or he might end up being the prophecy that he ends up not destroying things but saving it. All these things all rolled up into one. And I think the story's kind of gotten a bit too lost in its own self. And things that I really don't care about become real important. And in the meantime, Mr. Miracle and Orion and this kid are just kind of standing around. They're not really doing
that's the problem with it, isn't it? Yeah, like you say, the beginning was pretty intriguing. It's like, okay, it's a cool start, but do you not feel like there's way too many characters in, especially this issue? It's great to see some of them, but it's like you've lost the main thread of the narrative. You've lost it.
And I said from the very beginning that I rarely give Tom King credit, and I didn't love Mr. Miracle. A lot of people did love his Mr. Miracle, but what he did end up doing is taking New Gods characters that are kind of tough to get into. Like, there are people everybody loves something, right? But the New Gods stuff and, Jack Kirby stuff like Inhumans, all that, they're very tough to get into. So what I thought Tom King did a good job, he made Mr. Miracle, Barda, and that Mr. Miracle series, he made it very approachable, making them more like everyday father, mother, they have a baby, all that stuff was very relatable.
Making it relatable,
this, though, is not very relatable. And Ram V, each issue seems to be slipping away from trying to even be relatable. But what he does in this issue, he tries, in my mind, to grab the headlines and the idea of immigration and that play. And right away, it threw me off. And it also throws me off because, again, it's not quite our world here. These are aliens. They have powers. They are bad. Some of them are real bad. So when you have this play of, hey, these people, they're immigrants or whatever, I get what he's doing. But it was kind of a little eye-rolling and didn't really, it's straight from the, but what is the story now? Because I still want more of that kid. I wanted more of Orion and Mr. Miracle, but they're kind of just lost in the shuffle.
I feel like we don't know anything about that kid apart from, he's got some kind of superpower. That's all we know.
And you have, Apocalypse and New Genesis. You have the people from there. They have to get the hell out and they're refugees and they end up coming to Earth. So that is different, but it's not something that I'm that interested in. But what you end up having then are a bunch of our heroes show up, and the DEO shows up and says, basically, hey, we're taking all these people. They're going to be in detention centers because we don't know who they are. And we've had in the current deal, like recently we had A-Town and Metro, like we've had this sort of thing. We had War World refugees, and that was kind of sorted out. We actually had, if anybody read it, the Blue Beetle deal where you had things with that, with the Reach and stuff like that. And no, not many people did, but you end up having, so now you have this and it just, now it becomes a thing here. And I just was like, I don't know if that's that interesting to me to see Cameron Chase come in and say, hey, Superman, we need these refugees. Superman's like, no, they're under our protection. And then Cameron Chase says at least twice, What are you going to put him on the Watchtower? What are you going to do that? I actually thought he was going to be like, well, screw it. Yeah. We'll put him in, put him in the family
fit in. That's a question. How big is that place?
Yeah, really. And still,
is it like the TARDIS?
You might say it's a security risk, but that place is blowing up all the time anyway. Everybody goes on his trouble. So she just keeps saying that, but the big threat is, we're going to take the, new Genesis. We're going to take them into these detention centers until we can figure things out. And I'm just throwing up my hands and going, all right,
okay,
maybe if you do that, can we get back to Orion and Mr. Miracle? But that kind of, again, that seems to be a done and done thing now that we're moving forward with this. But the big play too is Metron kind of like doing these prophecies, but he's finagling them, and he's kind of like half lying to one person to get this. He seems to be the guy who has the big plan that he's kind of finagling about. But again, it's kind of like a little out of my grasp.
By the way, should I do the credits? Or
you could do the credits.
Go on, I'll do it for a change. We're talking New Gods issue 7, written, of course, by Ram V. It's got 2 artists. The first 3 pages are by Travis Moore, guest artist, and then Evan Kagel, which is fantastic art, Jim. I love it. I love it when he's on the book. Francesco Segala on colours, Tom Napolitano, on letters, Nimit Malavia on the cover, and who's the editor, Jim? The main editors are Ben Mears and Rob Levin.
And your
assistant editor, James Reed.
Yep.
There we go.
So, and I'll say, I mean, again, I don't want to sound like I hate everything. It seems like I do lately, but I don't hate this. I'll tell you, Ram V, what he's doing is pretty good. Like, he actually does, but it's just, it ends up being something that I'm not, he's focusing on the things that I'm not interested in. So by the end, this is what I said even when me and Eric were doing this. And now you forced me into this nonsense. I said that at that point, it's just not what I want. And I said at one point, if I wanted New Gods, if I wanted New Gods lore, there's a lot out there that I've never really checked into.
Go back to the classic stuff, to the Kirby stuff.
I don't really like it. It ends up being too many characters, too kind of spaced out, too cosmic.
I've got a volume, I've got a collected one, of Jack Kirby's New Gods, and it looks gorgeous, but it's not easy to read. He wasn't, don't want to offend people, but he wasn't the greatest writer. He was a brilliant artist.
That's what Eric would say all the time. Eric doesn't even like his art. He would go on and on
really?
to people. Oh yeah, he's like.
I got into it as I got older. That was weird. I didn't like it when I was young. Yeah. And Jim, it's the Black Smoke Rising Part 1, by the way. So Part 1, here we go. How many parts is this going to be? That's the question.
I guess that's the thing. I think it only goes to like issue 10 or 12.
Okay.
But it's supposed to be a big book, and it seems like it will be one of the ones that tie into the big event coming October way with Darkseid.
I've got to say as well, I did enjoy this one a lot more than the last one. The last couple, actually. This it feels quite
like
big.
Like I said, I feel like I'm bitching and moaning about it too much because it's not bad.
No,
and
it isn't.
It's starting to show like an overall story. It's just that
have we lost, the main story? That's what we're worried about, isn't it?
I really like that, but
that
kind of continues where I think it's now going to be Orion and Mr. Miracle protecting him.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, you end up having this Dio stuff, and I just think that it kind of gets lost in all this. Cameron shows up and it's like, hey, Superman, we're going to take these people. And no, we're not. Orion's flipping out. He wants, again, you have to say to Orion, listen, you attack these people, then they're definitely taking you. But he kind of doesn't listen.
Don't you point your weapons at my people.
Most people have said this, and I fully agree. At points, Cameron Chase says, hey, the DO works with a wide range of international partners, and we have jurisdiction here. Unless you're taking all these people to the Watchtower, we're going to have to do something. And there's Hal. It's like, she's right, I think that she's right. We follow rules. I'm a rule follower. I am. And I think that she's right. And he's so off. He is so off. He says.
I don't know the character that well, but I was like, this is not the Hal Jordan I briefly read, in my experience.
Hal is
he
guy
like, what do you call it?
He
towing the line?
Follow rules?
No.
Like, Hal's the guy who, he's saying this about the deal. When does he ever follow the rules of the Green Lantern? Ola and the Guardians were always like, he never follows rules. He never says, especially when it comes to people, maybe in harm's way or whatever. He's never going to follow him. So he's
surely not.
She's
and
right.
Green Arrow disses him, man. Green Arrow's like, all these years, Lantern, and you're still like the taste of leather.
Yeah, and I'm like,
where's
really?
this from?
Yeah, what is this? Like Ram V, I don't
What's
know
Ram V
that
been
he
reading?
gets this. Because in the meantime, John Stewart, a military guy, would follow orders, but when you have this, it's weird. I think that what Ramsey
steps
wants
up.
to do, he wants John to do this deal, and so he wants to make it bigger by having Hal agree with that. But it's not them. It ends up feeling weird. John even feels a little weird, but I get it. He's going to do the right thing. What it should have been, in my mind, is that Hal, who always goes like, he doesn't think things through.
No.
John would. So Hal starts doing something crazy. And then John pulls him back and says, listen, buddy, I'm with you, but we got to do it this way. And then you get them both where you're like, yeah, this
working
is cool.
together,
this is good.
building like a city.
In the meantime, Hal Jordan's saying, she's right. I hate to say it, but there is a line, Soups. I'm like, what? It was so
Soups?
off. Yeah, it was so.
Sits around and slaps him.
It was just
into
so
orbit.
off, though. It was so off with how he's doing this. And then they're like, okay, we're going to take these people. But again, you end up where Superman is all like, oh, woe is me. What are we going to do?
I can't
and that's
break the
when
rules.
Orion says, screw this. I'm going to break these things. And then even then should be like, there's where you don't really have a pot to piss in now that Orion attacked, but they still seem to.
Great art, Jim. Those 3 panels when Orion attacks. Isn't it awesome? Mr. Miracle steps in. I love that. So cool.
So then Hal stops Orion, says, sorry, pal, but you'll thank me later for not letting you start a war. I mean, that's fine, but again, doesn't feel like Hal. It just didn't feel like Hal at all. And there's some wackadoo that's on the League of Comic Book Geeks that you said that was like their review was, man, somebody get Ram V on the Green Lantern books because Ram V gets it more than Jeremy Adams. I'm like, really? Because you are so wrong. This, you know what it reminds me of?
Unbelievable take.
I'll tell you what it reminds me of. It reminds me of the people who are going on and on about how Ryan North over at Marvel, oh my, he really gets the thing. I'm like, no, he doesn't. He's getting it completely wrong. And so this felt just wrong. Then John Stewart, it should have been the idea that Hal is so off his right, like doing all, and John has to step in to save Hal, but then go with the idea we're going to save these people. But instead, John's like, well, I'm not going to follow these rules. I'm going to make this construct deal. I'm like, I don't know if this is going to work. The idea you're just making a
even talking about these
deal.
rules for a minute, Jim, like how would it even work? It's like how can you process these basically godlike beings? I don't know.
Again, that's why
is it like
I think
talking about the modern the whole immigration play.
Well, that's
at the
why
moment.
I think it doesn't work because they're aliens with powers. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't. It's apples to oranges. It just does not work. But there's Superman just looks like he's defeated. He's there.
So depressed, doesn't he?
Look at him. He's like, oh,
he's giving up.
I'll even say that the minute that he feels like he can't do anything, he even looks skinny. Like, doesn't he? He looks like he's like not even strong anymore. He's like, oh, woe is me. Look at this Cameron Chase. She's big, the new bitch on campus. I do like Cameron Chase though. But in the meantime, John says, I'm going to make a construct. Refugees are welcome. Hopefully, everybody likes the color green. Also, you would think that Hal should step in again and say, yeah, I kind of like remade Coast City. It doesn't work. And by the way, this Ellie thing that you made, that's full of crap too. But
I was like, what are you doing, John? What are you thinking? He's getting really angry with him, which again, it just doesn't feel right, does it?
No, it doesn't
Surely
feel
he'd be
right
helping
at
John.
all. And he's just like, man, we got to follow the rules. What are you doing? I'm like, when did you start being this guy? But yeah. And then John kind of says, I say, I have to save people and whatnot. I'm saying it not just as a lantern, but as a soldier. That's fine. But you end up where Hal is Hal's just like, Hal might be stepping out on Carol because I swear to God, all he's doing is gunning for a date with Cameron Chase. He's next to her the whole issue. He's like standing with her like, hey, you hear me? I was really down with you and whatnot. Maybe he's gunning for a job.
What's your number?
Yeah, it's just weird. But then we go off elsewhere, not far from the landing site. We get Miss Martian.
Terrific. And yeah, Jim, I don't know much about the character. Miss Martian, is she the same race as John Johns?
She's just the same deal with the Martian deal. So
pretty
you
cool.
end up having her there. And Mr. Terrific, I love the idea where they're now going to do detective work. Not quite. I love the idea. They're like, hey, I think that a ship landed here. And they wanted to go unnoticed. I'm like, they did not do a good job of it.
You think? There's a huge crater.
There's a huge crater. Like, I think that there might have been a ship here. And then they find some things. And again, it is the idea of the bad, apocalyptians with Desaad And
what is it they
Granny
find? Like, is it like a
Goodness and
remnant
things
of
like that.
a shirt or a
Yeah, it
flag
looks like
or
the
a
shirt
helmet or something?
I'm
It's
telling
hard
you,
to see.
half of the stuff in this is just there's too many characters. There's too many things going on. But it is that play again where Metron is playing both sides. They end up
of course he
giving
is.
them crap, and you have Max Lord, all these things
We
going
jump
on.
again here, don't we, to industrial warehousing outside, where is it? Bengaluru.
Bengaluru.
You know, Jim, remember?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I love Bengaluru. It's a great place
I'm going for my vacation.
It's a great place to visit, but you don't want to live there. You end up where they're going to end up trying to get that kid. That's the big part.
That's what they're after.
They're going after the kid. And Granny's there.
Bit of granny goodness.
Granny loves doing shit like that. So you have to stop talking crap. And again, Metron's playing this game where he's kind of playing both sides, things like that. And then you just go to Highfather again, where he's like, hey, just call me my name. And then you see Orion freak out because he finds out that Shadowfall had died.
What the hell happens to Orion's face, Jim, on that last panel there?
He actually doesn't look human.
Is that what he actually looks like?
He forces himself to. So
that's
he's
incredible.
Letting it go.
It's great art, but it really freaked me out.
Oh, yeah. And so he's, really freaking out about the idea that Shadowfall died. So this kid then comes in, and this is my favorite part of the issue. This is the part.
Yeah, this is really good.
I think that it keeps me going with it because I want more of this kid. I want to see what's going on. And he comes over. And I love when he's just him and Orion are sitting there together and they're sitting the same way. It looks so cute. But he ends up saying, Mr. Orion, I'm sorry I hurt you before. I didn't mean it. And I want to ask, are you okay? And it shows that this kid might be more of a healer than a destroyer the way that they're playing. And then ends up saying, but heroes are not made in peace and comfort. This child must be forged in the heat of conflict for all that's to come. So they end up where it's a sad play that this kid might end up. Obviously, they're going to try to grab him. They're going to try to manipulate him.
They're going to use him for nefarious means, aren't they?
Kind of think it's dark side kind of deal return, but this kid
uses
seems
powers
to be a little
for
different.
darkness, Jim.
Yeah, and so you have that whole prophecy of the idea is like, oh, he'll be the one that brings it all together. But is that in war or is that, destruction, or is he a healer? And I think that it's more of the idea that Apocalypse and New Genesis can finally come together in a way. But then at the end, you have Cameron Chase. She goes off and she's talking, and then you end up having the Forever People character who ends up, and I'm like, oh, God. And I'm telling you, I ended up reviewing the Forever People book that was in the New 52 into the DCYOU that Dan Didio did. It's just the same nonsense. It's Jack Kirby nonsense that is just hard to follow.
You told me it's a guy called Seraphan.
Yeah,
Seraphan, the youngest member of the Forever People. He doesn't have any superpowers of his own. He possesses a collection of cosmic cartridges that he can use to effect numerous purposes.
And legit looks like Crocodile Dundee.
It does. That's why I like him, Jim. One of my favorite movies.
I don't know if you saw it. He says, you want a shrimp on a Barbie? And then says, that's not a knife. I think he said that. That would be funny. Right? But in the end, he ends up hitting a guy, and it kind of turns him into a walkie-talkie type deal. He kind of goes into it. But isn't that crazy? When
you don't even see a bullet, but he just goes bang. This guard, whoever he is, he completely morphs into, I don't know what. It's like he's been sucked into a black hole or something.
And so, you have the Forever People involved. It makes sense because it is the New God stuff. But it, again, a lot of the stuff in this, it just isn't my thing. But I do like the kid. I do like Orion. I think that the panels, what little we get of Mr. Miracle, look great. Yeah. And I'm interested in that. I'm not really interested. Yeah, Hal was terrible.
It was like...
I'm not interested at the point of, oh my God, what are these apocalypse? I guess the concept of them having to leave and being war refugees is kind of interesting because I've never seen it. But it just ends up like it's not something that I'm that interested in. And I wish that this book was more relatable with the couple characters, then expand. All of a sudden, it went from, in my mind, Mr. Miracle and Orion Bar to that sort of thing. And then suddenly, without even like realizing, boom, you got hit with lore. And then it's just, I guess it's New Gods, but it just seems like it's a little bit more inaccessible for me. But we got back to it. I don't want to, bitch and moan too much because, again, there's probably people who really like it. But to remind people, I think Resurrection Man is one of the best books at DC right now. So this isn't just a Ram V thing. I think it's more of a, fourth world, new
That was
Gods
such a
thing.
surprise. Well, it is such a surprise, isn't it? I'm loving it too.
Yeah, I love it.
Resurrection Man.
And again,
it's really
Resurrection Man normally wouldn't be my thing because I don't even, what the hell is my thing anymore? I don't even know, but I don't like dark characters. I don't like the magic stuff.
Animal
but
Man.
yet, but yet you have Resurrection Man and it's a personal story. I guess that's what I need more now. I need more personal stories that I can relate to a bit more to get into characters that I normally wouldn't be into. And this just has become, it's not a mess.
It's good.
It's well done.
Crammed though, Jim. It feels too crammed with characters and story. It's moving around all over the place, isn't it? Especially towards the end of this issue.
And he did say, and a lot of people ended up saying when it was announced. Now, I thought it might be a marketing ploy that this is a big book. This is going to deal with stuff and it's going to lead. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe there's too much that needs to be set up in this. But again, some people will probably be, again, me and you get yelled at all the time about stuff. So they'll be like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think it's crammed at all. But I kind of do. And it's stuff that, again, I'm not that interested in, but I do think the book is pretty good besides that, or even in spite of it. So hopefully it can kind of get back to me liking it. Now, again, I did read 3 issues in one sitting, and it did take me a bit. It did kind of grind my gears.
God, that last issue, the previous one, that was a bit, it looks gorgeous, but it was heavy work. It was hard going for me, issue 6.
So maybe it'll work out. Maybe it'll work out for people.
I hope so.
Yeah, so with that, again, I love where a lot of people, and I saw on the League of Comic Book Geeks, where people are like, oh, it's great. It's a jumping on point for new readers for the Fourth World stuff and the Jack Kirby New Gods. I don't want to jump on it. That's nothing that I ever wanted to jump on.
Issue 7.
So that's the thing. And like the idea, though, is like, I don't need a backdoor entry into the Fourth World stuff because I don't care. Yeah, really. Maybe I would. Maybe if Seraphin comes out looking like that, freaking, he could hit me with the cartridge any day. But
with his
what
rhythm
would you give
it? I say I did enjoy it. I do like it. I love the art, especially Evan Cagle's style. It does feel a little bit too crammed, though. It's like there's almost too much going on. It's lost the main part of the story, which should be the focus, which is the young boy. That relationship, as you were saying, with Orion and stuff. But yeah, $3.99 as well. It's one of the only DC books at $3.99, so it's definitely worth it. I'm going to go 7.5.
I'm still all that bitching and moaning. Again, I recognize that it's good, and I did like a bunch of it. Some of it just threw me the wrong way, especially Hal. But I'm still a 7. I'm a 7 now. Last issue, I probably would have been a 5.
Yeah,
it was tough. And even the issue before that would probably have been like a 5.55. I think that maybe this issue is, you're getting a little bit more information. You have people
after the last 2 issues, especially the last issue, all the lore, it was really lore heavy. So at least with this, you get more characters, but maybe too many. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm hoping that this issue is the springboard to some fun stuff and dealing more with the kid. So hopefully that is the case. But that is it for me and you. That is the first section of books. I believe we did make it pretty quick. And before we go, let everybody know where they could find you.
Okay, you can find me in Japan. I'm over here. Come and visit. Come and
usually
say hi.
Like waltzing around the beach. He's always looking
cycling
at the ocean.
Cycling to the beach and back, sipping a beer, Jim, watching the sunset. So romantic, right?
By yourself, right?
By myself as usual. You can find me at the Wakizashi's Tea House, a crazy channel name. I'm trying to get to 3,000 subs by the next 4 years. I'm celebrating 4 years, Jim. 4 years on YouTube.
Yeah, you're doing this 4-year celebration. I might join you for the 4-year celebration.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'll just take it over and yell about stuff. That's what I do. Yeah, and also, if you want to see Gray, he also does some reviews on both of our Marvel and DC sites.
I do. I've been slipping, though, unfortunately, with the DC side.
Me and Gray also do a bunch of podcasts on our Patreon at patreon.com/weirdscience, where we do things that we really like. We just we finished the Animal Man, Grant Morrison Animal Man run.
We did.
We'll probably be
earlier
going back
today.
We'll probably be going back to the Invisibles because we end up having a Grant Morrison podcast. So we'll be jumping between Doom Patrol and the Invisibles at the moment. But we also do a Usagi Yojimbo podcast that me and you both love. It's one of those where that is probably like tens every time. If
you want to hear a really positive Jim, it's true. It does exist.
Yeah, I'm telling you, recently
check out Usagi Yojimbo.
I haven't been in a great mood, and it's starting to rub off on everything that I do. Everything. But I don't know. I kind of like this. I just don't love the Fourth World. It feels like, I remember people giving me crap when we first did think it was like the second or third issue of this New Gods. And I just kept saying to Eric, it's just not for me. I just kept saying, but
I remember. Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Basically, I don't know what else to say overall because I think it's good, but I'm still bored because of the material. It's not just Randy, it's that in general. So I don't want to sound too...
You enjoy it more, don't you? Like an issue like this where it is definitely character focused. I think it's much better when he's doing that. Like you say he does in Resurrection Man. The character focus is great.
Good. Yeah, I really like that.
But with New Gods, you can't help the lore, can you, Jim? It's going to come into it.
I wasn't even thinking. Me and Stork, who we're probably going to go off to me and Stork talking the first appearance of Krypto, we're doing the Many Deaths of Layla Starr. I ran book for our book of the month, and I love that as well. That's awesome. So, yeah, it's just, but again, of kind of a, like a personal, very focused story. This just seems like it's all over the place, but it's still pretty good. Still good besides that. So if he can
not
narrow
DC,
it
Jim,
down,
just a shout out briefly. I do recommend Ram These Savage Shores, it's called. It's a historical set vampire story set in India with the kind of British Empire and all that. It's really good and it looks glorious.
Is that new?
I can't remember the artist off the top of my head.
Is it brand new? Or
double check now. No, it's quite a few years old now.
Oh, really? I might check that out. That sounds pretty cool.
It's a bit wordy though, Jim. I've got to warn you there.
Well, there you go. Everybody knows how much I love words.
2019. The artist is Sumit Kumar. Yeah,
okay,
he's
Sumit
awesome.
Kumar is like the artist that does a lot of stuff with him. So
they've worked together before. Yeah.
Yep. So with that though, we're going to let you go. We'll probably go off. I already said it. I'll probably then have us go off to me and Stork talking.
Beam you up to Stork.
Yeah, it's the first appearance of Krypto. Hello, and welcome to this week's Retro Comic Book of the Week, part of the podcast. Almost said show. I'm here with my man Stork. What up, Stork?
What up, Jim?
What is up? Is you're a Star Trek geek, and here we go. We're going to be talking about the super dog from Krypton. I don't know if you know that that's Krypto. I just wanted to let you know ahead of time so that you knew that in an issue that came out March of 1955 in Adventure Comics number 210. It is written by Otto Binder, pencils by Kurt Swan, inks by Seymour Barry, edited by Mort Weisinger. That's for Yay. I know that he's waiting to hear Brittany Holzer.
Right into Mort.
Went in the deal and went in a time machine to ruin everything. But it is the issue that if you do want to read it, you can pick up the facsimile issue this week. Also timely because the new Krypto book from Ryan North came out this week. So we had talked about the idea of doing the facsimile stuff when it does come out. It's just they're always putting out wacky things. But this was good. This is okay. It's not as funny, laugh out loud as some of the other things we have done. But Superboy, it comes off as not the greatest of pet owners.
He's a bit of a jerk and kind of a dummy, too.
He is a bit of a dummy. He is a jerk, and he longs for a dog until he gets one. And then he realizes, golly
responsibility,
gee.
Just like any kid.
Yeah, at least he feeds or watches Krypto eat a meal of a gun and doesn't do anything about it. So you end up, I thought he was going to say, oh my God, Krypto, what is your name? Krypto Cobain? Oh my goodness. That would have been ahead of time. Yeah, it would have been way too soon or way too early. You do end up with the first page, Superboy, The Adventures of Superman, when he was a boy. I always loved that. No crap.
Really like,
in the title, oh my goodness. And Krypto is grabbing what seems to be one of the only cars that is drawn throughout. You see this
it's the car that baby or the Superman lifts up, the famous picture. Yeah.
It's always, now, nobody's in the car. I guess the gangsters were already eaten by Krypto, but he's there. He's gathering that up. Also, you have Superboy with a giant cog or a wheel. It's very odd.
A tractor tire or something and an oil derrick.
I don't know what Krypto's doing. But he says, Krypto, you'll simply have to stop fetching me all these gifts. I'll pat you on the head anyhow. What a nice boy. But it says bullets bounce from him. He has super strength and super speed. He flies through the air. Who? Superboy? Not at all. Yet who else on Earth can have such superpowers? The boy of steel finds out in the blend of super joy and super dismay when he meets the super dog from Krypton. So you end up knowing eventually in this that Superboy Clark, he really wanted a dog. He really wanted a pet. And Mom and Pa Kent said no dice is what they ended up saying, I guess, unless he just kept his hopes and dreams to himself. So you end up starting off where the dog catcher, which makes me laugh. Like, what happened? When do you think dog catchers stopped being a thing? The 70s, maybe?
No,
because I've never seen a dog catcher in my life. Have you?
No, never. Just on TV.
Well, that and I mean, I probably would say that my one roommate in college might have been one, but that would be hateful. He would go out very late and get drunk. But you end up where a dog catcher, and then I start thinking, like, why did you need it? Like, well, what happened that would just make it so we don't need one now?
Dogs roaming the streets everywhere, especially in small towns, it seems.
And why would that be something? I guess did people just smarten up and take more responsibility? It's very odd.
Bob Barker came along and taught us all a little bit.
Well, that is true. Well, the cats are all spayed and neutered. We know that. And also he gets handsy with the beauties. But you end up where this guy is loading up the dogs, but Krypto is just like jumping in. And I like that the guy has that like noose catcher deal. But Krypto just jumps in and then jumps the hell out and rips the side of this van. Krypto causes a lot of damage in this, but he doesn't know better. He's a good boy. But yeah, you end up, I like that this dog catcher, the dog is ripping the side of his dog catcher van or whatever
he doesn't turn around to look. He's just like, hey, folks, what do you think that sound was?
And he says, what's that? Sounds like someone dropped a boulder on my truck. Well, take a look.
Yes.
I mean, he never really responds that much to it. The guy's ancient, too. I think at this point, kids are reading like, I've never seen a dog catcher either. But Superboy then sees this. He has his costume underneath his clothes. He reveals that. And there's a lot of, now I'm here to take my clothes off and have my outfit. And he goes and gathers up the dogs, not very gingerly.
No, he's grabbing them by the scruff of the back. Oh, my God,
the one looks like it hasn't eaten in years.
Yeah,
like
you know where they're taking these dogs, too, right, Superboy?
Yeah, the glue factory. That's what I said. Poor St. Bernard. Like, these dogs actually.
Me, Superboy.
What happened in Smallville that there's this many dogs there? You have like a bulldog in there. They all look sad as hell.
I think the Ken's from a puppy mill, Jim. That's what I'm going with.
That might be. That's why he's not allowed to have a puppy, because you name them, you keep them. And they're like, no, these are our work.
This is our money-making racket.
Yeah. So
you think this general store makes anything?
Yeah, look at that general store, too. It keeps getting robbed.
Yes, that's why they need the puppy mill.
Why are there gangsters robbing a grocery store? It's just a small deal. What do they want to steal? Some penny candy? I like it. It's like, hand over all your dough. He's like handing him bread. He's like, what are you, an idiot? You end up where Superboy then has to fix the side of this van, which now even looks like wood suddenly, but all he does is get 2x4s, it says, with some old boards and nails from a nearby junkyard. This guy's probably like, I don't need you to fix this van, like, you jerk. But he does, and he pounds the nails in with his hands. He does a lot of repairs this issue, but none of them seem like they should work. Like, he's just doing it.
Especially and then the plane. I'm a little worried about the plane.
Oh, my God, that plane is... Didn't you think we're going to actually see some, like, heat vision? That he welds shit by just pressing it together. People are dying. But, yeah, he ends up going, here, I got these, these boards from a junkyard, and I made a fix of this hole. And then how did this happen? Who made the hole? And the guy's like, it's me there, Superboy. There's one dog still missing. He's got his tally going. A funny-looking pooch, all right, but never mind. I'll find him later. I'm like, what a jerk. And a funny-looking pooch, it just looks like a white dog. But, yeah, so he's like, and then Clark, he's back in his outfit. He's like, I don't know what happened. He's not paying attention to it. That freaking store is getting robbed. As he's there, he's like, I don't know. My super speed roundup should have gotten that dog. I don't understand what's going on. In the meantime, there's guns drawn on Bob. He's just sitting there.
Clark, help over here.
I swear to God, like, there's just people milling about the general store. And this gangster comes in with a gun. Hand over all your dough.
Buying a jug to blow into, I assume.
Look at that guy.
For his band.
The other guy's like, somebody get a washboard. We got a hoedown going on here. Yeah, Clark is, I don't even know what he's doing. Also, do you think that behind there is like all the drugs, that he's like a drugstore as well?
Cigarettes and porn.
Yeah, might be that. At those days, you didn't have to put it in brown paper bags either. You displayed it proudly. He's like, oh my goodness. I just don't know how much money he'd even have at the Kent's General Store that is selling fast-drying paint.
Well, maybe he's selling chicken, too. He looks like the Colonel.
That is true. So they go out, these gangsters. What do they do? Like, there's probably 10 people in town. They're probably like, hey there, Johnny, it's Pete Ross. It's like, Pete, stop it. You don't have to be a gangster. Hey, I'm not Pete. Saying, are they just going to go to the next town? They're a band of roaming idiots. But, that fast-drying paint I thought was going to have something to do with it. I thought that they were going to get paint on them. Like it was a Three Stooges deal. But these guys then, they're like, oh, no, that dog.
Hey, there's a dog. Let's shoot it. Like, don't you have more pressing matters here?
Yeah, get out. They're like, leave. Even though everybody in that store seems to just be fine with it getting robbed. Like, nobody seems that upset. But, let's shoot the dog. And like, poor little Pooch, he doesn't stand a chance.
Thank you, innocent bystander. I assume he gets hit by a ricochet in a minute.
It looks like that guy just is going to get some fast-drying paint. He's like, screw this. Yeah, he's dead. I like then that. Also, in the Superboy doesn't react of, oh, God, they stole the money from my pa's general store. He hears gunplay and goes out and goes, oh, my God, look at that dog. A roaming dog. The bullets are bouncing off him, but they don't know that because they're like, I can't hit their dog. See, I got some bad aim. And they're bouncing off, but they don't see. I better block it with my hand because they're ricocheting all over the place. You do see a cop finally showing off as these guys are just guns a-blazing in downtown Smallville. And, he ends up deflecting a bullet that knocks the gun out of one of the guy's hands. And then he says, well, the police rounded those guys up. I think there might be a death. And then he goes to find the dog, who's Krypto, and Krypto's eating a gun. I'm like, it's not that bad, boy. You don't have to end here in the alley. He's like, I better know.
He sees his future when he was in that truck.
Yeah, he's like, oh my God. He's so miserable about all of his friends being taken. So then they're in the alley. So Clark's like, I'm going to turn into the Superboy. Just leaves his clothes. It's going to be going through. It's like, why is there a boy's clothes just laying in the alley? It's like, what's his Jay in the freaking
the boiler
shirtless in the boiler room? And he's like, oh my God, his meal done. Like, he didn't even stop him from eating that gun. I thought he was going to shit bullets. Krypto runs away and he's like running towards a wall. And Superboy says, oh, well, I'll get him. Luckily, he can't fly. And then I like where
our snarky narrator.
Oh, yeah, the narrator. I love snarky narrators. That's what they need to bring back. The thought bubbles, whatever. Snarky narration is where it's at with like, what did you say, Superboy? And Krypto leaps up and he's flying. And Superboy goes, that's that too? Gosh, there's only one name for him, Super Dog. And how will I catch him? The faster I go, the more he speeds up.
Just like chasing any dog.
Yeah,
trust me.
Thus begins the idea of, oh my God, it's so great to have a dog that ends in just misery. Like he realizes it's so quick because Krypto then starts going. And really, if you want to get some panels out of context, you have him like, now he stopped to play with me. He acts as if he knows me. Please, doggy, enough of that super licking. Like, oh my goodness. So they're flying around. He's getting licked. So then he just says, I wonder if he has X-ray vision. Well, I see a bone laying around. That's another thing. How many bones have you walked across? Like the idea that Smallville has, like, I think that it's built on
it's on a
graveyard. They do. I think it's an Indian burial ground. They moved the tombstones,
but they didn't move the bodies.
I'm telling you, I don't think they did. Krypto sees the bone as well, which is big. I'm telling you,
that's a femur.
Yeah, exactly. So he goes down and ends up grabbing the bone. He's like, oh, golly gee. He does see it. Oh, my. And then he takes off again. And so Superboy follows him and leads him. He leads him to his rocket that just ended up crashing on Earth and says, oh, the spaceship crashed here just recently. It probably brought him to Earth, but from what other world? Wait, there's a written. Why did Jor-El write this?
Well, also, he's been questioning, like, wow, this dog, he has all my abilities. Where could he come from? This is crazy. Well, maybe he's from Krypton, you idiot.
He just doesn't get it. He's like, he really doesn't question enough of why this dog is flying and X-ray vision. So, I mean, there's, what's it called? Krypto. He's like, how was the ride? Rough. Oh, my God, he could talk. But he ends up where this was played out. Now, things will obviously change because at one point they had to say why Superman is the last son of Krypton, because wouldn't there have been space travel? Wouldn't there have been people because they were so scientific? Well, you get later that they banned space travel. Everybody had it shut down. In the meantime, at this point, everybody's flying around. And you end up having Jor-El, who at a point they were testing rockets and he put monkeys.
This actually makes sense. I like this explanation.
But I don't know why Jor-El wrote a letter, because he isn't really doing anything.
If you find my dog, please send him back to my address. It's we're on this one street floating in space.
If you found him, like my brother might be on a place with like lead line shit and whatever, but you end up where he's doing this and they're trying to get space travel. That ties into Jor-El.
Do we get Super Chimp, Kim?
Yeah,
I kind of want that.
We do have Super Chimp.
Okay.
So, yeah, maybe it is from him. This chimp, while it's not real detailed, I think he's like, what the hell is going on here? But in the meantime, there's the letter. And it's like, why? It's in the language of Krypton. He still doesn't get it. The world of my birth. Yeah. It tells how many years ago, before Krypton blew up, scientists experimented with rockets hoping to achieve a workable spaceship. Like, why? What is this? Dear Diary. Yeah, that Krypton. But like, he's just doing things, but yet there's a letter just to have him know what's happening. So you end up, meanwhile, in the home of one particular scientist, and you get Jor-El with this cool-ass headband. And there's Laura, who, of course, even on Krypton, just looks like a housewife who better get the cleaning and cooking done. Later on, they'll make her look like a scientist as well. Not here. She just looks like Lois Lane. So it's like, our planet may blow up at any moment. Time is too short to seek more test animals. I'm sorry, but I must use Krypto now. It's an emergency. But what is he saying? Why is he writing a letter?
You might as well send your baby right now.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, how is he going to know that this is a success? Yeah. It ends up going, like, is it going to come back? I don't think so. It did get hit by a meteor, right?
If it's not a success, you're still going to send your baby in a rocket.
Yeah, that's the thing. So you end up, and of course you have to have Laura go, our baby loves his pet puppy so much, but I understand, dear. And you have Super Baby crying and whining like he does in this issue. But he ends up where, and during the time, Super Puppy grew into a super dog before finally reaching the Earth. And that's where you end up where I love Superboy. There's the dim light bulb goes on where he goes, wait a minute. This was signed by Jor-El, my father. Oh, my goodness. I was waiting for him to say, I wonder who that baby was. But he says, it must be that Super Baby. And the pup Krypto was I love that the letter actually ends up where it's a Homer Simpson, where this conversation that they were having must be in the letter, because they say about the name in this. It's like, and then my bitch ass wife ended up bitching and moaning about the Super Baby. Like, I'm sick of this kid. But
says, meanwhile, in the home of one particular scientist, that's Jor-El's writing. Yeah. He's calling himself one particular
He's Ricky Henderson. He's talking about himself in the third person. Oh, that scientist pretty sexy. Yeah.
He looked pretty hot in his headband, I got to tell you.
He's like, he had the headband. I don't know. Some people say his wife was hot, but I think he could have done better. But yeah, so he's like, I must be the Super Baby. So this must be my dog. Oh, my God. I really wanted a dog with all the other lads having one, and I wasn't allowed. I'm like, really?
Yeah. Why couldn't he just have a regular Earth dog?
Yeah. He says, oh, boy, now I've got a pet just like the other fellows. What fun it'll be with my own special dog. Whee! And then goes in the air. Him and Krypto are flying. Krypto with a weird flying deal. I kind of just want him to fly like
Yeah,
Superboy,
it's like
right?
he's running in air.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. So he ends up in Krypto, not a good boy.
No.
And what is up with this steel-plated plane? What is this, the Spruce Goose? It's flying.
They're flying over to Korea or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
what is this deal? Like, really, it's crazy where Krypto goes and just completely chomps off a wing, rips a big part of the wing. And there's Superboy. Stop, Krypto. The plane is in
Bad
danger now.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, and then they're wrestling with this wing as the plane, I swear to God, is going, and little did we
Plummeting
know.
to Earth.
R.I.P. Leonard Skinner. Like, so it's way before that. Buddy Holly's like,
Yes.
what's going on, Big Bopper? It's turbulence are really bad. They're like, hey, shut your mouth. He's like, hello, baby. It's going down. Finally, he grabs the wing. I like it where, it looks like he might have smacked Krypto, too, the way he goes off with his tail between his legs, but he goes off. And then you end up
he does his super ventriloquism. And he's a cat.
Yeah.
Call. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
There's so many super things in this. It started to drive me crazy.
I do like what the super ventriloquism is. Meow. And Krypto, not so smart either. A boy and his dog, the tale of two dummies.
Luckily, they had cats on Krypton, too.
That was great. They had monkeys. We get that.
Yeah.
And hot scientists who like to talk about themselves in the third person. But he goes then, I thought, okay, when we do these, we're not so sure what abilities he has or what they've introduced yet, but I'm waiting for, he's like, I got to weld this together. I'm like, okay, I get it. Now he just presses it together real quick and says, okay, that's done.
A little
Just
super
him pressing
pressure.
it together and then says, I'm glad that the pilot was okay. The poor pilot up
And
there.
he's crapped his pants.
Oh my God, crapped his pants. And then he finally got used to it. It's like, I think I got used to this deal with this. Oh no. And now it's back dead. R.I.P. Richie Valens. But you end up where then Superboy comes down and grabs Krypto like an asshole again.
Yeah.
He just grabs him by the scruff. And then I thought, did you think that this was some gremlin statue? It's like a piece of rock, but it looked weird.
Later in a secluded area, he's building a super doghouse out of just stone that luckily they found triangular pieces of stone too. I don't know. It's bizarre. Why can't you just take him home?
They're going to start just playing Stonehenge. And then you end up where Superboy goes, don't bring me pebbles next. Krypto has a big boulder in his mouth, and he makes this deal, then puts a chain on him with a stump and says, well, he could probably get away, but hopefully he won't. Also, who did he kill?
Yeah, the people I couldn't save, I keep their bones, and here they are, Krypto.
I see it right now. Big Bopper. There's Buddy Holly. That's what he did. It's the plane that went down. So then he says, like, he's chained up Krypto so bad and says, I forged him a collar and chain. Of course, he could snap them easily, but those old bones, why do you have to chain him then?
Yeah.
You don't have to chain him. Then he's like, oh man, he stinks, so I'm going to give him a bath in molten lava.
Scrub him with barbed wire. I'm like, you wouldn't do this to yourself, though, Superboy, would you?
Yeah, does he take a bath scrubbing himself with barbed wire in a molten lava pit? Where did he go to get to a molten lava pit? And also, it looks like he's still just like, oh, back there. Beware of Superdog. He puts a sign up. And Krypto just looks sad. He just looks really, really sad. But Superboy does not give two shits. He ends up in school, and he's like, school's over. Now I visit Krypto. I'll have a romp with him every day. But in the meantime, Krypto's like, bullshit on this. I do like that he's walking by the barber shop, too, for some odd reason. It'd be funny if that was getting robbed. Same guys. Oh, no. So he ends up
comes
where...
out, Clark?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So he ends up going, and then Krypto just walks up. He's in the middle of downtown, right next to the store, the general store I see as well. Though now it has groceries in the deal. I would guess there's no competing general store. It's such a small deal, but who knows? Maybe you got to take care of them.
Maybe that's who sent the gangsters to Pa Kent's. Yeah.
Maybe the gangsters end up owning the grocery, and that's what they did. But Krypto comes in with this huge-ass girder.
Immediately I think, oh, what building is just toppled over?
Yeah, dead. He's like, well, at least we got more bones. That's all Krypto cares about. So he ends up with this girder. He's like, oh, no, Krypto, what are you doing? What steel girder? Where's this from? And then he grabs the steel girder, and Lana Lang comes running in and goes, oh, no, here comes Lana. Must get rid of this thing quickly. Come on, Krypto. Into this alley, Krypto. He's just hauling this steel girder and then throws it in the street.
Yes. At least he didn't throw it in the sun.
Yeah, that is true. It might get there eventually. But he's like, go get it, boy. And you have the yip yap again. And poor Krypto just got the worst drawing of him flying. I just don't like it. It really looks like when my dog takes a dump.
Yeah, it does.
Doesn't it? That's exactly the dump of a girl dog in my mind. But you end up where he throws this girder. Now we'll get the lay of the land, realizing that the idea of Lois Lane, especially in Superman's girlfriend, Lois Lane, where it's just like straight up her being the nosy neighbor and in a sitcom. That's how Lana is here as well. She's like, oh, wait a second. I mean, she's on thin ice here. She better watch herself. She's going to be Krypto's next deal. Yeah. Because she's like, wait a minute. What happened? I just saw you carrying a girder. I love Superboy. I'll give him credit for just being earnest with it. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. He doesn't even come up with a lie. He goes, what do you mean, Lana? I saw you. And she's just shaking her finger at it. This isn't the lovable Lana that I like. But he's like, oh, yes, you do. It was a heavy steel girder. I saw it with my own eyes. You must have flung it away with your super strength, proving at last that you're Superboy. He's like, you jump into conclusions, bitch. She's like, screw you. And then says, am I? You can't wear him out of this one. Like, what is she? What is she going to do? Go to the newspaper?
Is she going to tell people?
I just don't get her end game. Where she's, I'm convinced she's from now on, I'll call you by your real name, Superboy.
Yeah, like, if she was just like, Clark, we're friends. You can tell me anything. You know, I'm not going to ruin your secret. I know you have it for a reason, but come on.
I mean, all you need to do is she goes to school the next day and like, oh my God, look, Clark's Superboy. And they're like, that guy. They'll just laugh at it. And I'm like, I don't know. He got glasses.
Look a lot like Peter Parker in this one.
Yeah, he does. I'd laugh.
I know it's pretty but still, it's the high forehead and the glasses and it's pretty funny. But I think the art's really good in this. Other than Krypto, I don't like Krypto's face. It's too cartoony.
It's cartoony. Yeah. They try to make him. It's like a Tom and Jerry look that they have it. I like that. Hey, look, Clark's. That guy with the V-neck sweater and that friggin' bow tie. That down. By the way, Lana, I don't know if you know this, but Superboy does not wear glasses, so get the hell out of town. But she goes off shaking it, and I'm like, you could change the purple, because Clark is definitely staring at her ass. Yeah. And she goes like, you know what?
I hate to see you leave, Lana, but I love to watch you go.
I love watching you do it. In the meantime, he's like, oh, crap, let me go find Krypto. Krypto's now chasing meteorites. Oh, it's pretty good. It's like, Krypto, meteors are not cats. He's like, yeah, whatever. It's like, do you understand? And then they go back to Earth where he then chases what looks like a Black Panther. This cat is freaking humongous. It is so big. I didn't even know what the hell. And then it's like, oh, that cat can. So it's like the cat is going into a mouse hole that is being chased by Krypto. Oh my God, there's no way.
You have to have cats that big to catch mice that are big enough to make that mouse hole.
Exactly, that mouse hole's huge. I guess it's a cat hole. Is what it is, where all the men go to stare. But Krypto then goes through again, very cartoony, as Superboy again is trying to figure out what's up with this girder. He does realize again. This is the thing too. We thought it was a building or whatnot, but there's a bridge being built. You would kind of get it that he's there, but he goes over, what's this bridge? And he's like, oh no, we got to do this. And then he starts pounding in girders and he's hitting the rivets and stuff like that because he does a lot of super whatever. You're right too. It's like everything is like, I got to give this a super pounding. That's where he saw Lana. That's what he said. And then look at poor Krypto. It's like really like the wah, wah, wah when he's yelling at him. I like where he
also turned flesh color.
Yeah, and he's soon. You're really in the doghouse with me, Krypto. Yeah. What am I going to do with you? Instead of super fun, you're telling me to be super trouble.
Shut the super up.
I think this book, this issue is really the idea that Otto Binder's like, I'm doing this because my grandkid keeps yelling that he wants a friggin' dog, and I know he can't take care of it because it does feel like the play of every kid who wants a dog and then realizes it's work. But why isn't Mom and Pa Kent? Why aren't they involved? Also, I want it where you have Superboy's like, off to the orphanage with you. That's just a pound and he's going to die. But he says, hey, wait, he's yelling at Krypto and then says, you gave my identity away to Lana, and then goes, wait a minute. I have an idea. I need a homemade boomerang. And he's MacGyver out of nowhere. He's like, okay. And also now looks fully like Superman. He doesn't look very young in that. But he's like, wait, I've got a thought of the perfect way to handle Lana. I'm like, oh, God. All I need are my cape, a homemade boomerang, and Dad Kent's new ladder. So he's there. So he's walking around with the ladder. And I guess this ladder is a special ladder because he's like, oh, look at that. Oh, don't think you're going to fool me anymore. You're carrying that heavy steel ladder right before my eyes.
Catch, bitch.
It's a ladder. No, most people carry around ladders, right? Maybe back in the day it was something different, but he's like, you want to get this? I thought he was going to give her one of those, like, right in the face. But he says, basically, catch, bitch. This is one of them high-fangled magnesium ladders. And then she's like, oh, shit. And then she says, gosh, it's lighter than wood. And I remember hearing now they use light magnesium in construction work, too, as girders. You're right. Lana suddenly becomes like, oh,
an engineer.
I like the idea. She goes, oh, yeah, now I remember. Like my mom and dad, we were talking about this at dinner the other day. Hey, do you see them new fangled magnesium girders?
Sure do. Can't wait to get me one.
Crap, man. I don't know about it. The dad's like, they're going to hold up shit. And then all of a sudden he goes, look, Lana, looks like Superboy. I like where he says, and if I'm Superboy, kindly inform me who that is flying over town right now. And I want her to look and go, it looks like a fucking dog. What's going on? I'm like, I don't know what you're dealing with here, but it looks. And also, why isn't Krypto? He's chasing the boomerang, but Krypto's been very flighty with what he does. So luckily, he doesn't come in. But luckily, then Superboy goes up after Lana's like, well, I guess it was a silly mistake. And then he goes and grabs Krypto by the scruff. And he's like, this is what he does constantly. And gets at that what looks like a stealth bomber of a boomerang. And then he goes, I made it so it looped all around so you would chase it and not catch it immediately. Okay. Yeah, really. Super boomerang. And then he gets it and says, but still, Krypto, much as I love you, you spell trouble rather than fun for me.
Yeah, so out you go.
That's all he cares about. And then he's taking him back to Stonehenge to tie him up. He says, I wish I knew what to do with you. I'll have to sleep on it. He comes back. Krypto's like, screw this, and left. He just left and thought he was chasing a bauble or something, but he was going and exploring where Superboy says, well, I guess the universe is his backyard. Yeah. He's gone. I guess that I don't have to worry about that jerk. Oh, I miss him. Like, this is the deal where, don't know what you
Get
got
out
till
of here,
it's
Krypto.
gone.
I don't want you anymore.
Tear going down. I love you, Krypto. And then he's like, Krypto, my pal. The only dog of my own I ever had. Maybe he'll come back once in a while just to say hello.
Or whenever sales start to lag.
Yeah, or if people actually like this concept of me being a jerk to my deal. But also, now I'm going to take this collar and get Lana and give her what goes. It's like, oh my gosh. But yeah, and then the next page in our deal we're doing with, you can get a damn government job. You can do everything with this comic. I laugh where it's, here's how you can get paid up to $4,205 a year to start. Like, very, very particular, but you get that. Also, women allowed. Oh my goodness, vets get preference. So I like grade school education required at that point to work for the U.S. government. Grade school.
I don't know. That might still be a thing.
That might be. Yeah, it might be back to that. At one point, we were told different. But poor Superboy is upset. But that ends the issue. Krypto is just a menace. Not that he's doing anything bad. The plane probably killed some people.
Nobody raised him. He needs to learn his place a little bit. But Clark, he just wants to have a fun dog right out of the gate.
That's the problem. He doesn't realize, and that is true. Like, he's not a puppy. He grew up, and now he was trapped in that capsule that whole time. I don't know what he was eating, but he's rambunctious. He wants to get around and do things. But old Superboy, he just wants fun. I don't know, what fun does he want? I guess play fetch. He does that a lot, but I don't know. I still don't know why Pa and Mom won't let him have a pet. But maybe they're like, because you'll be an asshole and not like it because you have to do work. Maybe
I'll be cleaning up super turds. I know it.
Oh yeah, really. It's like when I told my dad I'd be an archaeologist. He's like, "There's no way you're going to be that." Maybe it was for the better. But Superboy is just upset. But what would you give this?
I'll give it a 7.4. I really thought the art was good, except for Krypto.
Yeah.
It's
and
fun.
Krypto looks
fun
pretty
moments,
cool on the cover.
Sus moments.
Yeah. I like Krypto as that safe on the cover. It's like, Krypto, no, you're robbing banks now?
It did make sense, though, with the whole animal experimentation until the point where it's like, well, I'm going to shoot the dog into space minutes before the planet explodes instead of my baby.
Yeah, instead of the baby, but then did the baby anyway because whatever, and also wrote a very, very specific letter. Mm-hmm. And then my wife was yelling, and that stupid super baby, I can't stand his guts. In fact, Krypton was never blowing up. I just wanted to get rid of that baby and not feel bad. But it was good. A 7 out of 10. It was goofy, but not as goofy as sometimes that we'll have. So I enjoyed it. But I hope everybody else enjoyed us talking about it. And again, it's the facsimile edition this week. So do you get the other stuff too? The Aquaman and all the other things? I know. I think that you do. I think that you get the whole thing and what it makes it good in my mind. And I'm just making this up, but I'm assuming you do because they end up charging enough if it was a 9-page deal. But a lot of times in the app, now this has an Aquaman story and a Green Arrow story. I'm assuming that everything would be included. But some of these older ones in the app where they have like, Detective Comics, they're not putting Speed Saunders deal in there. And sometimes, obviously, not putting Shorty and Sven Bradley either. You'll just end up getting the main story. If it's the first appearance of the Penguin, that's all that they're going to have in the app, which is fine. It's in the app. But I don't think in the facsimile that would be a good idea. Plus, one of the things to get excited about is the ads and things like that. Yeah. You also get games. This one, you get Play the Game of Hats in there. One guy has a fez. I see you got that deal. And also like crazy written things. I as a kid, there's no way that I'm reading They're Striking It Rich Again, the story of the Great Gold Rush of 49. There's
or the UN nations.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of nonsense that goes on in here. I don't need that. I do like Uncle Harry will send you prizes at the end. Uncle Harry looks sus. Back. Look at that guy. Looks like
I've got
George
a special
Bush.
prize in my pocket for you.
He's like, hey, you ever hear of Werther's? I got a penny candy in there, and you don't even have to pay me. There's what is that? You could be a professional archer.
Prize winner Gary Fisher says, "Stay away."
Yeah, really.
Stay away from Uncle Harry.
You can also get a chemistry set. You can learn to play the ukulele, a watch, a basketball. And there's a lot of 20-piece fishing outfit. Cool. Okay. Radio kit, and then an axe and a knife. Oh, the good times that they had. I love Gary Fisher. He's like, there's no Gary Fisher.
It looks like a last scene photo.
It does. It looks like any photo of a kid who's dead. I'm dead, but I really got $250 prize. I did it. Next, I'm going to be a government worker. I'm going to be. But that is it. So we will go back to the rest of the show. But before we do that, Strick, tell everybody where they can find you.
Patreon.com/BesottedGeek.
Yep. Check it out. It's in the show notes as well. And with that, thanks, Strick, for joining me. Thanks, everybody. And we'll go back to the show.
Blue skies over Metropolis, and no signs of any apocalypse. And I don't know why I believe I can fly. It's just that kind of day. Up, up and away. Up, up and away. There's nothing much more to say except up, up and away. Maybe we shouldn't fight, but you're my only kryptonite. And sometimes I feel like I might cry, 'cause we're headed for doomsday. Up, up and away.
here we are continuing with my man Tom. What up, Tom?
Hey, Jim, how you doing?
Great. We haven't talked in a while.
No, been like a month almost.
Now, with that, I think that you might be aware of this, but there are some people who are finally they were getting to distinguish you and Brad.
Oh.
There's a lot of people who end up thinking that you and Brad are the same people. This happens a lot when a bunch of people join in.
Yeah.
And then you were missing for a while, so I think they're going to have to get back to that. But in the meantime, just as an aside, we're going to be talking about one of the books that I was talking with Brad about.
I know. I was going to bring Brad up on that one. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll be going in. You're going to fill in for Brad to try to defend Nightwing. Maybe not as much as
I don't
Brad.
know.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't even know. I didn't even ask because Brad went on an impromptu vacation, is what he said.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah. And somebody said, like, oh man, that sucks. I'm like, no, it sucks for me because I don't go on vacations. That's the only thing that sucks. I wish I could go on an impromptu vacation, but I said, this is what happens. You can't get mad about it. And we have so many people that fill in, and there are some books. Zach's on vacation as well. So I may have already said it, but we're not going to be able to talk about Titans because I couldn't find anybody who is reading that book, let alone talk about it. And also Catwoman, that I was doing with Brad.
Oh, I forgot. I just listened to that because I'm behind on the podcast, and having no idea what's going on in Catwoman, listening to that is wild.
Yeah, well, having no idea, that's me talking about it, I think, me and Brad. But I think that what I'll do is if we end up having some time next week or a couple weeks, we'll get back to those. I feel bad doing one issue of Catwoman and then ditching it. It's not good.
No, it's not. I can't.
Titans is one of those things. It's like, well, I hope somebody doesn't get upset that we're not talking about it. I'm like, no,
I don't know. I don't think there's anyone. There were a few people talking about it in the Slack, but
well, we have a big book to start with. A book that we really liked the first issue a lot more than some people, but it was Superman Unlimited #2. Yeah. This week is weird. This week there's like Gibbons. I'm like, I'm really going to like this book. And then I didn't. And this is one of them that just kind of takes a weird swerve, a swerve to not fun land.
It's kind of felt like this whole month has been a little bit of All In starting to show some cracks.
Yeah, starting to wear out its welcome, I think. And I think that what might be happening, and now that you say that, it might be that we're heading to a big thing supposedly in October. Some things are ending or whatever. I think some of these stories are being stretched out because the thing is not just that things are bad. It's more of that they're just kind of boring and not much going on, and kind of like, I'm just like, I shrug my shoulder, and that's not fun.
I mean, a good writer should be able to roll with it, but I do have to put blame on the editors. I mean, this was poor planning to have this long of a stretch, and because it seems like it was sprung on a lot of these writers. I mean, who knows about Philip Kennedy Johnson? He likes the long form storytelling, but that one for sure feels like he had no idea he needed to pad it out for 4 more months.
It's going on a little too long.
Same with the Nightwing. Maybe that's why we got the what's it called? That guy, Captain Hollow.
Very odd. And then that book's all over the place. But a second issue, though, we shouldn't be talking about the idea that things are weird, but it is written by Dan Slott, art by Raphael Albuquerque, colors Marcelo Mayalo, letters by Dave Sharp, editor, you have assistant editor Jillian Grant, editor Paul Kaminsky. So we liked the first issue because we thought, okay, Dan Slott's kind of going classic. He's showing what he wants to give you with the Superman that seemed, like we said, kind of classic. He's saving people. He's doing, little things, big things, then gets hit by kryptonite. And so we're like, oh, what's going to happen with that? Well, we end up where we have this crazy gold power type thing that he's going to be able. And it felt weird.
Very strange.
Issue, where you end up setting up stakes and then kind of getting rid of them and saying, oh, well, they don't want Superman with no power. Well, we're going to make him gold, but it's only for about 3 minutes. But then you have to do. And so that's a big thing in the book. But what's more big is this Krypton or kryptonite and this nation of Calderon that I don't know that anybody would care about. Now, it's getting set up that they'll eventually, it seems to be, a villain nation. But I don't know Calderon from the back of my ass. And so, no, I don't really know the back of my ass
Okay.
either, but still, you end up where you have this stuff going on, and I'm like, what are we centering on? Because the idea of the kryptonite, okay, that's interesting enough that the world is got a lot of kryptonite now, and anywhere that the super family goes, they're going to end up having problems. There's villains, just thugs now that can take them down. But you throw in this thing with this counter on, and then by the end, you're talking about kryptonite futures. I'm like, I don't know that that's what I need here, which is odd. But you're also expanding the Daily Planet. That is a thing that Dan Slott had said that he wanted to do. In the meantime, it's like funny because usually what we'll get is the idea that Print's dead. Oh my God, we got to get an online presence. But this is just like, okay, we're going to have this news entity everywhere, including Gorilla City, and one in this Calderon, which seems weird and also seems weird because this guy is like presenting himself as like this dictator guy. But yet Lois doesn't react to that until she does in a weird way. And then I start thinking like, well, that's the guy's country, whatever. But I guess you're setting them up as a threat, but I don't even think of them as much of a threat because I don't really know what's going on.
I know. I mean, as far as I understand, I don't know. Maybe Caldero is.
Caldero. I keep saying Calderon.
Some sort of weird Star Wars amalgam of it.
That's what it sounds like. I just think it's something new.
I think so too. But as far as my understanding was, this was just like a poor, or maybe not poor, but just like a normal South American nation.
I take it as a normal South American nation that suddenly gets super rich and is going to try to like flex its muscles.
But that's kind of a weird transition to go from just like a normal country to all of a sudden having a ton of kryptonite and being like this nefarious, behind the scenes trying to pull global strings nation that it seems like Dan Slott is trying to set it up as. I don't know.
Without knowing or having it before, even if we had it before, you didn't have much, right?
Yeah.
Nobody would know, this sucks because that nation was always so good. And now, because it almost feels like it's the idea of, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Like the idea you get rich and now we get, but it just feels weird. It
if it was
like a side story that doesn't really matter.
Right. If it was like Santa Prisca or something, I think this would maybe play a little bit better out. Something that, has the idea of, some
or
villains
like
come from, or Markovia.
Or there's a lot of those. Come on. You can have all these. And then the play could have been the classic trope of them trying to do good, but nobody trusting them. Or, almost like you end up where it feels like it's like just playing off the idea of like the nouveau rich. Like all of a sudden a rapper moves into like this gated community with all these old rich people and now he's doing things with, but it just was weird. And so they're definitely flaunting the kryptonite.
Oh yeah.
Right? So they're flaunting the kryptonite. They make this huge giant Daily Planet thing, which only has to be set up for a set piece later for Superman to grab it and throw it in the sun or something like that. But also, it is funny because they are unveiling it. And then there's that weird play of, hey, thanks a lot there, Gorilla City guy, for making tech that we can have some of these Daily Planet, globes be just holograms because people didn't have enough time. I'm like, why are we dealing?
Why are you talking about that?
Yeah, it's such a weird deal to deal with this stuff. And maybe some people will disagree, but I just don't find it that interesting.
No, I don't either. I don't understand the point of having the Daily Planet global other than they're trying to expand the Superman cast outside of Metropolis. I think
know. It's just to get one in this country. So we can have this big Daily Planet. Because, rightly so. Now, here's the weird play of this. You end up where in this country they're putting up this giant globe. It's all kryptonite. This is like $10 billion that this would be worth. Yeah. And some terrorist guys show up. Well, I'm assuming they're from the country, right? That unless they just zipped in. There's a lot of air cars and things going on. It's like all of a sudden this has become the craziest, actually, city of the tomorrow in a weird way. But they come in. I'm assuming that they're from the country. And yet that's the thing that Lois might want to center on, the idea of if everybody's getting all the wealth, why would these people want to try to rob this?
Right.
Also, what are they going to do with the idea that sometimes you'll say, oh man, I want to steal the Mona Lisa. but you're never going to be able to fence it.
Yeah,
Who are you selling it to? They know
Yeah.
what it is. Well, where are you showing up at some pawn shop with this huge, giant Daily Planet globe of kryptonite? Now, if this would have been something set up of, oh my God, did you see who those people were? Like, maybe it would be the Mannheims, but they already have their, everything gets in a weird way of, why are we showing this? Why we're showing this? It's very telegraphed to see these knights, the kryptonite knights. Now, you said, and straight up, I didn't even notice, but they do look like checkmate because they do have symbols on them that look like chess pieces as well. So why are you playing that? And that feels like a misplay maybe by Dan Slott not knowing the lay of the land.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's the weird thing we are with, like the DC spy community is I don't really know where things stand.
Yeah, because
with
everything got screwed up with Event Leviathan.
Yeah.
And then what happens is you end up in dribs and drabs of books just having things mentioned. You had checkmate in the Clunrad's deal, which made no sense. That it was Steve Trevor and Etta Candy, like that got wiped away. But also with stuff with Argus and all that, they got destroyed. Then they kind of just show up. But these Krypto Knights, if you want to, what is he doing with these? Because these guys are goofballs.
Yeah, I mean they're just yucking it. They're just yucking it up. I don't know what they're doing.
And so you're in this country that suddenly becomes ultra wealthy. Supposedly you're sharing the wealth, so everybody's well to do. It seems. I'm waiting for, and I legit thought that they were going to legit pave these streets with kryptonite. So they could say that, and then you have the Simpsons joke where all the cars are skidding off and crashing because it's too slick. But you end up where these guys are just like, I don't think of them as I think of them as goofballs. I don't think of them as, oh my God, Superman this, and oh my God, because these guys feel like, hey, Bruno, hey, what up, bro? Hey, I thought you said we were going to save the country, man. We're saving the effing planet. I'm like, that seems like a very cool thing. Like, these guys are into it. They don't feel like it's like, hey man, let's go kick ass. And they feel like they're just good enough guys. They end up hitting, because it's funny because these guys who are putting up the Daily Planet globe, they're in these air cars. They get jumped, knocked off. The one guy looks straight up Bibbo. And I'll tell you, the art is off in this issue.
It is
faces
very
by
off.
Raphael Albuquerque are.
Well, I'm going to tell you one other thing about the art too, and it's one of the things that I feel like I'm starting to pay a little bit more attention to is that the style can look okay and everything, but we're in this new country that is supposed to have tons of advancements, and we don't get any background.
That's all. You
showing
get
anything of the city. Everything is zoom ups or blurred backgrounds. So we don't really get anything of that. This city is super advanced. This city is crazy how much it's technologically moved.
Green.
It's green, I guess, but even the colors are off. I don't know.
And the thing too, where you get this weird play coming up with fact checking and kryptonite too, is this just the idea that this whole country is going to become mutants because of this kryptonite and things like that, or are they just going to die of cancer? I mean, it's going to be probably pretty bad. But
Lois has taken a real risk holding that Krypto coin with just her bare hands.
Man, that's their, hey, look, we have, and that's his joke for the deal. We have a coin that has Superman's dog in it. We call it cryptocurrency. I'm like, whatever. Whatever, dude. I've seen that before, and the joke has been done. But yeah, he has the money, and look, we have Superman on the money and whatnot. And he's like, I don't think he'll like this. Yeah. But yeah, she's holding that kryptonite. And so these terrorist guys are going to, but you don't know anything about it or why it happened. And it's not even like at the end, Lois ends up saying, oh my God, we got to interview these people. Let's see what's going on. And then he goes, no, I'm El Presidente. I am going to take care of him. And then you hear gunshots in the background or whatever. Right. You don't even get that. I mean, they end up where this is the thing. And if Dan Slott is trying to make something have some sort of, oh my God, what's going on? It doesn't, because you lied to me, Bruno. How so? You said we'd be defending Emerald City, and on our first day, we're saving the planet. And then the one guy goes, you are knights, not fools. Focus on what needs to be done. So then the one guy goes, for king and country, which is, you could just say is a slogan, whatnot. Right. But then later, you end up where, and the guy says, the one guy, well done, men. And the one other guy goes, Presidente, the day is yours. That's where you use the king. Right. And then Lois goes, did he just call you a king? He just yelled out. He didn't necessarily even call this president a king. He just said for king and country and then went in. But these guys are goofballs.
Yeah, it doesn't even necessarily have to be referring to him. He could just be, I think,
like, and somebody could have said on the side, you didn't see it. The hell are you yelling? I saw a movie this weekend.
Yeah.
It was great. It's the craziest. Other guys are like, we want our freedom. Like everybody's yelling.
Yeah.
But it's just where that's the thing that Lois is worried about.
Yeah.
She goes, did that knight back there refer to you as a king, Mr. President? Now, they're dressed up as knights. And he says it. He says that's a nickname. They're my Krypto knights. They call me the Kryptonite King. There you go. That's my online name.
Krypto King.
Yeah, and I'm like, there you go. And so it's like, what is the play? Because that's the side where we're going to deal with, it seems, with this kryptonite, with the stocks rising and falling, and maybe even manipulating the media to do so because of what happens. Because then we go off to Jack Ryder with No Laughing Matter, and he has this, talk show where he's yelling and screaming about how this kryptonite might be bad for people. Oh my God! And we have this lady who is showing up. What's her? Mary Ellen McMillan and her two-headed goat Janice. And so the goat shows up, has two heads, and they're like, "Oh man, the kryptonite did that, right?" I'm a dummy, and I'm like, "That the goat's too old. Like this shit happened yesterday." And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, bloop, and you get fact-checking Clark Kent.
Yeah.
Like, this is maybe what Dan Slott thinks is his most heroic thing he does in this issue, right? He shows up to fact-check Jack Ryder in his, podcast vlog deal about this two-headed goat and goes, well, actually, the kryptonite just came here 2 days ago, and this goat, because I am a farm boy, that goat looks 2 years old. And she goes, that's right, it is. And then you see Jack Ryder's like, this story is bullcrap.
Well,
like,
it's just like, this is such a demotion for Clark Kent. I mean, this is like the same thing as like going into like a grocery store and seeing like a tabloid magazine. And then like at the bottom, some major reporter being like, actually, this is untrue.
It's Walter Cronkite.
It's Walter Cronkite fact-checking a tabloid.
This isn't really true here. So is he just sitting there? Like, is it a shift that he has to watch out of all these things and whatnot? Here's a good way to do this. Have a delay, like most people do, and have somebody dump it. He's doing this. But again, it is just a goofy show. And like, hey, you're going with this. And so the lady goes, oh, yeah, it's 2 years old. What? I thought you said the kryptonite ended up affecting it. Well, its eyes are green. Were they green before? Yes, but now they're greener. I'm like, okay, this went nothing.
And doesn't Clark Kent, doesn't Superman know that, like, he knows that kryptonite causes adverse effects with everyone. He knows that Lex Luthor lost a freaking hand because he was wearing a kryptonite ring.
Would have problems. And
so I don't know why he's trying to.
There's so many things with continuity and stuff, but even so, it's just like, what? And this is all this, big deal of, okay, we have a two-headed goat. Oh my God, kryptonite. But all it is, again, seems to just be a thing to, cause a problem with the stock prices.
Right.
And get us the creeper, which nobody cares about.
And then also giving us a little modern spin on Clark Kent as a reporter. I don't know. Is this what people do now?
He had a blog at one point with Cat Grant, and then there could be two Clark Chopoulos, or whatever the hell that thing was.
God,
ridiculous. But so then there's an armored bank robber. You do see it. It's kind of cool where you see it come across the screen where Clark is giving his.
Yeah, I thought that was actually a cool transition. Yeah,
he looks like a zombie. He looks like a zombie in half the panel.
Yeah,
but he goes off to fight. And again, this is to reiterate that even the lowest of the low, I could go out there if I have a kryptonite gun, and mentioning that it costs money. Oh my God, that's a fortune. We can't do. We have to watch who we fire at, whatnot. But Superman comes in. And you do have Knockout, who's just going to be the muscle. And they're stealing gold is what they're doing, too. I'm assuming, and when it twists around at the end where Clark's like, they should have just went with it. I think they're using this gold to get the kryptonite Clark. That's all I can think of. Is they need to keep buying this kryptonite. So people are going to, like, that might be the whole book is just, man, we got to get the futures down on the kryptonite so we can come in and buy some so we can make the bullets. But that's what we get. He throws Knockout aside and then says, okay, you guys put your guns down. Look at me, I'm Superman. Usually what happens here is that, and these are Mannheim goons, usually they'll throw the guns down and run away, but they have kryptonite. So they're like, no. And then, of course, a thug who would never say, the Metropolis Marvel, look at you, so cocky. I'm like, are you just throwing that just so you know that that's one of his nicknames? Because that's what it seems like. It really is telegraphed in this issue. A lot of the things that Dan Slott does is like, hey, we had that in the first issue, but that was fine. We said that was fine for a first issue. But now what are we doing? What's the story? Clark ends up where Superman gets shot. I like when he gets shot and he goes down. He's like, give me a minute here. Like, no. It felt weird, right?
Yeah. Well, I do like that they whip out kryptonite knuckles.
Yeah, kryptonite knuckles and knives. Everything's kryptonite. Yeah, and he says at one point, hey, the S used to stand for this, but now it stands for sitting duck. I'm like, it's not a D, but that's fine. But yeah, so then when you get this going on, they're going to kill Superman. But then he goes golden. And then he says, all right, my turn. Now, I was thinking at one point, it looked like he was like really angry, like this. Hey, when you're golden, you get really pissed off, but it is just this power. Batman does tie in a thing here, and Dan Slott does do a little bit of research, I guess, where he says this might be a mutation of your solar flare power, because it is kind of the same thing. You end up supercharging. This just makes him where kryptonite won't hurt him, but in the end, you don't have powers. But not enough information. I need to know how long that lasts, all the stuff of when, or a real bad thing is if you end up letting it completely run out, your powers are gone forever and you'll never get them back, but you're real ambiguous with it. You say almost 3 minutes, but then they just kind of go back and forth and like, well, what happens when it runs out? Do I have no powers? And then Batman responds with going, no, you have no powers. And you still are, affected by kryptonite.
Yeah, right. Well, isn't everyone affected by kryptonite
and I
with no
thought
powers?
The idea of like, okay, the powers, Superman is always, with powers, ends up vulnerable to kryptonite. So powers gone, still Kryptonian, still, that's kind of seems like that's redundant saying it because he would be, but never and don't let that happen because you'll never replenish it. They just kind of go with the idea. So what you end up having is what most people ended up trying to get away from is, say, a Green Lantern with the ring charge. Oh my God. And so it's to me, it's artificial tension. The idea that, hey, I'm golden, but it only lasts 2 minutes. What do I do? How am I going to do this? Even in this issue, you play off almost like a Princess Bride deal where Superman, he, with Knockout, wants to pretend he still has full powers to kind of scare her to give up so he doesn't have to fight her. It would have been funny if she beat the shit out of him. But yeah, in the thing, though, where Batman is talking and ends up saying, he says, all my superpowers would be gone, Superman said. I don't know who the Superman is, but he looks like a zombie. But then Batman says, oh, it'd be much worse than that. Okay, what's worse than that? And I thought it would be like your powers are gone forever. But he goes, you'd have no powers and you'd still be vulnerable to kryptonite. I wanted Superman to say, okay, I kind of thought that anyway. Like, I didn't think that me losing my powers would suddenly make me not Kryptonian and that I wouldn't be vulnerable to kryptonite. But hey, whatever, Batman. And then he's standing there. He looks so weird. And then just said, but I was just this golden form and I still have all my powers. I can feel them. Kara explains this. Does she? She says,
I don't know.
While you were in your coma, your doctors regularly induced that state in order to get all the kryptonite out of you.
But that doesn't really explain how did they induce this state? Because I thought the only way you could induce it was by getting overloaded with kryptonite. So
what he says is too, I already used my golden form and I have my powers back. Like, how is that? How do I have my powers back? Does it take a day? And she responds with, oh, they used that to get rid of the kryptonite. I'm like, that's not answering anything. It really is almost like out of nowhere, just saying something. What Superman wants to say is, how long does it take for me to get the powers? Could there be a possibility that I lose them forever? And what the hell's going on? And yet she's just like, oh, yeah, they induced the state while you were in a coma. All right. And then you go and then you have the worst drawn Connor I've ever seen in my life. I mean,
oh my God.
Like we end up, is this possible? I'm just saying. At the end, Toyman shows up. Is this possibly a marionette?
Yeah.
Because it looks like Pinocchio. I think we're getting infiltrated. But he says, And spectrometers, this is a weird way of saying, hey, people will know your secret identity if they end up being able to see the golden version of Clark. But he says, and spectrometers can pick up residual solar traces. You should probably avoid them when you're in your secret identity, unless you want to look like a golden glowing Clark Kent. I'm thinking, oh man, I better avoid all those people walking around with those spectrometers. what is this?
I just don't. I mean, like, all of this is so weird for a second issue.
It's weird because what is it? Right? It just feels odd.
This whole issue. I mean, we kind of talked about it before the podcast. It just feels like all of these little anecdotes or vignettes that are setting up future scenarios that are going to happen. It's not even telling instead of showing. It's like future telling instead of showing.
I mean,
it's
just the idea is what Connor is saying is eventually somebody's going to have a spectrometer,
right?
And they might
right.
Because I'm telling you, like, I need the next issue where Superman goes to save a cat out of a tree, and then this mom comes out. Billy, why are you playing with that spectrometer outside? Get that in here. We just got it. And I'm like, what? What is he talking about? You just say, hey, you got to watch out because there's kryptonite everywhere. And if you get exposed to it, you will turn golden and you may be a golden Clark Kent then. So watch out. But instead, he's like, avoid spectrometers?
How cool would that have been if that had just come up out of nowhere and like we discovered it along with Clark,
yeah,
you know, like, as it happened. Yeah, we didn't even think about that. But now it's like we're going to be on the lookout for that happening.
It'd be funny. And then all of a sudden, Clark gets like a whistle and a top hat. And he's like one of those people in the Central Park that pretend they're a statue. And he's just case closed. But yeah, so then we go back to Clark or Superman as this golden Superman. Again, seems like it's something to get like, oh man, did you see that guy? I don't think it looks cool.
No, it looks fine. I don't know.
It's just golden Superman. And he ends up grabbing these guns. He ends up, crushing them and then throwing them to Jupiter and says, you get Mannheim and you could go get those in Jupiter. And then I wanted to see Mannheim getting in a spaceship. Don't mind if I do. And he goes off. But the big play, though, is, again, these bad guys, these thugs, they're yelling a lot about, oh, my God, I have to check that in and out. Oh, no, I'm going to lose my job because everything is the expensive nature of the kryptonite. And I don't really care about that. In the meantime, Jack Ryder, he's watching, and this one guy ends up kind of slipping away and could end up killing, Superman because he ends up time's up. He's now just regular Superman. In my mind, I wouldn't think of the idea of, oh, my God, look. There's Superman, and now he's depowered. I would just think, oh, man, he's got a crazy golden power that he just stopped because the fight's over. He does wall up a guy, and then that's when Knockout comes, and that's where Superman says, hey, baby, just, put your hands up. Let's not get in a fight. She's all hyped up for a fight, and then suddenly isn't. And then
it's a nice show of like Clark's, confidence and bravery because he knows he's powerless.
But it's weird because he had that at the beginning and she was trying to wallop him. But it's okay. Right, it's okay. It should have been more of the idea, listen, Knockout, you're better than this. I understand this and I kind of believe in you. That's where I get where Superman would be able to kind of get people to go, oh, yeah. Or even like, look at these guys. These guys are not up to your level, these thugs or whatnot. But she gives herself up. That's when this other guy comes out and he's going to kill him. And that's where Jack Ryder gets the deal where he conks him out. But then later he has a fight. It's Jack and Creeper fighting in the mine about if Superman has powers now after being gold. Could he be hurt? And so he's like, you prove it. He's like, I think he can prove it. So he gets a piece of like a Subway hoagie.
I don't know.
and spits it out. I don't know what he's eating. Like, I think he's eating a mummy's arm. But he ends up where he spits it out. Might be his own arm. Spits it out and it hits Superman on the neck. And Superman goes, ow. There's no ow there. He would be like, what's that? Like, and that's the thing is like, Superman can feel things. It's not like he's numb. Like, so you have to have him say ow, but really ow to this piece of he would be just look over. And suddenly you get this girl who's there doing her live streaming and says, you see that Superman flinched? That means the guy jumps to the biggest conclusion is right. This is why these they're taking over. Like they're on. This girl goes, Did you see that Superman flinch? Seconds before he was golden. Now he flinched. That means when he's golden, he can go and now he's vulnerable and oh my God, he can be hurt. Like, well, we're back to kind of square one anyway, because when the kryptonite showed up, all the super family were getting the shit beat out of him anyway. So, yeah, okay, he could be hurt. When he's not golden, he could be, the secret's out.
I don't know. I mean, I would think that the normal conclusion would be, he still has residual effects from the kryptonite. That's why he got hurt. I don't know. I mean,
I don't know. I would actually be like, who's the asshole? Yeah, a piece of bread and Superman.
It's just such a weird. It's such a weird thing.
It could have been like a mosquito. And, whatever it would be. She wouldn't even actually know. Like all of a sudden, he just hit the side of his neck and went, ow.
And
flinched, but how would she
something
know
hit Superman? Yeah, I don't. What are we? I don't know.
It's weird, but she's like, nothing could hurt him. But now he's just a normal guy. What could that mean? He's a normal guy, is he?
Yeah.
It'd be funny as when you see him normal, it's like he can't fly. He's hailing a cab.
Yeah,
I got to get out of here. It's like I got to get the hell out of here. And then you have her like, that's Data Scream exclusive. I'm like, Data Scream. But even then, I don't know that, is she supposed to be like, oh man, what a jerk or whatever. I don't get it. But you have, Creeper and Jack Ryder like, oh man, we've done messed up. And then we end with the Bronze Swan bar where Clark goes and has as usual, the gin and tonic hold the gin.
Yeah. Who drinks just tonic? just order a Coke.
Get milk. Get a Coke with some lemon or something like that. But tonic? He still wants to be cool, is what's happening. And it's just, it's the worst. It's so ridiculous. And I hope that that's not something that people will start like, I got to be like, super tonic is the worst. But so he's there and there's Jack Ryder and says, he goes, whatever he's getting, put it on my tab. He waited for him to order. And he's like, a tonic.
How much is a tonic? Like $1.20. Yeah.
He's like, that's on me. They're like, by the way, the tonic futures are up. You owe us $50,000. He's like, it's not on me. But you end up where Jack and Clark are going like, man, that's Superman and the futures. And you do have Clark say, sorry that I fact checked you. Thanks for the drink. But says, oh man, that kryptonite that was up and away. Then it dipped. Now it's back. I'm like, I don't care.
This whole weird conversation is just about where kryptonite is going economically. I mean,
legit. Where the fun or the crazy tension part of it would be it going in Superman's head.
Right. Right.
It's not anything where I'm like, oh, look at that, because then it like dawns on you. Oh yeah, because they're bitching and moaning about the money and how much a bullet costs, and the coroner's not going to give it back, and we're going to have all that stuff and whatnot. But in the meantime, Superman or Clark says, they should have just sold the kryptonite instead of trying to steal the gold. But like I said, I think I'm like, you're joking maybe, because they're getting the kryptonite to kill you.
Yeah, right.
That's the deal. They have to pay for the kryptonite to get the they're not. The Mannheims don't seem to be working the market. They seem to be gathering up shit to stop you and the super family. I don't know that they're watching, the stock reports, but it's just weird. It just ends up in a weird thing. And then at the end, you have El Presidente, who, again, in a secret location. So it makes it seem nefarious, but the guy is freaking out because this whole country demands, relies on this kryptonite, and the futures are going up and down. So it even feels like where you have El Presidente is not against Superman. He's just doing his thing. What he's against is these damn people who say that kryptonite's bad for you. I'm going to kill them. And is that what you wanted a Superman book? A guy in a different country going after somebody that's not Superman. They're going after Jack Ryder or newspapers. I think it's going to be the Daily Planet, whatever.
Well, that's what's weird is he's hiring Toyman with these bars of kryptonite to. I don't even know why he's paying Toyman kryptonite. What's going on there? But his whole thing is that he wants to hire Toyman as basically a hitman.
That doesn't and now Toyman probably going to make. He always has like a mecha points too. Probably will make a mecha made of kryptonite, right?
Yeah, but does he need that to take out just normal people? Also,
when you're doing that, the only thing you can say is, well, Superman will come in and try to save them. But in the meantime, Superman's going to look and go, how'd you get all this kryptonite? And it leads right back to the country. And then he's going to be there, and it's going to be like, you can't, invade our sovereign country. Plus, everything's made of kryptonite, so you can't do it. And I think that the play will be at the end where Superman's going to have to take this guy down just as Clark Kent. And you're going to have this deal. But if it ends up being like, we're going to fight this in the papers, so we're going to fight this in the stock market, I don't need that. So this took a step back.
Yeah.
And it's a weird issue.
I'm excited to see where it goes because I like Toyman. I like Toyman a lot. So, I mean, I think it's going to be interesting with him having kryptonite. I just think a lot of this stuff was a weird way to get about to where we're going. I mean, I don't know. It's just strange.
You throw in the whole world. There's tons of kryptonite, which this feels like a guy coming over from Marvel, like Bendis, who Bendis said, "Ooh, I'm going to reveal the identity that there's a million stories to tell," and didn't tell any. And I think that this is Dan. So I think it is kind of the play now is when you write. There's so many stories already. What do you do? And I think the idea of a world that has tons of kryptonite seems like it's better on paper, but not on comic book paper. Once you write the story, because then you're like, well, we still need Superman to be Superman. So everything seems to be a reaction to this idea he had in his head. Oh, we got to get Superman golden. Oh, well, wouldn't the stock market would be good? Let's start, and everything like just doesn't. It doesn't feel like what he started with last issue.
Right.
It felt like a classic. Like
that's what I was gonna say. Is that like last issue felt like, oh hey guys, the new Superman movie is coming out. Let's set the tone for this Superman book that people can follow along with. They can go to the comic book shop, pick up a couple number 1 and 2s right when it happened. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know you're gonna make a joke there.
Number 2,
But all of a sudden, it turns the whole Superman, like classic Superman stuff on its head, and with weird rules that I don't think people are going to be able to follow.
And legit, I mean, by the end of this, it just doesn't feel like there's a lot of Superman. It feels like, Superman's just kind of there, and he's reacting to some things, but it doesn't feel quite like a Superman book. It feels like a kryptonite book.
Right. Now, I meant to ask you earlier, did we get any indication of how long Superman is powerless once he's out of his golden form?
I said that's what we needed. That's when he says, I have my powers back. What gives? And then Kara goes, oh, they had you in a coma to get rid of the kryptonite with the... You need some... That's what... there's no rules. Like, I was waiting for the idea of, listen, if you fully deplete, your powers are gone forever. Oh my God, that's huge stakes. Like what? And then also, how long does it take? And if he ends up where he has, like, he goes back to the fortress and he ends up having that yellow solar, does that up it? Is it like those cryogenic chambers that T.O. was in right before the Super Bowl back in the day? Like, is there a way to up the deal? How long does it take? Because you need to know that for the stakes, that if you end up where Superman, because we could find out it's 10 minutes, it's an hour, it's a day. It was about a day or two, I think, with the solar flare. And when they mentioned that, but even that, like, again, when Dan Slott throws this in and realizes at one point, I think somebody I'm not going to say that Dan Slott was like, oh man, I'm going to do this. And it's just, I think maybe he was doing this, presented it. One of these editors said, hey, by the way, this is very similar to a thing that Jeff Johns did at the end of the New 52, where there was a solar flare. And so the next part of that conversation should be, and nobody liked it. It didn't work out, and it was ditched because it did nothing, and this should have been maybe.
Oh, I mean, how long is this going to last? I mean, 5 more issues before it's done? I don't know.
It's not that interesting.
It's not
that. And even the idea, too, again, like I said, you have to retroactively already in 2 issues explain things. You say, well, why is it just me? Like, why isn't? Yeah. Why isn't Kara? Why isn't? And he's like, well, Batman says, well, we're trying to come up with a theory. My theory is you've been on the planet the longest, but also it might be that solar flare bullshit that you had before. And like,
it feels like someone reacting to an argument of Superman's so boring because he's all powerful. They're like, oh, well, in this book, he only is powerful for 3 minutes. It just seems
not only that. Now you're talking. Now you get, because not only the solar flare, but right after that, we ended up having Superman lose his powers at the end of the New 52. Nobody liked that. Right. And in that, if people remember, me and Eric on the podcast were kind of excited. Exactly what you saw, that I said, oh, this is a cool play. What you're going to do is you're going to show Superman's super without his powers. Like, his powers are there, But what makes him super is how much he cares and that he does this. Instead, they made him suicidal at points, and he was beating up Barry Allen to get his and yelling at Wonder Woman, calling her a bitch. He was all pissed off, and it was nonsense. So it is one of those, like, maybe you gotta, learn from the past and don't repeat its mistakes, because this is weird, but it could be really good. This is only two issues. This
it's
issue,
early.
Again, I don't want to keep doing this though. If we keep coming on and talking about this, and each issue we say, well, he's setting some things up, so I get it. Oh, he's getting this continuity. Oh, he said, because that's what we said last issue. This issue, in a weird way, is still doing it. But you got to get to it, the story. I need to see Superman. I need to see it. And even then, at this point, Batman better damn well be on the case making some... because usually with this, we get a suit. We'll end up having the anti-kryptonite suit, which to me seems like a pretty good... If Lex was involved and going on and still good, that's what he would do. He would make a suit, a containment suit that would allow Superman to deal with things and go, but... well,
that's the other thing too, is we have in the other Superman book, like the Red K, energy that is like taking over Superman when he gets really angry. So I don't know. It's weird that we've got two books now that are playing with his powers in a strange way.
I talked to some people when people heard the Mark Waid was doing the Superboy story. A bunch of people ended up saying, "Oh my God, that's bullshit. Why do we need that? That's ridiculous." And I actually said to them at that point, "You'll see." Because there's a lot of Superman books, and they're going to have more. They're going to have these minis, all these things coming out. It's going to get convoluted. Things aren't going to go tit for tat at points. Yeah. So it's good to get a book out of that and be able to tell its own thing.
I mean, that's the thing, is it's unfortunate that with the level of editorial that we have right now, we're not getting a lot of continuity between books, which, I mean, isn't always needed, but it's nice to have things referenced between books. But we just don't have the editorial for that.
Eric was a continuity kid. Some might call the continuity asshole. I don't know. But when with me, I would always say to him, I actually need synergy within books. I don't care if you see something and 10 years ago, oh my God, that guy was left-handed in the 70s. Like, I don't really care about that, but I need within the books, I need synergy, so then it makes sense. And I'm not talking about the idea where people, you always have that wackadoo come out and it's like, how is Superman on the Justice League?
Yeah.
On Mongol, and then you get the, I'm like, not that. I'm talking about in books where if he's got the Red K energy, that has to be shown in other things.
Like maybe they had just talked about that. Maybe they had just referenced that in this book. I mean, but whatever. Whatever. It's not the situation we're in anymore.
So what would you give it?
I don't know. I don't love the art. And I mean, I think I've said this before. I don't, it's Marcelo Maiolo on colors, right? I'm not a huge fan of his. The writing, I mean, I don't know. There's some cool stuff going on, like we talked about, but it's just weird how it's set up. So I guess I'm like a 6.3.
Yeah, I'm not 6.
I don't know. It's strange.
Yeah, I have a lot of 6s this week.
Yeah,
it's not great, but it's weird. Again, like there are some neat ideas, but they're thrown in weird little ways.
It's not organic at all. It's just presented.
Yeah, it's just thrown at you. Well, speaking of not organic, or maybe overly organic.
Or overly organic,
yeah. It's crazy. We have Nightwing. Nightwing 127. I'm assuming, I'm assuming that Brad didn't love this, but that's just me assuming.
Yeah, there is no vacation.
The best in the Slack was when you could almost see it in real time, where Dan went off to read it and then came back and said, "Yeah, that Nightwing is fucking bullcrap." Yeah. I was like, "Oh God, I hadn't read it yet." So I'm like, I haven't been loving it. I thought that the tone is really odd at points. It's funny at points. It's not. Then you have body horror. Then you don't. You have the furries. You have the teddies. You have the flyboys. And what is also going on with Dan Waters in this book is, he seems to just drop stuff. Now, it seems like he'll get back to it. But when he gets back to it, you're like, all right, well, it wasn't great when you dropped it, but it was annoying you dropped it. Then you get back and mention things. You're like, yeah, this is not good. And then it takes a left turn to, not to Albuquerque, but to the fourth dimension, the fifth dimension. And I'm like, do we need this in this book? This is such a weird... We just came off of that deal with the Captain Hollow. Now we're getting back to spheric solutions, but in a weird way. You also have the kid whose brother died, but that's thrown in off. And when we get into this, I have not read an issue in a while where people will just give you exposition to catch you up every time somebody shows up. And it's so off that it just is not natural that they might as well turn to us and say, hey, everybody, if it's like an editor's note live.
It is.
It's so odd.
And it's, I mean, you and Brad talked about it last time. I mean, this long form storytelling that DC is starting to turn towards is not great. But then when you interrupt it with that Captain Hollow stuff, I had to go back and reread because I had no idea what it was talking about with this kid. And that kid was the cliffhanger of the issue before Captain Hollow.
Yeah, he's like, "Hey, boss,"
because he drew Nightwing on his jacket. Yeah, and you're right. He said, "Hey, boss," as in like he's like a I don't know, a Nightwing-ite or something. I don't know.
And it also felt like because what Nightwing was doing with the Teddies was trying to help him out. They were souping up their cars and one of his hideout deals. And I thought that this Bryce was saying, oh man, you're now the leader. You're the captain of our group. But it does feel like he wants to be, a sidekick, but it didn't feel, it's just weird. And that Captain Hollow thing was just nothing. It was nothing at all. It just ends and ended in a weird way.
It should have been, I think you guys said it. It should have been an annual. There was no reason for that to have broken up the storyline when it hadn't concluded before that.
It didn't even progress well. And nobody knew what this Captain Hollow was until the second issue where, he goes after cops that are good. That it didn't make any sense. But this is Nightwing 127 by Dan Waters, Dexter Soy on art. I don't love the art in this. And I
actually do like the art.
Yeah, I actually saw a couple reviews that actually finally somebody agrees with me that I really don't like Dexter Soy's art.
Okay.
I don't like it much
I do,
all.
yeah.
Veronica Gandini on colors, Wes Abbott on letters. It is Jessica Burby on editing, Rob Levin on group editor. So we come out of Captain Hollow, and so you start out with this, and you're just there with like run down Titan's Tower, and
all that graffiti on it. I mean, it's like overgrown.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but Titan's Tower was raised up on the pretty much the rubble of what was a Supermax prison that got torn down by Nightwing to just put up a Titan's Tower. And my biggest problem it was soapboxing by Tom Taylor about prisons for hire. Again, something bigger in Australia where he's from. But in the meantime, they didn't say anything about these prisoners. They ended up, it was a riot. They escaped, and it seemed like, okay, well, where's the next part of, you have a problem with overstuffed prisons, but when you just tear one down, doesn't that overstuff the other ones? And also, what gives? But that's Tom Taylor. Tom Taylor, when he writes, he's big on getting on a soapbox, but boy, he gets off that soapbox quick in the idea that he just lets everything that he just talked about disappear. And it's just a statement, not an actual thing, right?
I'm sure you feel this way in Detective Comics, but it's very much, these guys aren't bad. They're not really bad, but the guys who are bad, I'm going to show you that they're horrible.
He became, at one point, he was the guy who was known to kill everybody. In Injustice and all these things, he was, when he would be announced on a book, I remember as far as his Suicide Squad was, who's going to die? And then he killed people in it. So you end up where now I think somebody called him out on it or something. It seems like he's there with Twitter and whatnot. But Titan's Tower was just rebuilt here. And now it's just a dilapidated ruin. Mm-hmm. And they're kind of just hanging in it. And you have this Bryce go with, this. I'm telling you, you have Haley, the three-legged dog. And Dan Waters is like, I'm going to have a bunny rabbit. You barely see her if you even see Haley. And this bunny rabbit's not working. But it's this kid, and this is the kid. His brother got killed. So he's like looking for Nightwing. Hey, man, I'm going to go into this Titan's Tower. In the meantime, Melinda is giving her, hey, we're doing this whole deal. We're going to debate the whole election thing going on. And she's done now, right? I mean, she's on camera. It doesn't even matter if she's infected. We don't even know what happens.
Well, so it's, I had to reread. That's the problem is like the last issue that dealt with any of this stuff was 3 months ago. That's too long to be trying to pick up these threads. What happened was the Spheric Solutions lady, I can't remember the Spheric lady's name.
I think it's Olivia Pierce.
Olivia.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Olivia took her face off and showed her whatever's going on there with her and the Cirque de Sin.
Cirque de, that's
and
nonsense.
so I somehow she had like some sort of mental breakdown.
But it comes out,
saw.
like you said, that's what she's seeing. But in my mind, that doesn't make you go and have a press conference and then pass out.
I know,
just because you saw something bad.
And
this doesn't, again, because of the timing of the actual issues, it feels like a lot of time has happened between. So why didn't you just go to Nightwing? I'm sure that they'd say she went right there to this. But Nightwing's done so many things between, so it can't be possible. But she ends up thinking, she starts crying and sweating. No way, she's mayor now.
No,
she just lost. It doesn't matter what you explain. In my mind, you see somebody sweating like that right away, what is going to happen? Nobody's going to say, oh, I think that she ended up seeing that Pierce lady's actual face. And they're going to say, you see that bitch? She's on drugs.
Yeah, I know.
She's on drugs. She ends up, she's too unstable. Oh my God, look at her. Done. Just done.
And then she just screams, help us to the crowd. I mean, that's
and she ends up where
behavior.
She's like, when do we stop acting like we understood things that are so simple, like making no sense in what is being done? And then just kind of passes out, help us Nightwing. Why didn't you call your brother the last weeks or so and whatnot? Again, I don't know, but you end up where it was the face. And then you see Bryce, he's breaking into the Titan's Tower with a brick. And then you have Dick saying, I got to go help my sister. And there's, back and forth.
I mean, I don't even know if we want to talk about it because it's just a bunch of, it's a summary dump of what's happened with him and Barbara. And I've got it. I mean, I don't know how you feel or how other people feel, but I don't really love this iteration of Nightwing and Barbara Gordon. It is so boring.
Yeah, it is because
so
they just, even in this, I mean, here's some of the exposition is, hey, Dick, you have those unpacked boxes. Are you going to live here with your friends not around? And then at one point, the idea of, Nightwing, Dick Grayson goes, the gangs have all gone to ground since Melinda and Commissioner Sawyer gave Spheric free rein to roam the streets with evil police robots. First off, that's not true. We've seen that's not true. And in fact, Bryce's brother got killed because of the weaponry and the robots were already there. What I think this is what Dan Waters is like, somebody got to him and said, what about the clean cut crew?
Yeah.
What about these others? What about the blockbusters and all these that we never, ever saw? You just showed us two gangs. So, that's because they've gone underground because of this. And then he ends up, but now there's the kid, Bryce Moran. Like, who talks like this?
He looks up to you. He was running with the Teddies before. You're a better role model. And it's like, why would anyone say something
I
like
love that she says, like you said, he looks up to you. He was running with the Teddies before. I wanted Dick to say, no shit, Sherlock.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm living this.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? And then, I'm not sure it's a good thing that I am an 11-year-old with a gun following me around. Babs? And then she's like, well, you're always the light. You're talking about an 11-year-old with a gun.
I
She's
know.
like, you're the light at the end. It's like, I don't know. How about get that gun away from him? You know you're the best. I know. You know I know. And then they go, but everything ends up with this play of like, hey, remember that person? Remember this? Hey, Spheric Solutions. They did that even with the face deal because everything has been too long. It reminds me a bit. People talk about Tom Taylor's run and say, oh, nothing happened. And it was bullshit. And when you did, I said, you can tell with Tom Taylor, when you had things Heartless would show up, you'd have to reintroduce him because he'd been gone for it. But you're doing it already in this. You're having to reintroduce things or actually say things where these are things that should be the main story that people, and you're not even confident that they remember because you're all over the place. But, they end up, he goes off to help his sister. I thought it'd be like, you mean Melinda Zuko? Your sister that you didn't know was actually the half-sister of you and really had nothing to do with Zuko, but the name is the big thing. So they're like, okay. So they end up, and she passes out, and he's like, I got to get going. So again, it felt weird. She's also in a coma now. She won't wake up. And then it just continues where you have these doctors and they're looking up to, actually before that.
It's the like intake nurse.
First off, who's this Blockbuster Junior? This woman is Jack. Yeah. And he goes in and goes, I'm here. I'm Dick Grayson, the mayor's billionaire brother. I know you. Yeah. I'm like, really? That's how you get-
I actually thought there was a funny play that could have happened here, where just people just kept standing up and being like, "Oh, are you talking about Dick Grayson, the one who set up the Pennyworth orphanage,
the former police officer who ended up this and that?" And then somebody gets up and it's like, "You mean Dick Grayson, who's Nightwing and was, oh shit," and runs off.
Yeah.
That was actually Damien. Damien's like, "I just want to ruin shit," and he runs off. But yeah, I'm Dick Grayson, the mayor's billionaire brother. I know who you are.
Yeah.
And then he's like, "Yeah, sure. And then she interrupts again. My brother broke his ribs working as a tree surgeon.
Yeah.
His harness broke." I'm like, TMI, he's there to find his sister. Jesus. And your foundation paid for his physical therapy. That's great. I'm so glad we can help. I wanted her to go. I was waiting for the but.
Yeah.
But you messed up his therapy. He's a wreck now, and he's pissed off, and he's going to be a villain.
One of those people that you released from prison actually ended up killing him in an alley.
Yeah, it says, but my other brother, who was actually a reformed criminal, like he ended up, his gang broke out, they killed him, I don't know, and there's a haunted town.
Yeah,
But yeah, so in this, though, you also have a narration that's going that you kind of get that it's Nightmite. And then you also get the play of this asshole, Zani or whatever.
Zani, I don't know.
You never get anything. He's the heartless of this run. And so when you get it, though, where is it at this point where why aren't you? You do have things morphing around in a way through Nightmite. I keep wanting to say Batmite, but Nightmite. I wanted to, like, out of nowhere, this lady's talking and, bubblegum starts coming out of her ears. Or things where Nightwing's like, what's going on? Like, I must need a rest, or I need this. Also could have been a really good way of actually making Melinda freak out in a fifth dimensional type of way, that the city is being infected by Nightmite as he's there and getting kind of tortured. But they don't really do that. He's just going and it's just exposition. These doctors, he goes in the room, she's there, and the doctors are there and they're looking out the window. So what are you doing? You should be helping her. What are you looking at? And the guy's like, it just came out of thin air. And you end up seeing that Nightmite has been turned into this Cthulhu, like, awful thing. And I'm like, how didn't Dick Grayson not see this?
It's so funny because you and Brad mentioned Cthulhu-esque stuff is coming up big in DC, and then we've got more.
And here
in this issue.
in our favorite book. And then they're like, oh my God. And he's like, oh no, Barbara, because it is enveloping the Titan's Tower.
Yeah.
And then he's like, hey, Doc, big monster thing in the middle of the city, suboptimal. But I need you to focus up and figure out, like, such a weird bit of dialogue. Everything is off. And then, like, start with a CT scan. And he goes, you think there's something in her brain? I'm like, dude, I'm going through the checklist of what we do when the woman's in a coma. We don't have any idea. Like, right there feels like we're going to have rage monster shit again from the Detective Comics back in Mariko Tamaki. Like, when he says, you think there's something in her brain, there has to be. There has to be, and then we'll find out that it was Olivia not only showing face, but infecting Melinda in a way that she's in this. So that just seems to be the case, right? And also, anytime we see Olivia now, she's got to adjust that freaking face. But yeah, and says, hey, sorry, Melinda, I wish there were two of me, but I got to get going. And yeah, this Cthulhu deal is just like, help me. Yeah. You do see you see Olivia put on that face, whatnot, but I don't think that's that interesting.
Oh, I don't know. I find it interesting, but I don't find it. I'm not.
She's part of Zanny and the Cirque. It's just that, and when we see her face, it's just going to be, if we ever do, it's just a horrific face because she's pretending. Also, I think that she's infected by this shit. But by the end, I'm telling you, Dan Waters is just the same as what I said about Tom Taylor. By the end, she'll not be that. She'll be a victim. You'll end up seeing that she's being infected by this, and she's trying to help, but now she's got something on her, Zanny and whatnot. But you end up where they go, and she realizes it's fifth dimensional stuff, so she ends up getting this fifth dimensional gun and shoots at it. I'll give her one thing: she's in the front lines. Like, she's the big player there, but she'll grab a gun and shoot this thing. But then that's when Nightwing shows up, and it's the play of, here, Nightwing, I made this suit for you that gets rid of fifth dimensional stuff. And he says, that seems convenient. And she's, yeah, kind of, but you need it. And he's like, okay. And he puts it on. Yeah, and also in it, just he does seem like you could really see his identity in this because he's like there's tons of people and he's like taking off, putting a new domino mask on, whatnot, but he ends up it's okay. It just looks like an armored version of his suit.
I mean, I wish we got a little bit of narration or something from Nightwing where he like does accept a little bit more the idea that he really can't. I mean, she says it. He's just a guy with a scream of sticks. I mean, what's he gonna do to some fifth dimensional being or whatever? Because I don't think
she seems to
knows
notice that
point.
right away. And when he hears fifth dimension, you got to assume. And he even says when this thing is like, "Help me, I'm hurting," and like he turns to her and says, like, "What gives it?" I don't know. It must be the suit, like the whole deal. So he does go in, and then you start like the issue feels like at this point, we've talked a bit about it, but it feels like it's just starting. It feels like all the other stuff was, hey, billionaire, brother of the mayor, and all that just seemed like, okay, you're catching us up. When we finally get to the deal, he walks in the Titan's tower, boom, it's over. And you see that there's Nightmite and it's him. But you kind of could guess that before, the way that he was talking in the narration. So at the end, though, I'm like, boy, I usually, I'm not the fastest reader. I think I got through this in 3 minutes.
It just ended all of a sudden.
Because it just ended. And then at the end, I'm like, okay, so we have Teddy's Flyboys. That seemed to try to get a little more stakes when I'm going to give you all my blood and transfusions and let's see, the Flyboys, they're mutating. We just ditched that. The only thing that remains at this moment from any of that is this Bryce, who he just throws a brick and goes into the tower. So he's in there, but nothing else from him. Then you have Barbara, who's in the tower, but she's just there and she's capable. He's all worried. But the idea, Nightmare, but what else did you get? You got Melinda passing out. She's in a coma. Everybody knows Nightwing's a billionaire. Boom. And at the end, you're like, is this the same page length as everything? Because it felt like 10 pages and it just felt off. But
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I do like, there is some curiosity for me, like what's going on with the Zani, because like, I mean, Nightmite is obviously a fifth dimensional being. So, I mean, does that mean that the Zani is sixth dimensional or something? I don't know.
He's going to be like 10th dimensional.
Right. He's fucking, what's his name? That Kendra and Martian Manhunter son or whatever. I don't know.
Shane. His name was Shane.
That's right. Yeah.
We wanted to be the apex predator. I was like, it was great for that.
That's right.
Yeah, Shane.
But like, I don't know. I have some interest there, but it's just weird how all of this is interwoven with itself. Like, it's weird that we have these like grounded gang war versus cop stuff going on, but then it's all being controlled by this, fourth wall breaking character. And now we have Nightmite in the Titan's tower. And I'm not excited for next issue at all. I do not feel like seeing fifth dimensional shenanigans in Titan's tower. That sounds boring as hell to me.
I'm looking at the deal here. I think it's like 9 or 10 issues we've been dealing this run so far.
Yeah,
it does not feel like it. And Zani was there from the beginning, and then just did nothing.
And then just did nothing.
Pop in for a panel, do nothing. It's very, like I said, very Heartless-esque. Because, like you said, if you are interested in Zani, you're not getting much, And in that, it seems it seems crazy. Now you're throwing in fifth dimension and things like that. Also, it feels like Dan Waters at points like should just kind of get away from some of the Tom Taylor stuff. Not that maybe he loves it, and a lot of people did, but it feels like getting Nightmite is now, this is Tom Taylor stuff again. And you had that, and I'm expecting B to show up, Pirate Queen. We'll end up her with it because it just seems like he seems like he's scattered and doesn't know what to tell.
It really, that is exactly what it feels like. It feels like
especially with that Captain Hollow and then this.
It feels like he has 6 different plot lines that he doesn't know which one he wants to write to next.
But I just realized too that we're doing this and we dropped that Dark Patterns because
I know. It's gonna seem like we have a vendetta against Dan Waters.
I don't really love him as a writer.
Yeah.
There's not much I've read that I like, but it's weird. It's like I've read some really bad comics, even this week. It's not like that. It just ends up feeling like it doesn't mean anything, or it's goofy, or the tone's all over the place.
I mean, I mean, I'm going to say it again, and I don't mean to just always harp on DC editorial, but I mean, he feels like he has some good ideas that maybe if he just talked it out with someone, he could actually do something with it.
Yeah, I think that they just don't want to upset writers, so they just let him go.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe they think it's great. Maybe
I don't know. Maybe this is him talking.
Something really cool. But
I don't.
You end up where it's funny because I went to look at the reviews, and the aggregate score is a 9.2. The problem is the Get Your Comic On, Neil Vegg, he gave it a 16 out of 10.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
16 out of 10. But this is where I get so frustrated with the reviews. Eek-Ad, he says, the book has been taking a lot of chances, shifting tones and genres pretty regularly. And that's not a plus in my mind. And then says, but it's turning into a very compelling, larger narrative. Is it?
Yeah,
because the larger narrative is Zani, who just kind of hangs and cackles. So we need more. If next issue gives us more Zani and really gives us a play, it might end up being really cool. Like, it might end up being like, I could even like it. But at the moment, we just have so many loose threads that aren't that interesting. Bryce, 11-year-old Teddy with a gun. You know, Barbara wondering if Nightwing is going to unpack or whatever. The Titan's Tower is now, fully taken over Fifth Dimension Imp. Melinda in a coma because she saw the face of Olivia Pearson. The idea of the most grounded thing is that Olivia Pierce is running a RoboCop shit in Bloodhaven, and that gets lost in the shuffle.
You're right. The most grounded things are the robotic cops that we have, and the Teddies and the Flyboys. Yeah, that's the grounded part.
A group of kids running around in mascot uniforms, mutated flies, and robots from RoboCop running around like that. And so when people are like, I really like the Nightwing because Dan Waters is really street level, I'm like, he might be telling the story from the street, but the things on the street are fucked up. Like, everything's fucked up here. And you have supernatural shit. You got Fifth Dimension. It's all over the place. He is kind of that dark kind of supernatural play in most of the things they end up seeing. So I get it. But a lot of the things, and it doesn't feel like he's taking it seriously.
No,
or he doesn't want to fully commit. It just feels weird. Maybe he will, and maybe it'll be a lot better. But again, I don't know. Not my favorite. But
no.
What would you give it?
I like the art a lot. I know you're not a fan, but I like Dexter Soy.
I don't know what it is. At one point, I was a fan of his, and when I see it, it just, I don't know. It ends up, it's like a style that ends up, everything kind of looks the same to me, and it ends up getting to me, I think. I don't know. Not really an art guy anyway.
Right.
I'll tell you the panel that I really was, it was when Nightwing was putting on his costume with Barbara, and he's like flexing in a crazy ass way to put in. And I'm like, why does he look like that?
It's because he hasn't washed the suit in months, and he can barely get it on.
Like me, like he's about to sniff his armpits. Like, holy crap, I can't go to the gym with this freaking thing on. But even then, it's like, it's half off the other side. And when he's putting it on, I think it's supposed to look sexy.
Yeah,
like he's a Chippendale, but it looks weird. I don't know what was going on there. Barbara looks old.
But I don't know. It's a style that is very easily recognizable.
Tons of people love it. I'm one of the few.
It's not my favorite, but I like it. The plot, I don't know. It's all over the place. I don't even know how to talk about the plot with what's going on. I don't hate it though. There's some interesting things that are going on. I just wish that maybe it was a little bit more focused. I don't know. 5.5. Yeah.
Or just a regular 5. It's one of those, it's like now you have the FU 5, but then you have your shrug your shoulders 5.
Right.
A lot of them are coming that. And I do blame, things meandering. I'm more of a story guy. There's some books that come out and people are like, I don't mind, the art's great, so I can go with it, but I'm more of a story and a character guy. And things seem to be treading water at this moment. And in a way that every book is like, okay, this one's quick, but nothing really happens. And again, you're setting it up as if, well, the problem is if you have to, and I say it at Marvel as a recap page.
Right.
If the recap page, in my mind, if it's like 5 paragraphs, that means you've done something wrong because you're actually thinking that people aren't remembering anything that you told to. And when you have to go and things come in this, like a Tom Taylor, where you have to actively tell people, by the way, remember Dick Grayson's a billionaire and the brother of Melinda. If you're reading it at this point, you don't know that. I don't know what you're reading. And this isn't, I'm not going to, maybe they're thinking Bat-Mite Nightmite is a jumping on point for some people because it felt like this was to get people up to speed who might be jumping on. We're 9 issues in. You got to get away from that. So.
I don't like Nightmite. I don't know if other people like him. I remember
the last time Nightmite showed up, we got Rick Grayson. And
right.
It just was like, whatever. No, the thing is, though, is when you have a story, again, the most ungrounded thing you could ever have is Fifth Dimension. And she even said that when you end up having Olivia even say, like, you could go in and get turned to glitter. Hopefully meaning that movie, you know, is one of my favorites. But the idea with Mariah Carey, that's not grounded. You go from Flyboys, Teddy's now Fifth Dimension. I don't get it.
I don't know. I mean, this is what, issue 9, right?
Yeah.
So we're 9 months into All In and we're treading water. I don't know. That just doesn't feel good for the line in general.
And then when you rebrand things, you're running the risk of people, they just go online and say that it's a reboot.
DC rebooting,
it's a reboot. It's only a rebranding, but I don't know. All In, I really like some of the books, but there's a lot that are right now, like you said, you still like this book, but it's treading water. We like Batman and Robin, treading water. Like, I don't want the books that I have actively said, hey, this is one of the better books out now, to have to say, but right now it's kind of on a lull. This story lasted too long. I think that Philip Kennedy Johnson has his own deal with that, because I'd say the same thing with this Hulk book. But in the meantime, I need something to pick up. Hopefully it'll be coming out. Hopefully some of the Superman stuff is pretty good. So we have, and a lot of the stuff is pretty good. I just want a lot more great. So we'll see. Maybe I want too much. That's me. That's my biggest fault.
It's still better. Much. It's still better than pre All In.
Yeah,
it's still better than that. It just
I agree with that.
But you're right. I mean, if everything gets brought up to like an average 7, we need some 8s and 9s to really hit it.
There are a couple, but we need a couple more of the big books. Right now, Batman, because of that Hush 2, and now it's delayed. That's a shame, because you need Batman to be hitting it. It
does feel like we're kind of missing
and Tom King on Wonder Woman, not great.
Yeah.
So you end up with, is my segue. We'll probably go off now to Wonder Woman. I needed a segue there. But yeah, the Trinity is Superman stuff strong, which is good because there's a movie coming out, but we need to get Batman and Wonder Woman back up to speed.
Really.
But thank you for joining me, Tom. As always, we'll see what Brad says.
Yeah, hopefully Nightwing. Brad doesn't. Yeah, we'll see.
I think he'll like it a little more than us, but there's no. I can't see him liking this, but. Some people just give it a 16 out of 10.
It's 16.
Neil
damn.
Vag. It's just a misdo and grabbing it, but they didn't change it. So there's Dan Waters like, man, my issue's hitting good. But it's because it's a 16.
Neil, we're going to find out that Neil Vag and like Arabic is an anagram for Dan Waters.
That's what it is. All of a sudden, it's like CSI.
Yeah.
I got like yarn on the board. Oh my God, it's Dan Waters. The review's coming from within the house. Start screaming and yelling. But with that, we will go off now to Wonder Woman. And we're going to continue on with Wonder Woman and with my man, Jared. What up, Jared? That was your
Do I have to?
Tortured pause. Yeah, you do. You're again, this is the thing, and I was even thinking today, I was thinking about us recording this, where and one of my things that I always wanted to do all along, even before Eric left the podcast, I did want to do a show where I talk with people who are fans of a character. I like the idea of, talking to you as a Wonder Woman fan. And this seemed like an idyllic thing in my mind. Ooh, I'll get somebody who loves Tim Drake and we'll talk. But the problem is, if the book isn't good, like that, you're not going to really get much more than, us
At
not
least
liking
you're
it,
merciful enough to say, let's talk about some good Wonder Woman books as well.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, I actually see the idea that I don't know. I gave you a little bit of a hope that there might be some light at the end of the tunnel. I'm not so sure of that anymore, the way that things are playing out. Now, I did tell you, and a lot of people, that I thought something was big was going to change. Something was coming September, October. That seems to be the case. But I don't know. I just don't get it.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, and I've talked about this on my show, and one of the things that we've said is that likely if there's another shakeup like there was earlier, he's not going to survive in terms of the Wonder Woman series. Plus, you're gonna love this. I saw a rumor coming around Twitter that Tom King is in talks to write a Flash book.
Yeah.
And I go, if I have to choose between the two, put him on Flash.
Well, and that's the thing right now. If you did, it's weird because if you put him on
the
Flash,
Wally West thing is like, oh my God, no.
And people will lose their mind. And the idea where Flash isn't great right now. So Cy Spurrier, you kind of need some change there, but do you want Tom King? And like you said, I think that I don't know if there's any goodwill still left with Wally West fans, but if you put Tom King on Flash, it's gone. It's gone completely. In fact, one of the things that happened in my mind, or people even told me, when you ended up having this new Flash deal with Wally and you had, what's his name on it, people didn't read it. And then Cy Spurrier comes and kind of ruins it. Anyway, Jeremy Adams. So I was saying when he started this Flash run, which was good and fun and really and actually erased Heroes in Crisis. But the damage was done and they thought, no, Wally's always treated like crap. But if you put Tom King back on now, my thing that I heard was that Jason Aaron was going to take over Flash in October. But still, all these are rumors. Who knows? I thought that Cy Spurrier would be gone from the book by now.
All I care about is getting King off Wonder Woman. That's all I care about at this point.
Every Flash fan's like cursing you out.
Well, I'm sorry, guys. Read Wonder Woman and then get back to me.
Yeah. It's one of those where I think that Tom King has his fans, and his fans don't care if things are in continuity.
Oh, I've been encountering those people lately. Like I posted a video that was a collab with another one of my co-hosts talking about like the ranking Wonder Woman writers from good to bad. I think you can guess who I put at last.
Yeah,
and everyone's like, can we stop with the Tom King hatred? And I go, no.
Well, and this
I'll tell you what, I'll stop when he leaves the book. That's where I'll stop.
The problem I have, and people will give me shit for sometimes, and did it Tom King back at the Batman thing, and the idea where they'll say, oh, you hate Tom King, blah, blah, blah. Well, I hate him because of the writing. And there's other writers, too, that this has come up recently with, like, oh, why do you even review this? You don't. Like, I just review every issue. If I don't like it, I don't like it. I know that it
I love Wonder Woman. I don't really have a choice because here's what people don't understand, Jim. People are going to ask us about this in the comments. What you think of this? So we got to like head them off at the pass for lack of a better term.
Here it is. Again, I'll tell you, we don't really love this issue. We probably don't like it for a bunch of reasons. My biggest reason is it feels like a non-story, but we'll get into it.
The art kind of sucks.
Yeah, and I've been told that I'm the biggest Caitlin Yarsky fan ever. That's what Wes told me at one point, and I'm like, am I? But then when I was reading this, didn't even look at the credits, and about middle way, I'm like,
she has a man face. She gave Diana it looks like you just copy and pasted the face from Steve and put it on Diana.
Yeah, it's not great. The art in this is kind of, and it's a little too cartoony for the deal. But again, I guess it's supposed to be the lighthearted Mouse Man, but we'll get into that in a second. Here we go. Here's the credits. It is Wonder Woman number 22, written by Tom King, Caitlin Yarsky on art, Alex Ramirez on colors, Clayton Coles on letters. It's the Island of Mice and Men prelude. Now, I ended up at the end of last episode of our podcast, I end up saying, hey, this is what we're going to be doing next week. And sometimes I'll read the solicit. So I read the solicit and it says, and debuting Mouse Man. Now, the thing is, this is what gets me kind of angry at Tom. Not kind of. I do get angry a lot of times where Tom King will take credit for things, but he does it in a way that he can get out of. We talked about this before. People will say, oh, my God, your character Kite Man. It's so cool you have a cartoon. And he'll say, oh, yeah,
you didn't create the character, a-hole.
Yeah, and Mouse Man is not his either. This is a character from years ago, 60s. Not a huge character, but still a character that was out there. And really, in the main play of it doesn't really matter at all. This issue is such a non-issue. And where I did say to somebody where they said, oh, you're just, always, you're always mad. And this is a cool down issue. And I said, legit, when was it hot? When do we need a cool down issue when nothing was hot? Like the idea. And then by the end, You get the Sovereign, I want to punch somebody. By the end, like, really?
Here's
Like,
the
you're gonna
thing.
throw
Here's the
this
thing,
in?
Jim. Here's why this issue fundamentally fails. Because King wants you to believe that the Mouse Man is going to be like the big bad. And it's like, to even say, to be continued in the next big Wonder Woman epic.
Yeah.
She beats him in like 20 seconds.
Yeah, easily. And
there's no stakes.
And at the big play of the stakes are the Sovereign setting this up to do his nonsense. And basically what this feels like to me, again, is what he did with his Batman run. You end up having a failed wedding. But then, you didn't realize Bane was always pulling the strings, whatever. It was all bullshit. He came up with that at the deal after the reaction. So he wants you to think, in this, you're supposed to think, oh my God, look how big the Sovereign is. He was planning all this stuff from the beginning. I don't care. The Sovereign is not a good villain. I didn't enjoy him anyway. He was boring, and I just wanted to move on to something else. You end up having that deal with Batman in the whole deal of what's it called, with Zeus and all them in Olympus. But now we get back and you're just going to say, oh, well, first off, this is an issue that in my mind is supposed to retroactively make you think, oh, yeah, Steve and Wonder Woman. Yeah.
No, it doesn't do that, which first off, he wakes up and basically objectifies Diana saying, oh my gosh, I had a great time banging Wonder Woman.
Yeah. And in the meantime, you don't like Steve, right? You're not a Steve fan. Here's the thing. People who love Steve hate this issue because it makes him look like a simp, that he's just,
it makes him look like
a
a stupid person, because like when he rendezvous with Diana, he like takes out his gun, is going to shoot the giant mouse. And then it's like, he's like, I'm going to do it, Diana. And she goes, don't shoot the mouse.
Yeah. And then the thing, well, we'll get to it because he wakes up, right? We'll get right into this nonsense. He wakes up and there's and right away it gives off the vibe of this doesn't matter. It feels goofy. It feels just like nothing. So he gets up, gets this letter, and you realize then it says near the beginning. So this is when Diana, close to when she first came to quote unquote man's world, she's hooked up with Steve and she's not used to, the dating. So it just, all of it is nonsense. So you end up where Steve's like, oh man, she says this mouse problem, she might be lying. Oh my God, it was a booty call, whatever. And then you end up where you find out that indeed the Capitol's being swarmed by mice. And so
it's a January 6th reference. Nice.
Yeah. And even in that, you also then have immigration references. You have all these things being thrown in that don't need to be, because this all is to stop this ruling that you're allowed to have the Amazons immigrate. None of this matters. It just feels like so forced. So when all this is going on, what's Steve doing? Steve is part of the military. He is part of the deal, but yet he's kind of just wandering around.
Here's the thing, Jim, and this is one of the reasons why I loathe Steve Trevor, because once he is the plot device to get her off the island. Once she leaves that island, his usefulness with her vanishes completely.
Yeah. She's there, and even then, she's there, but they're talking about the end, but she's the only one. I don't see many other people showing up. There's no police. There's no military. It looks like the Capitol's being eaten by mice. Steve, a military guy, just is there to be like, hey, what should I do now? And when he goes to shoot a mouse and she says, don't shoot the mice, then he just goes to everybody else. Hey, don't shoot the mice. I'm like, I don't know. I think you should shoot the mice. These things are eating, that they're huge, all that. But she's there. And I think that Tom King thinks he's being smart where, oh, look, I'll remind people that you can talk to animals and things like that. But in the meantime, nothing's happening in this issue that really means anything. It's just goofy because she keeps saying, it's not a problem. I'll just talk to the mice. It's not a problem. And then the one mouse talks to her and there's another guy with big mouse ears. I'm like, I understand that you're trying to be but his lighthearted is not good, and also it
comes off as cringe. It did the same. I had the same reaction in the Trinity book. I'm like, bro, whenever you sound, how like comics clearly made for kids can seem kind of pandery and like they're talking down. That's what every time he tries to be like human sounds like.
And the weird play is, I get it if you're an adult and you're reading a all ages comic, you think, oh my God. And the best all ages comics do not talk down to the kids either. They're if they're done well. But the idea where I can recognize at points where, okay, I'm an adult. I see what they're doing. Oh, my goodness. Recently, G. Willow Wilson, when she did her Action Comics deal, that's what it felt like. It felt like a pandering to kids issue kind of deal to get them in. When Tom King does it, though, who's he pandering to? He just doesn't get it. I don't even think the guy knows what human emotions really are. Everything has to be the extreme. Everything has to be the setup for nothing. And when you have this with Diana yelling, Steven, stay back. The mice, don't shoot them. What is happening? It's like the
I
whole
still
issue.
have no idea.
And then you have Mouse Man, who's there, and he shows up because he's going to go in, and he's like, where did they make the bills? I want to go there. And he just comes up as a smack ass. And then he gets in, he goes, look, this is really nice, just like you see on your phone. And he's there, and like you said, it almost seems like a January 6th thing, which is always going to...
I knew that they were going to... Honestly, dude, I knew he was going to make some reference to it. I could... He could not help himself. And he's going to go, oh, it's so deep. It's so deep. No, it's not
deep. It's cringe. It is cringe is what it is. And again, no matter what, like I said about Steve Trevor, you don't like Steve Trevor and hate him in this issue. People who love Steve Trevor hate him in this issue. He does the worst of all worlds. He can't even he can't pander to fans of anything
because he doesn't really have any real fans. But here's the thing, Jim. I do think that something that eventually, because the sales are going down as we discussed last week with the Batman issue, I am fairly certain that if this issue that the series keeps going down in sales, DC will go, okay, let's move you to something else.
This is the thing, and I know as a fact people cannot believe me, or they can. I don't care. But when he was on Batman, and it was getting to the point when he was getting kicked off Batman, I did talk to a bunch of editors and writers who in real time told me when he was going to get kicked off. They told me the day. Earlier in that day said, hey, your wish has come true. They're kicking him off. They're going to tell him today that he's off of Batman. And I said, oh, really? Like, what's the deal? Like, what was the final straw? And they said there was no final straw. They had people who in higher up said, this guy does not understand Batman. He doesn't write Batman well. This is a disaster, but it's selling. But the minute it doesn't, and that was the whole thing. The minute it went under and they had a magic number, which I believe was like 75,000 at that point. But if it goes under there, he's gone. The minute that happens, he's gone. And they were waiting, and then it happened. They ended up telling him backstage.
The question is, what's that number for Wonder Woman?
Yeah, again, we don't really know the numbers anymore, but I'm telling you, this is not doing well.
I think it's going to get to there because I'm going to predict it's going to keep going down because here's the thing. The Batman issues, I thought they were going to both do well because it's Batman.
Yeah, that would be the play. You
the
add
second
Batman
one didn't.
Book. Well, here's the thing. Two things about that. When Batman shows up in a book like that, that means it's struggling and you're trying to upsell.
That means they're
by
concerned. Exactly.
That always is the case. And then if it doesn't do well, then you just think that the book's been. Now, Wonder Woman is lucky. You're lucky you're a Wonder Woman fan because a lot of times what would happen is they would say, oh, the character's flawed, not the writer, but it's Wonder Woman. So she'll survive. She'll get a new, series. She'll get a new writer. This is why I hate when things like, Tom King does some obscure things, but I hate when you have a writer that really stinks it up and they blame it on the character, not the writer. But this is definitely the writer. Not many
because
people...
too many writers have said that Diana's hard to write for, and I go, "Oh no, she's not. Just stop it."
Yeah. And so what I think happens though is that when they put her on the book, I do think they did it to get some hype. I don't think there was a lot of hype with Kloonrad's doing it. But the hype is never going to be positive hype, and it's a very short-sighted deal.
They need to get that Tom King is a net negative on books now.
Yeah. Again, I think that at one point they just wanted to get any sort of hype, negative, positive. They thought it could work out. It didn't, and I think that he has to be off it. But this story, again, I mean, we're going on about different things because there's nothing to it. She ends up going, she says, Wonder Woman is here. She doesn't want to hurt the mice. She talks to the one mouse and squeak, squeak, squeak and says...
And then she takes down the villain. Played. And then, as if he couldn't piss me off enough, the issue ends with the Sovereign.
Yeah, the Sovereign. And when you get this as a cool down or whatever you want to do, you end up, and legit, she takes off the chair and just hits Mouseman. Done. He's done. And then gets taken away by the police. And so when you have this whole play, and again, it's supposed to be, oh, Steve, I do like you, and we'll go on dates, and I'm just not used to this, and I might come out, my words may be different to you. And he's like, whatever, baby. And then you go, it's like nothing. And anything with Steve in this issue, whether you love him or hate him, it's cringe. It's cringe fully. So, and at the end, when you do end up having and I'm like, the Sovereign? Really? Like, why do we need, and that was not a good story. And I think that people, it's a weird play. You end up reading it. And I think people did hold on to the book just to finish that Sovereign story. And then when it thudded, because that last issue of the Sovereign deal, sales didn't look great either.
Flopped. Let me put it this way. It went from like 45 to 82.
Yeah. And I don't think that having him in the back of this as you could have just had, it's Mouseman, just have a one shot. That's fun. Just have a funny, but he can't
have fun. That's the thing. That's the problem with him. He cannot have any fun.
But it also feels like this is, to me, this is completely mailed in. I think that Caitlin Yarsky's art is one of the, it's not horrendous. I've seen worse. But for this book, that's one thing that Tom King can, rest his laurels on, is that he gets the best artist. I don't get it, but he does. But this isn't the best, so it even pulls it back a little more.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like part of the reason why people buy his crap is because he gets the artist. With this one that no one really knows about, I didn't even know who the hell this was. I'm like, who is this?
Yeah, I know Caitlin Yarsky is okay, but not like Daniel Sampere.
It's not like Sampere or Shannon or like any of those people, even Bruno Redondo. I'm like, what?
Mitch Gerards,
yeah,
all those
any of those guys.
Gets. Yeah, those are big deal. And so when you have this, I don't know. Again, I'm going to tell the art it's not the worst, but it's not great. And what it makes it feel like, though, compared to the rest, is how it's written. It feels mailed in. It feels to me like he's busy doing his James Gunn nonsense, and he just doesn't have a lot of time, so he's just going to mail this in. And I think that he somehow thinks that the Mouseman, people really like Mouseman. They're going to almost like it's a new Kite Man. It's not. And even the way he played, very, very cringe. Everything in this issue. You said it. I used that word today earlier when I was talking about on another show that I said it's just cringe. So obviously that's that, the adjective for it, because it really is throughout. And by the end, when I saw the summer, I yelled out the F-bomb. I said F you, is what I said.
I look down, I'm scrolling, and I go, please end soon. Then I look at it, and I just go, oh, God damn it.
Yeah. I said F you. And I was saying it to both Tom King and the Sovereign, because I think he is the Sovereign.
It's a self-insertion.
Just the idea where he's like, as we've always averred, to err is human. I'm like, get the hell, and almost saying again that the play of pardons, the whole thing. I mean, that's all it is. It's a really forced, not well done, not clever, nothing. January 6th reference to everything with that to show the Sovereign, and I think he thought he was clever, and it's not very clever. And I don't need any sort of references of that. For me personally, maybe some people...
Again, I refer to my good friend Max Priestley. Tom King writes for stupid people who want to believe they were smart.
Yeah. And I go with some people will say that we're talking there shouldn't be politics in comics. I don't mind politics. There's always politics in comics. But first off, that doesn't inherently make it good. You can have still bad, but the idea is I like comic book politics. I don't need something ripped from today's headlines. That always throws me off because... we did this week on our Patreon Spotlight talking about some things. The problem is that we're not living in a world like this is a world which it's not the same type of world.
It's
anyway,
like when
so
Tom King has like COVID or like 9/11 in his Jenny Sparks book, but I'm like, 9/11 happened in a world with Superman.
Yeah. And then COVID, Jenny Sparks is telling Superman he should have stopped it.
Which he can!
That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. And it's not the same. I'm telling you, this issue stinks, is what I'm telling you. So what would you give it?
Combined, because I can't even give it a bump because of the art. I'm giving this a 1.
Okay, that's a low score. I'm going to give it a 3. I've had a lot of 3s this week, though, but I'm going to give it a 3. I do, like I said, I don't hate the art, but it's not great. It might fit better in another book, but it's just not that great here. So overall, though, a big disappointment. It continues to be a disappointment. But like we said, and if people are listening and say, oh, my God, you and Jared, you're always yelling about this book. That's why we do the other books when we're not doing this. That's why we do others.
We need good stuff, otherwise we go nuts.
I realize me and you both, are not real big Tom King fans, so it's going to take a lot for us to like
this series is what broke me with Tom King, because I at first I was like, okay, this could be really interesting, because in the off chance he gets a character, he does understand it. So I was like, okay, I gave him 19 issues.
Yeah, it didn't work. So I hope that this as well as, say, Flash, those 2 books are the ones I think are the least representative of somebody who knows the character, is able to tell a story for the fans. So hopefully both of them, like Tom King and Cy Spurrier, just both kind of disappear for a while.
Because here's the thing. Like. At first, when I see people talk about how involved he is in the DCU, and I go, actually, no, adapt all of his crap, because then he has less time to write comics. Then we can maybe like get him off the Wonder Woman book.
Yeah, he'll be gone.
I'll take that trade.
Do that. He could be in the movies. I don't watch a lot of movies, so that's fine with me. But yeah, so thanks for joining me. If you want to hear me and Jared talk some positive things, Wonder Woman, we'll be doing that next week. So you can tune in next week, and we'll prove that we are positive sometime. But before we go, let everybody know where they can find you.
All right, you can find me at Comics League on YouTube. I just released my Wonder Woman Wednesday, where I rank Wonder Woman writers. 5 guesses on where I put Tom King,
and the first 5 don't count.
First 5.
They don't count.
It's like from good to bad. So I go from like George Perez to like Tom King, and that's quite a drop.
Sure, Greg Rucka will be in there.
I mean,
I'm going to watch it this weekend.
Yeah, I even put like Kelly Thompson in number 2, because Absolute Wonder Woman is the only thing holding me together, dude.
Yeah, I love that book. So yeah, I'm with you. So yeah, so go and check that out. Check out Jared's stuff. The link will be in the show notes. And as I said, we'll be back next week, probably to talk. I think next week we'll do the Legend of Wonder Woman. We'll get back to that second issue,
please.
Which I really love that as well. And just such a simple little book that actually gets the character so well.
I know.
You see, it's not that
doesn't
hard.
take that much to please people.
No, it doesn't. So we'll see how that goes. Today, and I've been having problems, but I was on Twitter. And everywhere I look, it's not people just being negative. It's more people wondering why DC keeps giving fans of certain characters and characters like bad versions and, things that don't seem to be conducive to the fans liking it. One of the things being John Kent. And I just saw a bunch of things on Twitter. I'm like, man, people are getting upset again. I thought that people were, kind of turning it around, but it doesn't seem.
I love it. It's gotten to the point, by the way, where King can't even promote his issues on Twitter, because then the comments will be flooded with "screw you."
Yeah, because the Wonder Woman fans, any Wonder Woman fan I see, and I look on League of Comic Book Geeks, I look on all the sorts of things, and they're not liking it. They're not liking it at all.
Oh yeah, there's a reason why we started a hashtag, my brother.
Yeah. So it's not going well. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But thanks for joining me as always, Jared. And we will get back to more books.
There always has to be a beginning. There always has to be a start. You have to lose before you're winning. Every new hero has to play their part. So let's go back in time and see how our heroes start fighting crime. Year 1, origins and brand new tales. Year 1, old costumes but new details. Year 1, they can always be undone, but year 1s are a lot of fun.
And we're going to end the show with my man, Matt. Dr. Matt, what is up?
Not much.
I think Ray actually thinks you are a physician. is what he thinks he's.
Yeah, am I a physician or am I a psychologist? What am I?
I don't know. It ended
or?
up where it only was because every time I tell Eric that, I hurt my foot, Matt told me this. He's like, what is he, a doctor? So I went, yeah, I guess he is. I guess he is. And yet you've outlived him. There you go.
Yes, R.I.P.
There I go. I say that again, and you say that. And it's going to make people, think that he's dead. But maybe that's. I did end up tweeting at him this week, trying to get a response. I did not get the response.
No.
He ended up, somebody had a tweet. This is classic for anybody who has listened to the podcast. Somebody had a tweet, and it was a big Critters ball from the movie Critters.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody puts the big Critters ball from the movie Critters. And then Eric, the one person who responds is Eric, who goes, Critters 2. Like, really? So I tweeted to him. I said, you're still that guy, huh? And I thought I might get some response. I did not.
They're still talking about Critters. They're correct. It's just technically speaking.
He just had to correct him because, he has to be the guy who's
continuity
on the
kid.
wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the continuity wall. He's there manning the wall for Critters. Really? It's not even like
I've
Tremors.
never seen that, and I never will.
Yeah. Anytime. I don't know. When I hear Critters, I think of jiggers, and that was just what my mom would call like bed bugs and things like that, and it would weird me out.
Yeah.
Just the name of it would weird me out. So Critters, go screw yourself. I like Mad Balls. Is that a thing?
I like Mad Balls, too.
I've never seen any of the Critters. I've never seen any of the Tremors.
No,
I'm afraid I'm getting them now. I'm getting old. But I have never seen the movies. And even that, I would say, well, I'm not a horror guy. Most people would be like, yeah, that ain't real horror. I've seen some of the Gremlins, though.
What about the Leprechauns? You see that?
I did see
that
a
had
little,
Jennifer Aniston in it.
Yeah. I did see a little Leprechaun in the Hood just as a joke.
Oh, yeah.
That was pretty bad. And he was in space. That Leprechaun's everywhere. I think it's like the Leprechaun in the movies is the opposite of the only Leprechaun I know, Luke Hollywood, that doesn't leave his house. He's like nowhere. He's not in the Hood. He's not in space. Nothing.
He goes on hiatus, though. That's enough.
Yeah, especially with Mark.
Yep.
I got that. And if you are on the Patreon, I ended up doing the cartoon show.
Yeah, you did.
With Mark. And I did mention, I didn't know that he would react. He got a kick out of that.
His reaction was hilarious.
Yeah, he really liked that when I mentioned. Okay. I think that he's like I'm a common brethren, a common soul here who gets screwed over by Luke. But he definitely has. That hiatus has been like 3 years now. It's not a hiatus. I just want to tell Mark. But
no.
With that, here we are. And we have two books. We have Batman and Robin Year One, and then we'll finish up with Batman Superman World's Finest. It is the Mark Waid section. So if you aren't into it's funny too, though. People who I talk about who don't want to read Mark Waid, they still don't mind listening to us talk about Mark Waid. Like they end up, it's just personal for them of, I'm not going to give them money maybe, or that. There's other ways. Like you could get it. If you're going to listen to it, maybe find some other ways to get the book and just read it. Because I don't know I don't know the picture we're painting where we go through them. But this is like the tale of two books here. We have Batman and Robin Year One, which when it was announced, I don't know, it just seemed like an extraneous deal. It didn't seem like it was needed. We kind of have had it before, but I've liked it. I think it's pretty good. Also, shout out, Zach's on vacation. We normally would have been doing this,
yes,
but he's on vacation. So I asked you to do both of these. Would have been Zach books. But, people end up against Mark Waid as well. But this is a pretty good book. It's actually a pretty good overall book. This kind of swirls in my mind a little with the Last Halloween as well, because it plays off a little like this one too. But then we get Batman, Superman, World's Finest. I don't know what's going on with that book. We had the event that was hardly an event. Now we have a one shot that just, it's okay, but I think that book's time has come and gone. I think you got to do something else with that and maybe put it to rest. But Batman and Robin Year One is what we'll start with. It's Batman and Robin Year One, number 8. It's co-plotted by Mark Waid and Chris Samney, art by Chris Samney, letters Clayton Coles and Chris Samney. And you have the editors as senior editor Andrew Marino, group editor Rob Levine or Levin. And yeah, you have an issue that ends up, it's a good Robin issue again. It's very quick.
So fast.
I mean, this one took me like 2 seconds. This week, this and Nightwing were like really, trying to be the quickest issues I've read in my life. But you end up where at the one point they're figuring out things, and Batman actually figures it out before I did. or I think anybody, that all of these killings and all these things that Grimaldi's doing and all this seems to be based on, they got that list. Gordon didn't want to say what was in that file, but what was in the file mainly was, these are the people who I think might be Batman. And there's a list, one of them being Bruce Wayne. Well, fine. And you kind of figured that'd be the funny thing where Batman's like, what about Bruce Wayne? And you have Gordon's like, but that lame ass? Like, there's no way. No,
he's not on the list.
I think that you should look at him again. Like, no, I looked at him a lot. That guy's an asshole. Like, what? He's like, I'm really upset. I think that he should be on the list. And then finally, he's so mad, he just takes the calendar. It's me, Bruce Wayne, you jerk, and then punches him. That'd be great. But he ends up where I do like at points where it is Gordon kind of like stressed out, but at one point it looks like he's lounging out in the chair when Batman shows up. But the big play is he says, hey, that list, it was you trying to figure out who I am. And Batman seems like he's offended a little more than I think I would be, because of course they would want to know who you are. You better, realize that they do that. But he's like, we've worked together for a while. You should tell me things. And was that list that? And he's like, yeah, it was. But it's funny, and this is something in this book that I don't think I've ever seen, where Batman then stops and doesn't leave. And even the idea where Gordon turns around and goes, wait a minute, you didn't disappear.
I like
and he
that.
goes, yeah, you got a daughter, huh? He starts asking for father advice. And I thought it was funny. It actually, when I read it, I was like, at first I thought it was really goofy. But then as I'm like, it was kind of nice. Like the idea that he doesn't have anybody to talk to. He hears all the time from Alfred. So you get that. But he wants somebody else. Maybe the idea is somebody else who has kind of a job with hours like him. And he's like, hey, your daughter, she a real pain in the ass. Well, what's up with her? And he's like, oh, no, sometimes she's getting older, whatever. Like, and then he realizes right away, he goes, well, what is there, problems at home? I actually thought that was Batman asking about Gordon and maybe like a divorce or something. But
I did
like,
too.
Yeah. And he's like, problems at home. And you end up where Batman's like, well, kind of. I mean, trouble's a stretch, but, Robin's a good kid. But I don't know, how do you know when you're a good dad? And, you have Gordon. Now, again, does this seem weird in a way where you are there saying, okay, there's a file with Batman information. Who is Batman? And then the way Batman, I swear to God, it's like really pointing a deal of, oh, this is Bruce Wayne. And he's talking about that new kid he adopted. Just a little, it seems like right on the money. But
it does, yeah.
Yeah, but he's like, hey, don't go for it as a goal of being a good dad. It's a process. But, what I've seen from you, you're more into goals. And then I love when he's like, you clearly care about him. That's important. And then Batman says, but is it enough? And then when he said it, I thought like things got a little weird. Like I thought that he was saying like he was bad, but he's just saying, no, it's not enough. But that's when he disappears. Of course, Batman asks the questions. He don't want to hear about it.
And then Gordon's waiting for a response. And of course, he's gone.
Yeah, poof.
So he does end up disappearing.
Yeah, he
Pretty
does
funny.
disappear. He disappears at the point when he wants to know, is it enough to just care? And that's where this is the most important thing for Bruce to hear, because he does think that it's the most important thing is just to care, and that should make up for everything else. And he leaves before Gordon's going to say, no, you kind of have to put in the work. Well, where is he?
He doesn't want to hear that.
In this, it's a weird play. Like, I get it, but I didn't get it until now. And it really becomes like, this is like Batman and Robin year one, but it's also fathers and sons year all the time. Because Grimaldi and his dad, the worst relationship ever.
My God.
But it does, all of a sudden I'm like, wait a second, this is all about parents and fathers and things like that. And boy, if you want to remember, I do complain a lot where to make somebody good, the writers always make somebody worse.
Yes.
This doesn't quite fit that because this Grimaldi is a piece of shit villain, but boy, he makes Bruce look better because this guy, when he says to this guy, go get my father's favorite meal, he goes, get him a plate of carne con papas. It's his favorite. And I want him to not be able to eat it. He's like, I want to see him watch and love to watch him want to eat it, but wish he could eat it. I'm like, you are so bad.
He drags his dad around, dresses him up, puts him in this wheelchair, and he can't say or talk.
Legit, if you're not reading this, it's Junior from The Sopranos. It's
basically
all this guy is. It's him.
He looks
Even
exactly
playing,
like him.
even playing almost like that. You know what I mean? When he was kind of, they thought
he was acting like he was inept.
When he was, pretending and acting.
You think this guy's pretending? He might be.
I think, I'm telling you, the minute that I saw, and especially when you get that thing where it's like, this is how you get things done, Daddy. And he's there with the glasses. And I'm like, yep, it's Junior.
Are you listening, Papa?
Oh, he's faking the shit.
Oh, God. This guy's toast.
Either, like, if this was actually not a Batman thing in a movie, I would actually think he even has a wire on him. Something crazy, like he is making him, because General Grimaldi, he just loves to spout shit off because he wants to throw it at his dad. So you still might have that. But I think his dad's just playing.
He looks like an older Robert De Niro, too, there, the dad does.
Yeah, he does down there. Yeah, he does. And I don't like Grimaldi's look, that mustache.
No, he sucks. He's got to go.
Yeah, he will. But again, he's pretty much like you don't like him, which is, you're not supposed to like villains, but I'm kind of sick of him. Mm-hmm. But yeah, this issue though is when he's talking, he ups the shit talk, and I think it's because Mark Waid's playing the idea of just going about how's a good father, what do you do, a parent, whatever, and then go to this, and it's pretty funny. But yeah, they end up like, hey, we ended up where we checked this guy that Batman and Robin stopped. We went past that quick, but they're these playing tennis, and they came in. It seems like the only thing that is the prerequisite to them thinking somebody's Batman is if he doesn't shit his pants when they show up, because that guy goes running like, nope, that's not Batman. And then they do it a little later as well. But again, Batman's going to be a little smarter than just, it's a guy running away and whatnot, because Gordon says now that all this has been figured out, we have a list, we know who is in danger, and we're going to give police protection to anybody who is on the list. And one of them is Bruce Wayne that we see. And they do it. Mark Waid does it pretty good, where they're in the car and he's bitching, and Alfred's there and is like, I don't know why we have, here and whatnot, but it's okay.
Yeah, there's a police officer sitting in the back seat with him.
Yeah. And it definitely looks like Bullock. I don't think they ever name him, but it does look like Bullock.
Well, if it's Bullock, then R.I.P.
Actually, or maybe he survived. But yeah,
I don't know.
It can't be, but it does look like him. They have a lot of guys like that. But yeah, Bruce shits his pants and runs away, and they're like, well, I guess he's not Batman. And then Alfred clocks people.
Yeah, I had trouble. Like, I thought Alfred looked like just one of the gangsters, but then I'm like, he's wearing that hat. So
he's got his
Alfred.
riding hat like a jerk. But yeah, the police officer, he gets killed. Batman, Bruce runs away, but he's actually running away to double back as Batman. Mm-hmm. And then in the meantime, they have Clayface, and they're impersonating Bruce Wayne. And I get so sick and tired of Clayface, and this is the Matt Hagen Clayface, but I like this. I know we get this certain times, but I actually like better where we know that it's Clayface, and you have to see if other people are tricked. I hate when it's, oh man, why is it happened a lot in I think it was the Dark Knight book in the New 52, where Gordon would start acting wacky, and then Batman would punch him, and it was Clayface. But it never, like, when you get
it's better when you know.
Yeah, and have this where they actually do think that Dick Grayson may end up spilling the beans here. Because now, it'd be funny if Clayface as Bruce comes into the mansion, is like, hey, you want to do some Batman things? Like something like that. But he starts talking, and right away, and I think that the art is really good to have that play. Even when Dick Grayson is like far away, it's always like a glare or a surprised look because he does not believe this is Bruce. Pretty much right away, you can tell. But now he has to kind of protect the deal and go with it. So he comes up. He does a really good job.
Oh, yeah.
Where you have, and then Clayface starts ripping through things. And he's like, I know you got weapons. They're looking for Batman stuff. He's about to do the old Shakespeare bust, whether or not you're going Batman 66, you have the button in there. But that's when Dick comes in, hey, Bruce. And this is the deal, it is kind of sad that what Dick does is say things knowing that what Bruce would say. So it's all nice stuff. Hey, you said I could come to you with any problems. Like, oh, yeah, anything at all. And, well, I have a bully. I thought it was going to be like, what do you think about guns? Guns are pretty cool, right?
I thought he was going to go back to that because he was yelling about guns at the beginning.
Yeah, he picked up a gun when they attacked this guy playing tennis and his, I think it was daughter, right? Mm-hmm. They ended up where the gun got dropped and Dick picked it up and pointed and said, freeze, and Batman flipped out. And Dick said, I wasn't going to do anything with it. I just wanted to scare him. And that's what Batman, we scare them different ways. But yeah, he goes in, and this is where I think that, and I think the art does a great job where you see a very uncomfortable Dick Grayson, because he's like, hey, I'm being bullied because these people in school, these kids, they end up thinking that I'm this Robin guy. I think that's what his name is with Batman, but I'm just a regular kid. He goes a little. He actually acts like how my son did when they got me Tony Hawk Pro Skater for my birthday in like 2 weeks.
Hey,
weeks.
Dad, you like skateboarding?
Hey, you like the Tony Hawk, don't you? He's a pro skater.
Hey, you like the PlayStations?
Yeah, and he's like, you hear? There's a video game of that. That was a game that I actually saw of actually somebody loving the game so much, because when we got it, Alex wanted it too. Alex actually loved that game so much he did not stop to go to the bathroom. He was standing there playing. All of a sudden, he just pissed. It just went that he peed on the floor. Not even it's not like he's like, I'm going to pee on the floor. He just ended up peeing because he couldn't hold it anymore.
He placed Tony Hawk, the first one, right?
First one, yeah.
That's the best game ever.
It was great. It was so great. I remember when I'm like, I don't know, I don't really skateboard anymore, whatnot. And I'm like, wait a minute. This is a puzzle game. This is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's just about combos and racking up points.
Yeah, we loved that game. But yeah, he peed, just standing there peeing. He doesn't like us telling the story, so if he heard this, he'd be mad.
He never will.
Yeah, he ends up where Dick Grayson runs to the phone. He's like, hey, Bruce, it's me. Pick up, there's problems here when you get this message. But that's where you see that Clayface. And it's an awesome panel where it's half Bruce, half Clayface. And it's very cartoony in the deal, but it still looks awesome. Then he looks like that thing that's a Fantastic Four end up fighting, and recently was released a video, like a clip of them in the movie fighting that first big villain. But because he gets like green, but he's after him, and he says, "Nobody's here to save you. I'm going to get you." And Dick Grayson's doing all his acrobatic things, but I thought it was really cool. And then Batman comes in and just wrecks the shit out of him, like really just destroys his face, and
rips
then
his arm off.
Oh yeah, he's just ripping him apart. He's inside him at one point in a non-sexy way. He's doing karate. One point, then he starts throwing. The big thing, though, is he is throwing his liquid nitrogen to kind of freeze parts and break them off.
Of course,
so that ends up doing it, and Clayface gets the hell out of there. And I like when he's running. He looks so sad. Like he's just running, like he's running from a date.
I like when he tells Robin later, "Hey, we need to restock the liquid nitrogen on our utility belts."
Yeah. Thanks, Batman. Thanks. And then I love, too, if you go with the play, I know that it doesn't work out with the timing or whatever, but I swear to God, I think Alfred was in the next room, and he just didn't want to get involved. He's like, that Clayface is pretty big shit. I'm not getting involved.
I've already been in one fight today. And I'm not wearing my hat, so I can't do it.
That's the thing. He's like, I punched one guy out with my riding cap. That was cool. But fighting a Clayface, I ain't messing up my clothes. Comes running in. He's making sandwiches. And he's like, oh, what happened? I like, though, then he looks mean at the window. Like he was going to do something.
I like that also. He looks 40 years older without the hat on, too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. With the hat, I like the hat. He looked like he actually looked very shady with the hat. Like you said, you kind of thought he was a gangster kind of guy. He looked like one of those squirrely guys that be down at the docks. Not in the sexy way again, but in the way like he's getting information and then handing over a package. That's him. I wish at some point we get back to it. Seems like Mark Waid would do it, but we need him dressed up as Batman when he's in that. He's the skinniest guy running around trying to pretend he's Batman to protect the identity. But there's a bunch of Clayface remains around, and so being scooped up like dog poop. And I like that. That's the other thing. I mean, in my mind, I don't know. Batman doesn't know about what this Clayface Clay could do. It could form another Clay. Who knows? And Alfred goes, let the boy take that down. Again, he doesn't want to get his clothes messed up. He's like, let him take it down. He's like, okay. And then they're like, it's time to finally take this war directly to Grimaldi and his various monsters. And legit, Dick Grayson treating this like dog crap.
Yeah, he's holding it like that. Yeah. He's making a face.
I'm telling you, every day, 5 times. Every time I take Mia out for a walk, I always try to beg her, we're going to the park. Can you please just wait till we get to the park? And she doesn't. She goes right away.
Of course not.
And then I'm holding this bag of poop.
So humiliating.
And so they're poop.
Yeah, but it's gross. Do you think it smells? It might smell.
Yeah, he's probably
never really thought about
showers.
It. But,
it's probably just like all bunch of old.
It can't smell like skin. It's got to smell like something else.
All I keep thinking of is in Wanted and the character shit.
Oh yeah.
Mark Miller. That is the 666 worst people shit. So I just can't get that out of my mind. Yeah. One of the craziest cool characters ever. Just that concept.
He didn't change
so
anything
crazy.
but the name, really.
Yeah.
It looks exactly the same.
It's crazy. So yeah, Clayface ends up going and he kind of drips back to Two-Face, who flips the coin and says, "I guess we're teammates." So he got lucky. I thought it was good.
Yeah,
it's a series that it's not setting the world on fire. Obviously, you're rarely going to do that with a year one. You're just kind of filling in some blanks, and this isn't even doing that. It's just telling a pretty cool young Dick Grayson Batman story. This could have been where you have Mark Waid doing Action Comics with Superboy, because there's a bunch of super books. You don't want to get them confused. This could easily have been just a 12-issue run on Detective Comics or something like that in the regular deal, but here it is as a separate book, which is pretty cool. And I love the art. I think the art is
Chris
really
Samney. There's something just so pleasant about his art that it makes
it doesn't seem like he has to try too hard. So everything is and you would expect a lot of things like this don't have backgrounds. You'll have this cartoony art that there's backgrounds, and they're the base. I'm not saying basic as a bad thing, but nothing's there to say like, oh my God, that's the craziest thing. Everything's just good. And the facial expressions are great. Even, one of the stupid thing, but when that car bashes into Bruce Wayne's limo and you end up going and it's Clayface as Bruce and he gets out of the car, the look on his face is so well done. Like he's like, well, looks like I'm going to have to be
And
Bruce
it's just
Wayne.
a line for his mouth. There's nothing else to it.
And it's just crazy. It's
great.
got this look
Smirk.
like he's very pretentious prick all of a sudden, like he's in the role. But even when you have the one page where it's Dick Grayson walking with all that stuff, again, was pretty funny. And he's doing the thing that kids will do. He has a pile of shit that he's carrying. On top is the sandwich, and he's biting it. He's trying to eat it as he's walking. And you see him walking, and then when he turns back, where he's like, "Hey, good evening, Dick," and he's like, "Excuse kid," because he's like, "Why aren't you in school today?" Because school's close. He's got the sandwich. It looks so good. And then he looks kind of worried. Then he looks pissed off when he looks back, but it's all really well done. The art.
Yeah, and it reminds me, I get good memories of the Daredevil with him, and also Firepower.
Yep, yeah, Firepower.
So that helps,
really good. And in fact, you say that, it does look like the kid from Firepower.
It does, yeah.
It looks a lot like him. I didn't even think of that, but I like that kid. So I have to get back. I have to reread that. It's been a while, and I never finished that. That was
You're probably only missing a couple issues.
Yeah, I only did miss it. I was near the very end, but boy, that Firepower, if people haven't read it by Robert Kirkman, it's really, really good. And Chris Samney, the art's great. So what would you give this?
I liked it a lot, man. And quickness is a factor for me. I'd give it an 8.5.
Yeah, I think I'm an 8.5. And finally, we get to the end. The end's supposed to be where the shit is, but it's kind of skewed around with recording and whatnot. And I needed a book like this. I'm really having problems. In fact, I think if I do a live stream this week, which I was thinking I might, I think I'm going to do it about how I'm burned out about all these terrible books, but we'll see.
Yeah, this is not one of those.
No, it's really good. We'll go to the next one. It was fun at one point. The funny thing is, this book, World's Finest, this is the kind of issue that you kind of expect at points, but boy, it's kind of a mess. You said that you read it the first time through, didn't like it at all, and then liked it a little more.
Yeah, it was a little incoherent at first. I don't know. It's just a lot going on.
To me, it's a filler issue. World's Finest, the event isn't done, but it's done in World's Finest. It's a weird timing. I probably would have had this delayed a couple of years until that, We Are Yesterday or whatever the hell it's called.
I would expect that would have been in this issue.
Yeah, but
to
it's
finish
in the
it.
Justice League Unlimited, so I would have waited until that came out.
When is that out? Next week?
Probably next week. I would have just delayed this a week or so.
And then the just looking at the cover now, which is fantastic, Dan Wore cover, the podcaster is a different guy. That doesn't look like the podcaster in the actual.
Yeah, that looks like yeah. What you're saying is this guy's white. That looks like it's first off. That looks like it's
a late night show.
Yeah, and instead of a thing, so it does throw you off. And usually we had it in the Superman Unlimited, but usually you'll have like a Jack Ryder creeper as that guy, or sometimes you'll just Marvel's big on having actual. Hey, they're going. Teen Titans, I think, actually also went to like Jay Leno or something at points, but this really doesn't get to that anyway. They really don't.
Well, it's funny you mentioned the Unlimited. I read that one first, and then I read this one, and they kind of bled together. There was like some weird overlap, and I was confused about what I was reading. It's a weird, but it's kind of weird thing to say. But yeah, Jack Ryder.
No
was in
Laughing Matter or whatever.
I like that one better than this.
That'd be funny if in this, as an aside, Clark, we see that he always did want to be the guy to come in and fact check. Like he did.
Yeah, he was busting in with a fact check.
That's a weird deal. Really. So you have Batman, Superman, World's Finest, Mark Waid writing, Adrian Gutierrez on art, Matt Herms colors, Steve Wan's letters. And you have as editors, you got the Chris Rosa and the Paul Kaminsky. So we jump in late night out on the town. I don't know. This is weird. I like you said, I kind of lost track of things. I was like, oh yeah, they're in Metropolis. There was a couple of times that I kept saying that to myself. Oh yeah, they're in Metropolis.
I did too.
There's a weird play then when Bruce says, let's go back to the cave. I have some things there. You can play with there sometimes that just means crossing a river. Sometimes that means going halfway across the country. And so who knows? But it was a weird play.
Normally we would ask Eric, but he doesn't know.
Yeah. So
he's not here.
In that, I think that maybe Mark Waid forgot what he was writing at a point. And he was just like, hey, let's go back. Now, in the meantime, there's some fun to be had a bit with, and yet also in this book, there's the other thing, too, that it always comes up in issues like this. You got to remember this is World's Finest and it's in the past as well. So when they're doing stuff and you end up having, Bruce kind of poking at Clark about asking Lois out for a date and things like this is in the past. So it is kind of funny where they're kind of, going at each other a little bit. But there's this podcaster, and the podcaster has the great guest, Jim Gordon, and Perry White.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is not a very fun podcast, right? It doesn't seem like it'd be that crazy a deal. Also, when you are going in the past, but kind of playing in the current deal with some of the way things are done with the podcasting and the phones and things like that, it kind of threw me a little bit.
It's in the past, but like 2 years ago.
Current past.
Yeah.
Like when I would really love if this was just set in 62 or something, somewhere around there or whatever, but instead it's current but past.
That's why when we saw the cover, I thought it was going to be a talk show, which makes kind of more sense for it being in the past.
Yeah, it would have been
a
the
podcast.
past deal, but instead it's a podcast. And the guy ends up like, hey, everybody's on their phones. Print's dead, asshole. Like stuff like that. Just
that's clearly set in 2025.
Yeah, that's like too current. So it's kind of getting a mix, and it threw me off a bit. But in the meantime, this guy, and they've agreed to go on the show. For some reason, you end up with Clark and Bruce is there to help support Jim Gordon, but I don't know why that would be. And they're only on a podcast, please. And in my mind, he would have just called in. They would have zoomed this shit in. But he's there, and it's like, this guy's the worst. This guy's the worst guy. I'm like, why are you on the show? There's no real reason you need to be on a podcast here, or whatever, a vlog, or whatever the hell you want to call it. But why? There's no reason. They're like, he's really going to set you up. So then Perry says, hey, Perry White here. I'm going to, I'll protect you. I know what's what, and I'll give him some shit and whatever. And it's just like everything's set up in a way that's not set up. I just don't know why they agreed to be on this anyway. And there they are. And then Lois is there. Like, there's too many people involved with just what this is. So they go on.
Yeah, they're traveling with the entourage of people. It's like, what? I got to feed you guys and give you bottles of water?
I mean, seriously, listen here. You're going on a podcast where the guy is wearing sweats and a fucking tank top and these yellow kicks. You don't need to be on there. What is this going to elevate either of their careers, right? There's no way. And they're not there saying, well, we had to be on. They do say something like a little bit of like, well, at least somebody was telling the truth on. But you're not going to change anything by showing up. And I don't even know what's happening. Right away, he's like, what about these Gotham crime stats? And I'm guessing I'm in the audience. I'm like, first off, I thought this was a Metropolis show. And who cares? This is the worst podcast ever. Not including ours. But you end up where, while this is going on, all of a sudden a kaiju attacks. And there's nobody, I think, reading this that doesn't think right away, oh, somehow this guy got a kaiju to attack. And we find out, and it's done in the tropiest ways. It's like Simon and his chalk drawings. We've had this so many times. What they'll usually do is either you have a mutant ability, usually combined with being on the spectrum or having some mental deal and, cat attack, but they create monsters or things in their mind that become real. I've seen it a trillion times. And this is not that well done or done well. It's not very fun because in the meantime, Jim Gordon finds what he says is a blueprint. It's just a sketch. This kid's sketching shit up and making these monsters, and that kind of leads to...
He jumps to a lot of
leads
conclusions
to the
on that.
sister, who seems like she's not caring at all about her brother, right? Seems like
and
she's
then his
like
brother's somewhere else in the building hiding out.
It's like, and then says, well, your brother has to be near the monster for it to work, right? Whatever.
Mhm.
But then they take the monster to the Arctic and it doesn't seem to stop. But, all this is, and then twists around where you think, I'll give Mark Waid credit here because, again, this is very quick. We're not going to spend too much time on it. But the idea, usually what we'll have then is they find the kid. Oh, woe is me. The kid's being used, whatever. They don't go that route.
No, not at all.
And again, it's not like they go. And usually what will happen is the kid will end up being nonverbal. They'll be there. And then the sister will come in and say, he's being manipulated. No.
Not
they
this
go
kid.
And the kid's like, I fucking love this
What a
podcaster.
jerk.
I want him to get the ratings and it's the best. And I want to do that. It actually, why does that feel like a breath of fresh air nowadays? That there's actually a kid and he's actually just evil. He's actually doing bad things.
He's in cahoots with this podcaster.
Yeah, he's fully in cahoots.
Yeah.
And really like going above it. Now, the big play here is to show that this kid was duped and this guy's going to turn on him.
Yeah, because he says, I don't know this kid.
But again, then it's not like Batman, like usually now Batman like, oh, hell, I feel bad for you. Like in this, again, usually what we would get is, oh, Batman sees in the mind of this kid, sees he's abused, all these things. You don't get that. The kid's just a dick who likes this over the top. And they don't want to say it fully, but it's pretty much, a Joe Rogan and Andrew Tate, a kind of thing like that. It's a bro guy who's there yelling bro things. And so, of course, Batman and Superman would be against it, but none of that is illegal. This is where this guy is an idiot. He seems to have millions of followers, but it's never enough. And he ends up doing something, instead of just spouting nonsense, he gets a kaiju to attack, so he's done. He's completely done. But it felt like this issue, I was waiting for the G.I. Joe moment of, now the rest of the story kind of deal, or, knowledge is power, whatever. There isn't one. It just ends. I was waiting for the idea of like, well, this is what happens when we have this much power from people who are anonymous behind the mic. But no, never really happens. And in the meantime, Batman goes and gets a mecha. That's one of the bigger things.
He goes to Gotham, the Bat Cave, to get a mecha. Unless he's got a cave in Metropolis.
Well, that's what he should have said. I was going to tell you. He should have said, you could have had a good moment, I think, where Batman says, hey, we got to go to my cave. And then you have Superman say, whoa, we can't go back to Gotham. And he's like, oh, no, I have many caves. I have the micro caves in Metropolis. And Superman being upset about that he didn't tell him. Like, whoa. Like, this is Metropolis. Like, what are you doing? Who are you looking into here? And almost getting that idea. And then all of a sudden, you just pan over to the suitcase with the kryptonite in it. He's like, don't worry about it. But he's this
imagine the resources to have a cave that big, to house this. It's as big as a skyscraper.
Holy shit, this thing. I mean, it's humongous.
It's totally unbelievable.
And the fun of it is that this was just something he was tinkering around with. This isn't Godzilla 2, Godzilla Kong, where they're like, okay, if that thing comes back again, this is just him making this just for whatever, just in case. And so it's what's that?
It doesn't show him in like a cockpit. It looks basically like he just took PIM particles and grew up into this. It looks exactly like a Batman that's just bigger. To me, also what it does look like, and it looks like a lot of the stuff during the Failsafe stuff with Chip Zdarsky. It looks exactly like Failsafe, yeah.
And then also even could go a little like dark multiverse type deal, but it definitely reminds me of the Failsafe deal. That would have been, but again, this is it's in the past, so it doesn't
double
work.
the size of a building that he's standing next to.
Oh yeah. Remember he had the Gotham Knights program where the buildings actually turned into mechas? They were like
that
crazy.
Would make more sense. Or where's Godzilla? Where are they going to fight him with this thing?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. And actually, you can't say that this was a big failure. He did get beat up a bit and gets pissed off, but in the meantime, he's like, yeah, get me at him. I just like to get the money that he's spending. Just this money. Like,
I mean, it would be how much you think? How much do you think? I think $10 billion at least.
It's got to be. I love it too. It's like right now we don't realize he had to shut down like 7 of those orphanages and the Martha Wayne Foundation all shut down because he had to pay for this shit. They're starving kids right now because of this. Thanks a lot, Batman. But yeah, this girl even like she's bad as well. she's the AR person. So when you end up where they go to her, she's not concerned with her brother. She's just like, oh my God, we're being attacked. I don't know how this happened. And then just like, Gordon's the one who figures it out and goes and like, where is he? Where's your brother? She's like, I don't know. He might be here somewhere. Like, she does not have any concern for him and just goes off. So she's a piece of crap.
Well, they do say, we thought it was going to be smaller. We didn't know it was going to be this big of a kaiju.
Yeah. But you get this guy. And also, I didn't quite get the name of the podcaster. So when he said Frank, I thought Frank was the kaiju.
I did
thought
too.
He was talking about his
and then the
buddy.
second time I read it, I realized he was talking about the podcaster.
Yeah, and they
Frank Rotster.
Yep, yeah.
Rotsler?
Frank Rotster.
Rotster.
So if you don't want to like a character, read this Smackdash. This Hollis Jackson. I mean, kudos to Mark Waid. He writes this guy as a complete annoying just jackass, right? Because he's like, hey, Frank, and I don't answer to fossils. Like, what's going on?
I'll give Wade credit. What you're saying is like you're expecting this kid to be manipulated and haven't been taken control of. But no, he's in total control. He's just a total asshole.
It's one of the only books that I've read in the past couple of years.
It's pretty funny, actually.
There's a kid who is doing something bad for an older, and he fully loves it, does it, and is evil. And I'm like, yep, I like it. I don't mind this. That's what happens. And says at the end, you guys are going up the river. You're going to get arrested. But yeah, he's like, I love where he's just like really bashing in. And then suddenly knows Perry White does the newspaper, which was weird. Where he's like, nobody's reading your paper, dude. And I was like, all right, he kind of knows. Yeah, and also this Frank got like juiced him up too. He's like on the mutant steroids.
Oh yeah, he's got the needles all around.
Oh yeah, he's got needles sitting around. Like there's nothing good about this kid. He is so bad.
There's 1, 2, 3, 5 needles that he just went through. That's crazy.
Well, only one of them is to enhance his powers. The other's heroin. Also, I do have to give a shout out that he ends up where the only thing that is kind of likable about him is it looks like his headphones might have broken at one point and he taped them up like I do. See, because I'm cheap. But yeah, you end up having this kid.
Cheap.
This kid's just like, no, like they said, what's wrong with you? Why are you doing this? Nothing's wrong with me. I'm a fan. This is going to double his audience. Easy. Dude, Frank's got millions of listeners, billions of views. What are you going to do, Grandpa? Putting out a newspaper? I'm like, how does he know that? Also, again, millions and billions of views. And he's like, he wants to double this. I don't know I know it is a deal, but if you have 1 million subscribers and then go to 2 million, I don't know. I think the 1 million is like where you were headed anyway. And you're like, oh, that's cool. Like, obviously, you'll get some more money and whatnot. But the big play would be like, have this guy, like, he's losing his followers because assholes like you. He's down to 500,000. I have to get him back to 1 million. Something like that, I think, would be more. He lost his plaque from YouTube. He doesn't have that stupid thing hanging behind him. But yeah, Perry ends up breaking some ribs. That's pretty crazy. I lost a little track of what was going on at this point, at one point. But then you end up where I was like, holy shit, did Batman just kill him? Because he gasses him, but it looks way more than what would be normal, right?
Yeah, it looks like it, yeah.
It looks like that's not even gas. That's like some crazy like liquid shit that's coming out. His eyes are rolling. Next thing he's a Robin, but who knows? But
Bat-Mecha's throwing batarangs that are like the size of a house.
Oh yeah. It's like, and then you think like, why didn't he just go back and kill the Joker? He'll just go with that. He's got a mecha, just step on him. Also, just to point out that this kid, Hollis Jackson, he becomes even more hateable when you get the collar on him. You realize he has that stupid soul patch. I saw it before, but didn't quite get it. It's not even done well. It looks like a stupid. Look at that thing.
That's not a soul patch, is it? It's a big one. Yeah, I guess it is.
It's big, but
just like a chin beard.
Yeah, it's a chin, but it's not like the Abe Lincoln. It's more like a oversized. But it's got a weird cut in it,
like a billy goat or something.
Yeah. Guy looks like maybe he was listening to Spin Doctors. Is what he was doing.
Spin Doctors.
He's listening.
He definitely had that.
He's definitely listening to Limp Bizkit. This guy. He's just discovered him too, and he's talking to everybody about it as if it's new.
Yeah,
you gotta hear this band.
My reaction to Limp Bizkit, who was very odd. I don't know if you've seen any videos in there. I think they were on tour with Metallica recently.
Yeah.
And they look weird, man.
Yeah. Fred I
Fred
saw
Durst
him,
is not aging well.
No, and he's wearing like weird, like odd clothing. Actually,
like
he looks like
oversized
this is
clothes.
going to be an obscure deal, but he looks like he's become the lead singer from Cake. That's who he reminds me of now. Whatever. But again, the reaction videos. This is one of those assholes. Him and Frank. They'll get on and like, we're going to do this reaction video to the song none of us has heard. It's called what is it? Stairway to Heaven. Like, really? You've never heard that?
Where are these people living?
I
under
don't
a
know.
rock?
I see some, and I'm like, some of them at least will admit once it starts, they're like, oh, I've heard this. I just didn't know the name. I'll go with that. You know, but seriously. One guy actually, because I said something in a comment, he's like, again, it was a black couple, and they were reacting to, I think, like Led Zeppelin. And the guy's like, well, it's not like you would know any, rap songs from the 80s. I'm like, dude, I know every rap song from the 80s. What are you talking about? But there's probably some later stuff that I wouldn't know. So I have to give him some deal. But some of the great reactions of the people who react to their first time hearing Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah, I was going to say that one.
They don't know what's going to hit them. And it's so fun to watch because they're like, oh, man, this is really heavy. I don't know. And then when that Zach De La Rosa pops in, they're like, holy shit.
I've always said they were ahead of their time.
Yeah, they were. They were. I've been listening to them again. I get in moods, and maybe that'll be the telltale deal. Maybe that's why I'm angry. Because I listen to them, and I want to go beat people up.
If you listen to that first album, you will get angry.
Yeah, but again, I started working out again. It's a great workout album, but when I'm done, I am freaking furious.
Yep.
I'm looking to burn things. I'm really over the top.
You're ready to protest and riot and everything.
Yeah, just start yelling about Native American, anything. I'm just ready to get mad. So you end up where Batman ends up where they take these two down, and that's where you get the zinger is when this kid's like, oh man, Frank, tell him how it is, like Frank. And he's like, I don't know who this kid is. He set me up. I'm like, you're both done. Stop playing your games, Frank. Frank is done. But then they go off and they're like, hey, let's walk down the street. And they're talking about who would be, the big guy, Bruce Wayne, how he would react. That play.
Well, that's like another thing. It's interesting in this. It's Perry and Commissioner Gordon. It's the first time they ever met, it seems like, too. Yeah,
so it's year one, Perry and Commissioner Gordon.
Yeah.
It just felt
So
weird.
we did 2 year ones today.
Yeah. It felt weird, though, right? It just was a weird book. And then when you see next, a new arc begins, you're like, oh, yeah, this is
Bizarro World.
Yeah, and this is either this issue ended a trade, it was just a placeholder. And then we're going to start Bizarro World.
It's a good old-fashioned cool-down issue.
Here's the thing. People, whether you like Bizarro or whatnot, if they actually go to Bizarro World, the planet, people lose their mind. It's square.
It's square, yeah.
It makes me laugh. One of the last issues of Action Comics in the New 52, and I believe it was Greg Pak, it was a Bizarro World story, one of the best stories I had read at that point in a couple of years. It was so fun. It was so cool. The art was great. I think it was like Adam Kuber's, one of the Kubers. It looked great. And it was fun. And it was like, at that point, you were just getting the clone, Bizarro, who doesn't do the backward speech, doesn't come from Bizarro World, and is usually tied with Lex. And then he did that. It was like, it was so fun. So I hope that this might be.
I think Mark Waid will do all that stuff.
Yeah, I think that
it'll definitely be square.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, it has to be square. But then some of the things you just play off. It's not the Bizarro speeches, but when they're doing things and you see legit like buildings, and then you're like, oh, I get it. It's the Bizarro band. It just makes you laugh. Then the joke all comes together. But when it's just when you're in the middle of an action scene in a regular issue and there's Bizarro and he's like, me am happy. I'm like, oh shit, what does he say? He's sad. Yes, it just throws me off.
The problem is they mix in the backwards, but also the bad, poor English too. So it's
and because the bad, poor English is the clone a lot, and they mix them up a lot. And Eric, I know, prefers the clone, and really like the deal where Lex had that Bizarro clone that was undercooked. He had to take him out of the oven too soon, but he actually kind of got connected to him and looked at him as a son. It was pretty good.
Well, now Lex wouldn't put up with it. We just put him out of his misery right there. Dirty clone,
and
I'd
be right there to support him every step of the way. What are you going to do? What are you going to do with that thing? I still want to argue with Eric about it. I got to get a hold of him, but I really want to get a hold of Eric to tell him I was right about almost everything that I said to him that he said would happen, and I said wouldn't. So I'll never get my pleasure of that. But what would you give this?
Talking with you, it's more enjoyable, I guess. I'd ramp this one up to a 6.5, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to 6. It seems like every book this week I'm giving a 6.
Okay.
Almost. It's like almost like I said. I said it a little different earlier, but it should be the shrug your shoulders 6. It's just like, I'll give it a 6. It's one of those books again where people go technically with the score. Like, I'll give it a half a point for letter, and then the cover is there. I go by gut feeling, and a lot of the gut feeling is meh.
Yeah, a lot of the
so
art too
recently.
it's cool, but it's very like frenetic, or like there's a lot of speed lines and stuff going on.
It's okay. It's not Dan Mora, but
It's kind of aping that for sure.
Yeah, that's
though.
what he has been doing. So when we talk about this, and going through the year one, didn't even go with the idea because we also end up having the new history of the DC universe coming out, and when you have that art, and that looked great too.
That was Chris Samney.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It looks
so cool.
Good.
I want to read that right now.
Yeah, it looks so good. Now the art in the issue is Jerry Ordway and Todd Nuck.
Yep,
are pretty good as well. But that Chris Samney cover deal right there, that poster, it's fucking great.
I'm telling you, something about it. It's just calming or something.
Yeah. It does look a lot like, to me, it does look a bit like Darwin Cook stuff. It looks a lot like that kind of play, and that's calming to me as well. Also, maybe it's like some of the classic characters too. Like you see the old school, you're like, oh.
Also, I love Bruce with the purple gloves too.
Yeah,
Batman with I love
look
that.
At him there.
Yeah,
he looks cool. I like Wonder Woman. And then you got Black Canary. You got a bunch of characters, some real obscure ones as well. But yeah, it looks awesome. So I'm looking forward to that when that comes out. But with that is it for the show. So thanks for joining me as always, Matt. And I'm going to go off and tell you what we're going to be talking about next week. All right, and that is it for this week's show. I first want to thank all of the fellas that join me, everybody who supports us on the Patreon, and just everybody in general. Everybody listening right now through your ear holes, I want to thank you because, lo and behold, you are in the Get Fresh crew. In this wacky roller coaster ride we call life, we just keep going on and on and on, right? I'll tell you, I don't know, and I'm sure you do know, actually. From this week's episode, I'm starting to get a little worn down by some of these books and possibly the schedule that we have doing them. But the Get Fresh crew always keeps me going. That's what keeps me going. So thank you all for just being you. Thank you all for being yourselves. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate all the support. I'm not joking around when I say that. Maybe some other times I am, but not when I say that. But here are the books that we're going to be talking about next week. And again, I'm kind of getting, I feel, and this happens occasionally. If you have been listening to the podcast for any sort of length of time, you will understand that there are points when I start to get a little burned out. There's points when I start to get actually depressed because of the state of the books. Now, at some points, I get really depressed because, oh my God, everything's awful, whatnot. That's not the case right now. It's just that things are just kind of, me and Tom, I think, talked about it earlier. It's just things are meandering a bit. Things are treading water. We're going towards this big thing in October, it seems. And so I just kind of need to get there, need to get some good books under my belt, right? Under my belt, tighten that belt up for the hospitalities, get it going. I actually have lost some weight. I end up where I'm working out, though I did break my toe doing it. But I didn't really have the idea. I didn't want to lose weight. I actually just wanted to gain muscle. But I think I've been doing both, actually. Unbelievable, huh? But yeah, my kids actually said that I look good, but they were upset because they were hoping that I would die. That's what they said. They're very, very nice. Very nice kids indeed. But here we go. Maybe some of these books will get me fired up and everything will be right. It only takes, a good week for me to get my groove back. And I'm looking in general, maybe this will be it. We'll see. First off, we have the Absolute books. Me and Gray talk about those every Friday night at 7:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on our YouTube channel. And we have the live chat going. I would beg people to join us when we do the live chat. We have a lot of fun with that. There are 2 Absolute books. We may only be talking about one. Me and Gray have to decide, which kind of means I'm going to decide. I just throw Gray's name in there to make him feel like he, has a say in it. He may. Absolute Wonder Woman number 9. My favorite Absolute book right now. Gray, his favorite is still Batman, but my favorite is Absolute Wonder Woman. So we have Absolute Wonder Woman number 9. And then lo and behold, Absolute Martian Manhunter number 4 is going to be released as well. I thought that it was a 3-issue mini. That's what I heard. But I always make these big, announcement, these big statements. I'm not going to review Absolute Martian Manhunter anymore because when we did the last, every review, but last review especially is, we're like, hey, I don't get it. I don't like it, whatnot. And it's not just people saying, oh, you know what? You have your opinion. That's fine. It's like, you're stupid. You morons. I don't need that. I get that in real life. I get told that my kids are hoping that they hope I die. I don't need posts. I know I'm a moron. Just stop. But in the meantime, I just feel bad not reviewing everything, especially in the Absolute deal. I've said before, what happens if I don't review Absolute Martian Manhunter? Then suddenly I'm like, well, do we really have to do the Green Lantern? Do we? And then it just falls apart. It happened on the Marvel podcast with the Ultimate stuff when we ended up dropping pretty much all of them except Ultimate X-Men and Ultimate Spider-Man. So I don't want to drop it, but I don't really like it. And it's kind of just the same old. So we'll have to see. Maybe I'll read it. If I like it a little more, we'll talk about it. But we'll definitely be doing Absolute Wonder Woman number 9. Now, on the regular show, here are the books. 2 of these books will be picked by the badasses. They are from the Get Fresh crew, Beep Boop. And those 2 will be on our Patreon, an exclusive spotlight show that comes out usually Thursday or Friday night. Again, it all depends on who is involved with recording with me and all that jazz. But here we go. We have Superman number 27. And you know what? Since I'm here on my own, and I think that this show might be a little down on the, what is it called? The listening length. Is that what it's called? I'm going to go through the solicits for these issues so we'll know what's coming up. Superman number 27. That is, of course, written by Joshua Williamson with Sean Isaacs on art. Red kryptonite strikes. Nothing can stop Superman's red infection. So Lois Lane goes to the people who infected the Man of Steel in the first place. The Lex Luthor Revenge Squad. Oh my God, it's Dr. Farm and Mr. Graff. I know one looks like Howard Stern, might be in a wheelchair. I don't know. They make a shocking return, except they already returned last issue. Don't miss a key issue for the future of Superman and Lex Luthor. Don't say key issue as if somebody's going to grab this nonsense just because of that. That reeks of desperation, doesn't it? Yelling it's a key issue. Things will never be the same. That they always say. I remember when I got infected by red kryptonite. The red kid got me in college twice in 1 week. They were very upset at me when I went to the doctor there at the college. They said, "Oh my goodness, what's going on?" I said, "I'll just tell you, it's pretty good." So with that, though, I am looking forward to that. I am enjoying Superman. We'll move on to the next book, and the next book is Justice League Unlimited, number 8. That will finish the event that they probably should have finished this week and then had that World's Finest next week, but here it is. It's Justice League Unlimited, number 8. It's Mark Waid and Dan Mora. Here is the epic crossover finale. It's a crossover. I don't know how epic it was. The Justice League Unlimited stands alone as a wave of chronal mayhem crashes on the shores of their Watchtower base, along with all sorts of crap, because that place is the most insecure place ever. I thought I was insecure. That Watchtower even outdoes me. But all hope is not yet lost. A last-minute Mayday may just be enough to stem the tide. But for how long? Plus, the fate of Gorilla Grodd and a significant step towards the next major DCU event, and the grand finale of We Are Yesterday, a special crossover with Batman Superman World's Finest. Yeah, that's been great, huh? I'm sure that all this leads to just, oh my God, the timeline's wonky, so Mark Waid better fix it in that book that's going to be coming out that we'll talk about in a second. Next one's Green Arrow number 25. Green Arrow number 25 is written by Chris Condon with Montos on art. I'm looking at the pictures here. I'm on the League of Comic Book Geeks. Montos looks like he's turning his shoulder for this picture. Like, like almost like, oh, you caught me not paying attention. It's like one of those weird pictures. And then Adriano Lucas on colors, he looks like he's high as shit, but that's allegedly. Oliver Queen has mentored many a hero, but he also once unknowingly mentored a villain, Herb Vanny, the crime lord impersonating a socialite who took Ollie's training and became the Crimson Archer. Now, as Oliver tries to build a fairer Star City for everyone in the wake of the Freshwater killings, the Crimson Archer reappears with their own plans. I wonder, do people like what's it called? No, I can't even say. Do you guys like Star City or do you just like Seattle? Ruben likes Seattle, but that's because he lives there. I like Star City. But they always every couple of years they'll bounce back and forth. But I'm a Star City guy. The Star City Sounders is who I end up repping. You know what I'm saying? I don't. Green Lantern number 24 is next. Green Lantern number 24 is written by Jeremy Adams with Sir Monaco on art. Pretty cool book, right? While Kyle's team finds itself pulled into a desolate part of the universe, the Lost Allies' attempt to reveal itself will shock you. Meanwhile, the Starbreaker Corps amasses its forces as the last pieces of its plan come into being and threaten the universe. But what does this mean for Hal Jordan and Carol Ferris? Love will be tested like never before in this latest installment of Fractured Spectrum Saga. I think Carol finds out that Hal's got the red K. And shit burns, I'll tell you. It's bad stuff. You don't want it, especially twice in 1 week. You don't need that. Carol's just going to go back to Kyle, right? That's what I say. But we'll move on to the next book. The next book is, oh God, it's Flash. I got to do that. I'm going to kill Gray, making me do this nonsense. Flash number 22. What possibly could happen in this big event? The big event nobody's talking about. Oh my God, the fan of the book loves it. It's Simon Spurrier and Vasco Georgiev on art, with Eclipso taking a new evolved form as a fire elemental and the rogues blitzkrieg across the moon, claiming more and more of the Flash's copies. Wally West has to split himself even further, but there is a dissension amongst the temp Flashes. We saw that kind of last issue. Yeah, the book isn't good. It's not good. It's one of those where even when you can wrap your head around it eventually, but then it's just boring. It's almost like you root through the layers and you're doing all your due diligence. You're like, okay, I'm going to put the work in. Okay, I'm going. And then boom, the prize at the bottom of the Cracker Jack deal is nothing. It's empty. It's bullcrap. But it is only $3.99. At least it's got that going for it. But that might be $3.98 too much. But the next book is the new one, The New History of the DC Universe #1. Just as an aside, I would say that this will probably be the book that's picked for one of the books on the Patreon Spotlight exclusive show. So I'm guessing if you want to hear us talk about that, it'll be me and Drunk Simon doing that on the Patreon. But we'll see. It's Mark Waid, Jerry Ordway, Todd Nuck on art. Learn the definitive history of the DC Universe in celebration of 90 years of DC superfan and writer Mark Waid turns back time to the very beginning of the DC Universe in a 4-issue miniseries drawn by some of DC's greatest artists and told by the newest chronicler of time, Barry Allen, the Flash. But I didn't think he had his powers. In our debut issue, Barry takes us from the very birth of the DC Universe to the rise of the Justice Society. The Golden Age of Heroes begins here. I'm telling you right now, it's going to start really feeling like that Generations that they were going to do, 5 years ago, it seems now? A little while ago. I think that's what this is going to be. And if we would have had that, we might have nailed down a timeline and a continuity right after Dark Knights of whatever. What was that? I can't remember what it was. I almost said Dark Knights of Steel. What the hell is that stupid thing Scott Snyder did? Can't even remember. I'm losing it. I'm losing it, I am. Where's Perpetua? Yeah, but I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to the new history of the DC Universe. I think it'll be pretty cool. Here's another book that's pretty cool, if you ask me. It's DC Sonic, and it's DC Sonic the Hedgehog #4, one of my favorites that we're doing now. Ian Flynn writing, Adam Bryce Thomas on the writing, and then Matt Herms, the colorist, looks like I don't know if it's just a picture, but the guy looks like he's got an Amish beard going. Not going to say it looks good either, but I don't want to shame him. The world of Sonic the Hedgehog is in peril. Thankfully, the Justice League is here to save the day. Even completely out of their element, Earth's greatest defenders will not stop at protecting those in need. But can Superman lead the team to victory against the forces of Dr. Eggman and Darkseid? That doesn't seem like where we left it, but we'll see. It is part 4 because it's number 4. And I'm looking forward to it. I really, really like that book, so I'm fired up for that. Here's another book that I forgot we even do. And we do. But it's Green Lantern Dark, number 5, with Tara. It's written by Tate Bromall and Werther Del Adera on art. Not a huge fan of the art. Not a huge fan. But we'll see how this one is. With terrors lurking around every corner, the Green Lantern and her band of misfits fend off the dark with campfire stories. All right. Their tragic past and deeply held secrets are revealed as they cut a blazing path through New England, freeing town after town from the evil sorceress Demona's iron grip. Yeah, Tate Bromall has a weird deal. This book isn't great. It's not great at all. It's kind of slow moving. The scheduling, because of the Elseworlds deal, it seems like the last issue came out like 7 years ago. I'm going to look. I'm actually going to look to see. And then I'll be surprised that it came out. It was April 23rd. So yeah, it came out a while ago. 2 months schedule. I don't think it's doing the book any favors because it's already slow moving. So we'll see. We also have a book that just started last month. I must have said week. Month. It's Mr. Terrific Year 1, number 2. Didn't love it. Didn't love that first issue. We'll see. Me and Zach doing it. It is Al Letson writing, Valentine Delandro on art. Mr. Terrific's past and present are catching up to him. In the past, Michael Holt violently lost his very last lifeline to the outside world, and he's certain that it's entirely his fault. Guilt and grief bring him into Gateway City Bridge in an effort to put an end to the pain once and for all, where the specter awaits to render divine judgment, perhaps even salvation. What the hell? In the present, Mr. Terrific's investigation on a mysterious new rift in his old city brings him face to face with an unexpectedly apocalyptic foe. That does not sound like anything that we had from before. Ooh-wee. That sounds like we did a lot of nonsense between, but we'll see. Maybe I'm just forgetting because I didn't love that first issue. I didn't love it at all. It's kind of a common theme, isn't it? There we go. Last book, though, is something I have really enjoyed, something that I get a chuckle with. And I look at it's Peacemaker Presents the Vigilante Eagly double feature number 4. This book does not need as long solicit that I see. It is written by Tim Seeley and Rex Ogle. Rex Ogle staring into my soul, this picture. Matteo Loli on art, as well as Mitch Gerards with his beard that he's so proud of. Beard of his. Beard band. But here we go. James Gunn also is a story consultant, which I said all along that he just said, hey, did you watch that Peacemaker show? And if Rex Ogle or Tim Seeley said no, he said, get to it, assholes. And that's consulting 101. DC Studios' James Gunn steps in as story consultant for 5 issues of insane blankety butt cheeks calamity. There was wingdings there. When 2 fan favorite characters share the spotlight, an equal page count. Well, fart noise. I'm reading this straight up, and I don't like it. Peacemaker tried to be all tough in front of the pretty ladies and got himself impaled and may be dying. What a freaking idiot. Luckily, his best friend and mentor, the magnificent and majestic Eagly, can back up his buddy, which of course leads to victory. Yeah, the good guys, can we call them good guys, win the end. Oh, wait, there's a traitor in their midst, not good. Okay. I like the cover. I just saw the cover. It looks pretty cool. It has Eagly, like reflected in a sword, and then under it says sandwich. All the while, our poor Adrian wants to kill some villains. But first, he's going to need to get through a whole lot of protection. In quotes, that's right. That's a condom joke. Yes, we do an entire insane action scene in a Senate prophylactic factory. Look what we've done to your beloved Eisner-winning Mitch Gerards now. That beard. An original DC comic story inspired by James Gunn's visionary Peacemaker series on Max. Yeah, best get ready to rumble, it says. I have seen the Peacemaker season 1. Is there more than one? I saw that. I laughed. I liked it. I don't have Max, though. I saw it on what we call the down low. That's what me and the youngsters say nowadays, right? The down low. You get it? Oh, I'm getting tired. Now I got to go and edit this whole shebang, shaboom, shamatzel. But that is it. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, everybody who joined me. Thanks, everybody who made it this far. We had some fun at the end. I was getting a little depressed during the show, but it picked me up to talk to the Get Fresh crew about what's coming up next week, and I have a little bit of fun doing it. It reminds me that the solicits have come out this past week, and maybe, just maybe, we'll have a little bit of a solicit show. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe it'll be on YouTube. So if you want to hear that, possibly, I'm not going to make any promises. And I'm just telling you, I do have my fingers crossed behind my back right now. But if you do want to make sure that you're aware, if I do end up doing it, please go and subscribe to our YouTube channel, hit the notifications, all that, and subscribe to the podcast. Give us any sort of reviews. We haven't really gotten any reviews since Eric left. I think he scared everybody off. But I'd like to get some maybe positive, but really any reviews that you would give since the podcast has changed a little bit. But thanks, everybody, as always. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, life in general. But that is it. So I will talk to you all later.
Every other show sucks. That's why you're listening to us. Every other show sucks. We're the only one that isn't us. So thank you for being smart. From the bottom of our heart. Thank you for being smart. 'Cause everything that us just tastes like a fart. Tastes like a fart. Seems like a fart. Like a fart. Tastes like a fart. Let's go! 2, 3, 4, 5. Has read comics most of his life. 9, 8, 7, 6. Jim can really act like a shut your mouth. Every other show.